Hello guys, my name's Calamity of Joe. Welcome back to a new Minecraft YouTube live stream on the Calamity of Joe YouTube channel. Welcome to the stream. It's another live survival legacy episode today. Welcome to the stream. I have no idea if this stream is working. I clicked start live stream and I have no idea if it started. If you're watching this in the future and it sounds like I've just started talking out, and if you're watching this in the future and it sounds like I've started talking out of nowhere, it's because from when I click stream and it says it starts, it doesn't always start. Hello, ROA, welcome to the stream. Hello, Cookie Gamer, welcome to the stream, and hello, Rafa, welcome to the stream. Yeah, when it looks like I've started halfway through a conversation on these streams, it's because half the time the stream starts really slow. The stream tells me it started. I start talking, then I found out it hasn't started. Do you like my username? Yeah, it looks cool. Hello, Random Player PL. Welcome to the stream. I've thought of a cool stream. You remember me? Hello, Boeing. Welcome to the stream. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Sorry, I've just had a just had to up and destroyed that shit. Cool. Sorry, I just had a birthday card come for a day late. It's Eagson. Yeah, I sort of noticed that, to be honest, Eagson. I sort of noticed it was you. But Emerald Pit, like a 16 grid. Well, I've already got a build idea for now. We're going to, because my world's going to be 10 years old next year. Do you have an internet publisher? No. I don't have a publisher. Basically, a publisher, Rafa, is someone that's someone that basically is like a company that publishes it for you. But I've self-published. So having a publisher is completely different. A publisher is basically like a company that basically publishes your book for you. But the difference between self-publishing and publishing is publishers can tell you to take things out. You've got more creative control if you self-publish. So no, I don't have a publisher. The book is self-published. So my world is 10 years old next year. My world is 10 years old next year. I thought it'd be a nice idea to renovate the train lines, the trains here. I think it'd be a nice idea if we go and redevelop this train line, the train station. I like the stream, lads. Yeah, everybody like the stream. Let's get out of this. Yeah. So let's have a look. Like this is the train station, guys. I think this staircase needs to be much longer. I think this staircase needs to be not as massive. Why is it so big here? Here we go. So yeah, but yes, it did. No, let's just go and get some shears a second. Let's go get some shears a second. Everton were not given a penalty. Yeah, even the commentators were mad. Yeah, I haven't watched that game because it wasn't on telly, but I saw the highlights afterwards. Apparently, Jake O'Brien was fetched up before one of the shots as well. But having seen that penalty decision, yeah. But that referee, then how will it be 10 years old? Because you could port your worlds from Wii U edition to Switch edition, like you could do Xbox 360 and Xbox One, and PS3 and PS4. I need some shears. I needed some shears. Yeah, my world will be 10 years old next year. I've had the Wii U edition, guys. I got the Wii U edition of Minecraft 10 years ago yesterday. I got the Wii U edition of Minecraft 10 years ago yesterday. Yeah, I did see that about Everton. I thought personally, guys, I thought that, well, I was unhappy with just how bad Everton were, but is there a way we could potentially put this? Is there a way we could potentially? One, two, three, so 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Just wondering, is there a way we can? Beto was so shit. Yeah, I like Beto. I like Beto, but I think he's been absolutely awful this season. Don't get me wrong, guys. I love Beto. I've loved him. I loved him his 2 seasons with Everton. I loved him, but he's never scored enough. I wouldn't say it's they don't have communication. Wouldn't say it's the communication. No one's willing to take a shot. That's always been the issue. The issue has been mainly that they've not really been willing to take a shot. Like, it seems to be, it's like Vinny had not had a goal in 13 games. Yeah, if you're low on confidence, you're not going to take a shot. Here we go. Because I brought that forward, we can now do this. But now, I'd love to break this. I'd love to break this and go down one block further down. Yeah, like, I like Beto, but this season, as I'm saying, guys, here, like, I like Beto, but this season, I just don't think he's really tried. I personally don't think Beto has... my sister's happening in the background. Basically, my sister won't tidy her bedroom. My mum's asked her to tidy it, and basically she's doing everything not to tidy it. So that was not my sister, that was my mum telling her to tidy her room. And basically my sister will do anything bar tidy it. How... Yes, I know I'm muted. No, I wasn't talking to them. I muted it just because it does my head in. I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens in the background. Well, mainly because I think it's bad. I hate it because you guys don't want to hear it. I hate it because I mute it because I don't want you guys to hear it. You guys have taken your time out of your day to like watch my stream, you guys are taking your time a day to, you know, watch my stream, and I feel bad because I don't think you guys should have to hear it. So what we're doing is we're making this slightly better. So we're going to make that staircase smaller. If it was like a dog barking loudly. How was my meal? I couldn't finish it, but luckily that shit happens in every household though. Yeah, but I feel bad. I feel bad because it annoys me when I'm streaming. I like streaming when it's quiet. That's oh, okay. Luckily we're not going that far back. We're not going this far back. We're just going to how was my birthday meal yesterday? I will admit, absolutely delicious, but I couldn't finish it. Guys, if we got 30 likes on this stream, I had a mixed grill, so it was everything. If this gets 30 likes, I'll put a photo of what my meal looked like. If you guys put 30 likes on this stream, if you guys get 30 likes on this stream, I will put an image of what my birthday meal looked like. Because ironically, I didn't finish it, and luckily this restaurant I had my birthday meal at, you can get a box at the end and take it home with you. So I've got barbecue ribs. I've got some barbecue ribs to eat for later on. I put them in the fridge when I got back. I've got some barbecue ribs to eat. Did you at least hand it to go? Yeah, you can do that. That's but this restaurant that I went to, the food is massive. Like, thank God it was yesterday. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have it for dinner later on. I'm gonna have it for me dinner later on. I've just had a birthday card come through, so basically, my aunt it's just pissed off my sister though, guys, because my aunt remembered my birthday, but she totally forgot my sister's earlier on in the year. My aunt's totally forgot it was my sister's birthday and never sent a card. Didn't know it was yesterday. Well, I did a little stream. I did a little stream yesterday where I streamed for a bit, but then I left. Well, I left the stream, guys, because I was going for a meal, which I had a nice time, and then I played Nintendo Switch Sports with my mama in the when I got back. Hello, Swiss. Welcome to the stream. So, 1, 2, 3. Could we make? No. We could probably make this. We could probably make this. Now they're just arguing at each other again. I do apologise, guys. I hate it when this happens. Absolutely hate it. No, my mum's sister. No, it's my mum's sister. But surprisingly, my dad's. I don't think I even got a. No, I did get a birthday card from him. Sorry. I hate that. Let's just get rid of that. Too low. Don't worry, it will be gone someday. Yeah. Good. Right. Oh, bloody hell. Right, let's just break this. So what we're doing, guys, so everyone has just joined, I am currently... I've decided to improve our train line. So I'm making the train tunnel look a bit more better. Happy birthday, Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Calamity Lord Official. It was yesterday, but thank you. I had a good birthday, guys. My meal was absolutely fattening, and I had absolutely huge. I had an absolutely huge meal. So I will admit, I'm probably like 5 pounds heavier. Right, so this is one. What's this? 1, 2, 3. That's 4. So let's make this next one 5. Let's make this 5 instead. 5. Oh bollocks! Wrong place. Wow. Joe's popular. He pops up before the cup of Joe. Right. There we go. Now, let's take this dirt here. There we go. Let's just put that there a second. That was 1, 2, 3. Is it 3 or 4? I can't tell. 1, 2, 3, and then. Right. I'm getting rid of this long bit of staircase here. So is he building we're building train lines. Well, yeah, we're improving. Hello, Alex. Welcome to the stream. We're improving my train line. Basically, my train line on my world. I am currently improving the train line. So that's the old staircase. So I'm. Oh, I don't need those. I don't need those bits. I only need it up to this bit. I'm improving the train line across here, so trying to make it look slightly better. So that was 4, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Now I know what that is, we can worry about. So what we're doing is we're working on this train line. I would love to improve it. We are going to need a torch, but luckily I have got one in my inventory. But I've only got one, so we are going to need some more. I could go and get some more in a second. Joe's channel race statistics, but there's no such thing as race. We're all one race. I think like 3 or 4 of us watch Joe. Well, a lot of the thing is though, my channel is old. My channel's old. It's 9 years old. So a lot of you guys that are watching my channel now wouldn't have been watching my channel 5 years ago. because a lot of you wouldn't have been watching my channel 5 years ago. It's a weird one where basically most of the people that watched my channel 5 years ago were, well, 5, 7, 8 years ago, were all the same age as me. And now my audience tends to be people who were like 13 to 15. Yeah, well, it's not old. 2, 3. My channel's not old. It's just that the viewing age has got younger. Yeah, 2016. So it's not old. If you think 2016 was, if 2016 was a long time ago, then you haven't been alive long enough. Okay, we can get rid of that. So, "10 years is long." What? It doesn't feel like 10 years though. Well, it's not 10 years, guys, at the moment. It's not 10 years. My channel's not 10 years till next December. My channel's only really just turned 9 years old. So, my YouTube channel really only turned 9 years old, literally 16 days ago. So, perfect. Now we've got to go and... Am I lagging? I don't think you're I don't think so. It might just be your computer. I don't know. Or whatever you're watching the stream on. Oh, okay. I know what I know what I'm doing now. Right. It's here. I'm almost out of black wool. I've got a little bit more left. There we go. So, What part of the UK am I from? England. I'm English. But I hardly say I'm English though, guys. One thing that I hardly say though, guys, is I'm English. I hardly say I'm English because I often just say British because I am. I'm British. No shit, we couldn't tell you from England. Well, no, no. But actually, that is a thing though, ROA. That is a thing though, ROA. Most people keep thinking I'm from Ireland. Because of my older style accent. Yeah, people keep thinking I'm from. Because of my older style accent, guys, people keep thinking I'm from Ireland, and I'm not. I'm not Irish. I'm English. Right. I need some torches. I found 64. That's enough. That's enough for me right now. Yeah, I get comments all the time, guys, that people think I'm Irish, which I'm not. I can do an Irish accent for you guys. I can do a great Irish accent for you guys if you want me to. Top of the morning to you. Right, so I want to I put a torch there. Where I want one is here. Now, so we should. Okay, we've hit the floor here. We've hit the floor here, so that's where these are gonna go. So, Canadians speak so softly. Yeah, a lot of accents do, surprisingly. So, guys, we can dig this out. What's this? Something here. We can. Oh. So this is where the old staircase was. Secret tunnel. Well, this isn't a secret tunnel. This was the staircase, but when we started moving, when we started doing that job just now and redoing the staircase, this was part of the staircase. But because we've made the staircase not as long in certain places, this whole segment here is no longer needed. So this can just be a secret. This will be a whole secret place. We could actually make this, a secret room. We could make this as just a place that doesn't officially exist. So imagine making a secret base in a single. Yeah, I mean, I'm not making a secret base. This isn't a secret base. I'm not making a secret base. What I'm making is I'm redoing the staircase, but it would be a cool idea potentially. Say if we just leave it like this, where we've just dug out from the old staircase, maybe we just leave it here like this. But problem is we can't get up to there. So what I'm going to do instead is why are you so Scottish? I'm not Scottish. Kind of embarrassing. What's kind of embarrassing? What? Remaking the staircase? I suppose there's a way we could get up there. But it's not a secret base. I already said that. I just made the staircase. I made this staircase here went all the way down to there, but I've opted to make it. I've opted to make it smaller. I've opted to make it smaller so it would look like this. Well, no, you never really make secret. No one ever really makes secret stuff. Oh, there we go. It depends though. Is your world truly single player? So my world is not single player solely. It's single player predominantly, but it's not always been single player. I have let people on this world. I don't know. I don't think it's embarrassing. I don't think it's embarrassing. I think it's only embarrassing if you make it embarrassing. I think that's my preference though. I think it's only embarrassing if you make it embarrassing. It's like what's embarrassing to you is not embarrassing to someone else. Like I'd happily put an elf hat on. I'd happily put an elf hat on right now and run up the road. Because what's embarrassing to you is not embarrassing to someone else. It's that's true. But what I mean is like what's embarrassing to you isn't embarrassing to someone else. So I'd happily put an elf hat on and run into the centre of town. I was hoping we had some shears. The thing I hate most on Minecraft, the Bedrock edition. Why am I running down here? I don't need to run down here. I need to run this way to the train station so we can finish it. It's night time though, so I am going to quickly go to bed. But because we're working in the train station, I have a drawing book and only Calamity can see it. You Calamity to me so you can see it too. Yeah, my name should actually be Calamity Joe, but basically somebody misheard me and thought I said Calamative. So that's why I'm called Calamative Joe, guys. Minecraft fixed Bedrock Edition, good idea, but they won't do it because Minecraft actually fixing something is like me developing gills and going and living in the ocean. Impossible. So each one is like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. This one's only 3 though. That one's only 3, but it's fine. Did you try making a game? Do I want to go to the bank at the moment? To be honest, no. Because I don't need to go to the bank at the moment. Right, so 1, 2, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. And then now we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we will need those shears again to shear all of this. Can you give me Deceptive's phone password? I don't know his phone password. I wouldn't give it to you anyway because that would be wrong. I think that would be rather immoral if I did. Oh my god, I've got something in my ear. You sound like Tommy in it. I don't sound like him. Hello, OG Dexter. I'm British, like he is, but I sound nothing like him because I'm from a completely different part of the UK. My accent is completely different. Maybe I'm just deaf as hell. I wouldn't say you're deaf. But yeah, there's a lot of accents in the UK. My accent is completely different to what his is. And I think I've probably got a deeper voice. But I never know. But you never know. Anyway, I'm just going to quickly do this because I want to improve this train line. Fun fact, my new profile picture contains my cat. Cool. Right, let's get up here then. We need to jump up here now. We need to shear this. Which is better, credit or debit card? I gotta be honest. I can't. None of them's better. A credit card uses your own money from your bank instantly. A debit card uses your own money from your bank instantly, while a credit card lets you borrow funds from a lender to pay back later, often with interest. Offering rewards, better fraud protection and credit score building benefits, whereas debit cards help prevent overspending but have a weaker fraud protection for your cash. It's I couldn't honestly. I don't think one is better. One of them's not better than the other. It's like a football thing. It's like something in football, for example. You know, one team's not better than the other team. It's just who's better on the day. Right. I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to break that because I have to. Right, that's 3. So is this 4? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is. It's 4 steps. Good, fantastic. Have a good day, Swiss. Thank you for watching the live stream. I'm going to play on Minecraft on PS5. Cool. Right. Let's just place a torch right here for now. So, this is going to have to go here like that. Good. Perfect. Luckily for us, there's already a gaping hole here, so we're not going to have to worry about a couple of, bits and bobs. But right, so that's 3. So let's just put that in there like that. This will be where the start is in the walls. Is the debit card using the bank's money? No, I think they're using your money. I honestly, I don't know the difference. Here. Neither debit nor credit card is universally better. A debit card uses your own money and helps with budgeting, while a credit card lets you borrow money and offers stronger protection and rewards if used responsibly. So it is your money. It is your money, but credit cards, for example, they let you borrow money. They let you borrow money if you don't have enough, whereas, but there is less protection on fraud stuff, whereas debit have more protection, but you can't borrow money on it, on a credit card, no, on a debit card. We don't need that though, do we? No. Right. Honestly, guys, in a few minutes' time, you will not know that this the staircase has been changed. In a few minutes' time, there will be absolutely no evidence that this staircase has been changed at all. Yo, I'm making my own server. Cool. But then your money, the bank's money is your money. Calamity Lord official. Oh my god. The bank's money is your money. Right. Oh no, I think we're going to have to make this look a bit... Your money is the government's money, and the government's money is your money, and your money is in the bank's money. That's true. But then it still is your money. It's still, at the end of the day, it is still your money. They protect it for you, but it is your money. Okay, got it. I know what I need to do then. Okay, no, I've got it. I've worked out what the problem was. That needs to be there. We need a little bit here. That needs to be right here. Then this goes here. That goes there. We have this. That goes across there like that. I'm almost out of black wool, but luckily we picked up more black wool. We picked up more black wool from that build. When you're done placing stairs, but forgot to mine the headers, and you're pretty stupid with the last one hit. Yeah. Hello, Colin Blackwell. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's just put that in here. What I'm doing, guys, is I'm replacing we've been renovating my. We have been renovating my train station. We've been renovating my train station. The staircase. The staircase here. The staircase here used to go. If I take that out a second, I think it's here. Oh no, the staircase here used to go down further. The staircase here used to go down further. A lot further. It used to go all the way down to here. It would turn here. And it would turn here. We started correcting. We've decided to make it smaller. I've been renovating. Yeah. I've been renovating my train station. Yeah. Hello Hayden, welcome to the stream. Well, that's bad. You lose your money and they're charging you money for the money you lose. Yeah, but that's because most people sometimes put money on silly stuff, which I have seen people do. So I had a friend. There's a guy I know. So a friend of mine. Another person that we're friends with asked him for if he could borrow some money because he was behind on the rent. And let's just say, yes, I did have to say renovating 3 times. Yeah, I said it now. It's like I said it 3 times. I had to get it right. Right, so hold on. 1, 2, 3. Four, see? That should be like that. Now it should be like this. So we've absolutely nailed that bit. It should be, no, it should be 2, shouldn't it? Yeah, it should be 2. We almost nailed it. Steve doesn't need Minecraft. Minecraft needs Steve. How true. I have no interest in grabbing that coal right now because we will need Nightbot, stop sending links. Nightbot is a bot. He's programmed so that he's programmed by Nightbot is a bot. So Nightbot will continue to send links. So Nightbot sends more links depending on how much typing is in chat. So the more you type, the more Nightbot posts a link, because Nightbot's programmed to do it every 5 to 6 comments, but because you guys comment more and more, that's why Nightbot is constantly putting the link in again, because he's programmed to do it ever so often with the message about my book stuff. So those links aren't random links, they're sort of like a promotion thing. Hello Lemon Dude, welcome to the stream. Hey, that tip you gave me a couple of weeks who helped. I've been playing for 2 weeks. What was the out of curiosity, what was the tip I gave you? I cannot recall what the tip was. Was it about just build what you want? Was it that? I can't quite recall what I said. Because I've given so many tips out. Was it about... Yeah, just build what you want. That's what makes it fun. Eventually, you just start having funnier and funnier ideas. That's something that happened to me. I started having like bizarrer and bizarrer ideas that were just, you know, they were floating in my head. I'm like, I really want to see what I can do here. I want to see if I can... I've got this idea. I'm going to build a castle out of diamonds. I'm going to build a castle out of ice. I'm going to build a house out of bookshelves. Like, those are some of the... Those were just so... That's what happened to me. It was just... I'm going to build whatever I want. I'm just... Nothing is too stupid. You know, we're in a Minecraft world. Anything's possible. Why should we build something that you would... Why should we build something normal? Okay, we're going to have to be slightly more careful here. Right, so we actually are going to pick up this coal here because it's exactly in the floor. But yeah, welcome Lemon Dude, welcome to the stream. I'm currently just renovating my train station. This is where the old staircase was. I've improved the staircase and made it look more... I'm improving the staircase and making it look more normal. Oh, I'm out of I am now out of black wool. Cool. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day. It's night time. No, it's nearly daytime, I think. Yes, it's daytime. Right, I'm going to go in because I need to find more... I think I need to find some more black wool just to finish the train line. It's that we've done this for the first hour. The first hour of the stream has been... The first hour of this stream has solely been me working on repairing the line. So, I would like... I think I'm going to have to do this. Okay, I've got some more stairs. I took a look. I've gathered quite a lot of stone. Hello, Jackson. Welcome to the stream. Alright. I've gathered a load of stones, so I'm going to come down here and go into this little stone room. Perfect. How are you, Jackson the boss? How are you? Alright, let's just dump this stuff in here. I think I need to clear some space in my inventory. I need some more black wool. So where was the black wool? It was in this one, wasn't it? No. This one. Did you see any of the Chelsea game yesterday? Just the end bit. Just a bit of the end bit, because I will admit, that Chelsea match, I'm an Everton fan, and Everton weren't on telly. I saw a little bit of it where it was very end-to-end. But I will admit, it was my birthday yesterday, so I was having a I was in a restaurant having a meal when most of that match was played. But I think when I got back home, I knew it was 1-0. I knew it was 1-0 when I got home, and then Aston Villa played quite well. I did see Villa equalise. No, sorry. I saw Villa's second goal. I saw Villa's second goal because I turned the TV. I switched channels. But Villa are flying though. I will admit, guys, Villa are flying, which annoys me as an Everton fan because Aston Villa were nowhere 6 years ago. 6 years ago, Aston Villa were in the second division. In fact, I think Aston Villa stayed up on the final game of the season. As I recall, they stayed up on the last game of the season in 2021. No, in 2020. Sorry. For some reason, when I want to play a bit, I get bored fast. But when I don't want to play, I would be playing for like 2 hours. Yeah. That's bizarre. Right, so... As I've done with all of these guys, it's 2 here. But this is where we've hit. But yeah, did Chelsea play particularly good? Because from what I saw, they weren't playing very well. From what I saw, they haven't played very well. I know Villa played awful in the first half. But in the second half, they looked horrible. It's the FBI, open up. I don't think they have jurisdiction where I'm from, to be honest. I don't think the FBI have any jurisdiction where I am. Right. I want to get more... Yeah, out of the team to lose at home. It's not supposed to lose. I think Villa got a bit lucky. I don't know though. Villa have been really good in recent months, but Chelsea are very inconsistent. Redlord, who's in my Discord server, was saying about how Chelsea are the most consistent team in the Premier League, which I did laugh when he said that because I'm like, I don't think Chelsea are anywhere. I personally don't think Chelsea are anywhere near. Yeah, I think Chelsea's problem is that Chelsea are very inconsistent. I can't see Chelsea winning the league this year. So, like, Redlord, who's in my Discord server, was saying... But he's American, so he's only supported Chelsea since, like... He's an American, so he's only supported Chelsea since, like, 2022, 2020. 2021, 2020. I said to him, Chelsea were more consistent under Abramovich than they are now. And the thing was, Roman Abramovich used to sack managers every 18 months. He used to sack them if they... He used to really back his manager. If they didn't deliver, he used to sack them. And he was trying to say that that's not consistent. But that technically it was consistent. Because they'd won 10 trophies in 100 years, in 99 years before him. And they won 20 with him as owner in 20 years. So I think he kind of was consistent, if you get what I mean. But yeah, Chelsea's just not consistent. Chelsea, though, I will have to admit, I think they should be I think they should have a points deduction, personally, because of the financial fair play rules. They're under investigation at the moment for some ridiculous rule breaches. Have you guys seen those? What Chelsea are alleged to have done? Chelsea at the moment are alleged to have bribed agents to convince their players to sign, offered payments to players' families to convince them to sign. When we were on point, top four, we were a top 4 team. But I think it's going to crash down on Chelsea personally, because what they did was they got around the Premier League's financial laws by giving them long contracts. These long contracts mean that they could spread the payments out, but they've got to win something to be able to have that money to pay out all these long contracts. Because they've done it in the aim of winning. They've done it in the aim of winning something by. But if they don't win something, eventually, if you don't win something and you keep finishing, and you keep not getting really good finishes, eventually it's going to affect you. Like for example, Everton last season. Everton last season finished 13th, but got less than Man United, who were in 15th. Like Tottenham finished 17th last season. It's interesting. I think Chelsea could get hit hard by the fact that they spent all that money on those players. Because eventually, if they don't win something, they're not going to have enough prize money to pay off those long contracts. Yeah. So it's hard to keep an eye on. Yeah, what Chelsea's alleged to have done is, not under the new ownership, but the last ownership, they've uncovered evidence that over the last decade of the Abramovich era, it's alleged that Chelsea paid off agents to convince their players to sign. So the player Willian, who played for Chelsea for years and was a real good player for them, he came close to going to Tottenham, and it's alleged that Chelsea paid off his agents to convince him to change his mind last minute. He was practically a done deal for Tottenham, and it's alleged at the moment, but they've got a lot of evidence to support it. It's alleged that the Chelsea board paid off his agent, which that's bad. But that's the thing though, Chelsea, Barcelona's a good team. The problem with Everton used to be the same. Everton and Barcelona used to be the only teams to put money into women's football. And so Everton used to always win the league. Everton women used to always win the league. But then Chelsea and Man City and Arsenal started to put money in. And because they were much richer than Everton were at the time, because they were all owned by oligarchs and Saudi businessmen, it meant that Everton women couldn't compete anymore. But yeah, Everton for a very long time, Chelsea, Arsenal, Man City never used to put any money into female football. It's only in the last sort of decade that they have. The last sort of 5-10 years. It's really interesting. Well, yeah, Barcelona were one of the only teams, along with Everton for a long time, that actually put money into female football. But really, in that regard, like England, Spain and the United States are pretty much the only teams that put money into women's football. Some countries don't even have a women's football team. But like the UK, for example, the UK banned female football for 50 years. The UK banned women's football from 1921 to 1971 because they didn't see it as it got banned because according to the historical document, it got banned because it was not seen as viable, or it's a really bizarre reasoning. It was not seen as viable, and it was not seen as suitable. It was not seen as viable or not seen as suitable, which was a bizarre reason. Yeah, it's an interesting one though. Some countries just don't like America's never taken men's football seriously. America take female football seriously because not many other countries did, but they've never taken like men's football very seriously, which is why somebody like Christian Pulisic or Tim Howard coming out of America was such a bizarre thing in a way, because well, obviously I think the best goalkeeper America's ever had was Tim Howard. The guy broke the record for the most saves in a World Cup match with 14. And I like him anyway because he played for Everton for over a decade. Scored a goal as well. He scored a goal from about 80 yards. In I love football, but the problem with football now, in my opinion, the problem with football is just VAR. My football team got hammered by VAR yesterday. Everton drew 0-0, but a Burnley player handballed it in the box in the last minute and the referee refused to look at it. But that referee should be investigated because that's the third time he's done it this season. That's the fourth time fourth time. That's the fourth time. Yeah, they have strong LGBT support, which is why Germany got in trouble in the men's World Cup. Because I think in Europe, in the world mostly, Germany and England, Germany and the UK were probably the most supporting of LGBT rights for decades. For a very, very long time. I think America supporting LGBT. I don't think America has supported it as long as Great Britain have, and Germany, because they've supported it for decades. I think the UK. I think you're more likely. I think the UK have supported it since the 60s. Well, they've not cared about it. Only in certain professions, people. Obviously, you still had discrimination and things like that, but it wasn't openly it wasn't a crime. It wasn't a crime. It wasn't a crime for anyone to be gay and things like that. But it's horrible. But yeah, in the last World Cup. Well, actually, what you've said, Jackson, about women's football. What you just said about women's football, though, the problem with women's football in England and the United States is a lot of people don't like the way it's being promoted. Like, that's the problem. The problem with it in Europe, in like the United States and the UK, it's. Nah, it's. I think the UK supports it more because America likes to say it's the most supportive country, but deep down it's not. It's a really interesting one. America like to claim credit for things that they necessarily didn't have much to do with. Like, but we have more harsh criticism of it. Well, America's an interesting one where they like to claim credit for things sometimes which they don't really have credit for. Like, for example, everyone says about Lincoln ending slavery. But what America doesn't say, though, is the fact that slavery was ended in most other countries decades before. It's a really interesting one. America likes to think that they did stuff, but what they don't say sometimes is how much. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. It's a weird one. It's a weird one with America sometimes. America, I tend to find, is a very patriotic country, which is a great thing. Patriotism is an amazing thing. But sometimes with America, they're patriotic about it to the point which they don't realise that some of the facts are false. I cracked up at one the other year. During COVID, I remember Trump claiming credit for the COVID vaccines when the first COVID vaccine came out of Britain. And he was trying to claim credit for the COVID vaccines. Oh, they said it was going to take 12 years. And I said, no, we're going to do it in 12. We're going to do it in 12 months. And I remember being sat there going, but America hasn't brought out a COVID vaccine yet. You're claiming credit for something he hasn't done. Which I just remember that one. I'm thinking, what? That's like me. That's like someone here. That's like me telling someone here on the. Let's just say someone on the streams invented something. Yeah, it doesn't help. Our sports is probably the best in the country overall. Yeah, it's a weird one. Like, America calls it the World Series, but it's only one country that plays it, so it's not a World Series. It's like NASCAR. It's like NASCAR. Everywhere else in the world we have Formula One. NASCAR is basically American Formula One, which I find really funny. Hello, it's Vamps. Welcome to the stream. There's a few odd ones like that sometimes, though. But they all have it. Every country has its thing that's... Every country... Oh, I'm going to sneeze. But the one thing I prefer, though, with if the Prime Minister can't stay a year, that's because we put in an idiot. The problem is, it's Vamps. We were so pissed off with the Conservatives. We were just, the last election was not Labour should not have won the last general election, but the problem was, everyone was so pissed off with the Conservative Party that we just voted to get them out of power. Yeah, I don't really like Formula One because I think Formula One's got boring. I prefer rally racing. Because with rally racing, you don't know who's going to win it, and you don't know who's going to win it. Formula One used to be that, but now it's pretty much if you're at the front, you've won. It's like it's all about strategy now. It's not about someone getting in a car and winning it. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. That's the thing. Like, Brexit was a brilliant thing. It was a brilliant thing. We regained our sovereignty, but it was really, we regained our sovereignty, but Brexit was just shit. But the European Union's too political. It was meant to be a free market, and then it became a political union. the votes, everyone in the world, everyone in the EU had to vote for that. Everyone voted against it, and they did it anyway. In fact, let's get rid of the sandstone bit though as well. That's probably because the EU treated the UK horribly during those negotiations. The EU treated the UK horribly during those negotiations. Because there was a joke back at the time, actually. Back at the time when that happened, when they negotiated to leave the EU back in the day, there was a joke that why do we have to give all the fish we fish out of the sea, out of the English Channel into the EU, but we have to keep all the people all the people we find in it. Yeah, I mean the EU was a brilliant idea back in the day, but its purpose is not what it used to be. The purpose of the EU was a free market, and then it became a political union, which that's not what it was signed up. It was created for. It was created to be. It was created to be a free market. But it's not what it's not what it meant. It's not. It to this day, it's not what it was meant to be for. But that always happens. People take advantage and do. Everyone does it for their own interests. So like, everyone does it for their own interests. If you get what I mean. Like for example, like football. Can I elect you as Prime Minister? Yeah, the Prime Minister is currently on thin ice, but the problem is who will come after him. The Prime Minister's on thin ice. I think he'll survive next year. I think Starmer will survive until at least May. I think Starmer will survive until at least May, and I think if Labour take a tank in, he'll be replaced. I want to vote for your region's area. Well, I could technically run for Prime Minister. I am old enough. In America, you've got to be 35 to run for US President. In the UK, you've got to be 18. The 35 years old thing makes no sense. At 35 years old, you're practically middle-aged. Which is why you've put America, literally, run for Prime Minister. I have no intention of running for Prime Minister, because I wouldn't cope with this shit. I would probably get caught on live TV swearing to another minister, because I wouldn't cope with the shit that they have. Well, everyone in the UK vote for me. What we need is the Prime Minister from my book, guys. We need the Prime Minister from my book, Cornelia Mindrison. Someone that actually cares about the country, not how to line their pocket. Not how are we going to line their pockets. Here we go. The train station has been redesigned. Oh, can we elect my dad? If you want to elect your dad Prime Minister, why not elect your dad Prime Minister? He likes to fight with the councillors in our region. What, actual fighting or... But I think you've got to fight, though. You've got to fight. So, for example, like... For example, my area of the UK had a mayor for like 2 decades. I'm convinced he took all the town's money and stuck it in his own pocket. He hates Labour. Labour ain't the problem, it's the guy that's running it. Conservatives are shit. He hates all the parties. Yeah, that's the problem though. All the parties now, it's because of career politicians. Politicians that change their views to get elected. Back in the day, it used to be people in their 50s, 40s that had served their country. Back in the day, it used to be people in their 50s, 60s, late 40s that had done another job and had ran because they wanted to improve their country. They wanted to serve their country. Nowadays, it's people that want to go into politics, that will chop and change their views to suit the political narrative. Come to Nigeria and run for senator. Nigeria used to be part of the British Empire, actually. They did. The new train station looks amazing. Well, not the new train station. That wouldn't sort it. Communism is good on paper, but has never worked anywhere in reality, because the workers' rights. All businesses belong to the government. So basically, who pays your wages? Does the government pay your wages? I don't think communism works. I don't think communism 100% works. On paper, yes. As a concept, it works. But it's never worked anywhere. It's never worked. You can say, I don't get paid. You don't get paid? It's because people are greedy. It's because people are greedy, but the concept doesn't work. The concept doesn't work on paper. It's like why fascism doesn't work. Fascism's very pomp and pageantry, like how communism was to the workers. But at the end of the day, those that are in power, those in the power, obviously, it works for, but the actual worker, it doesn't do anything for. Like for example, do you know what they do in Costa Rica? In Costa Rica, they charge tourists more. They charge tourists more in Costa Rica. It costs more for a tourist to in Costa Rica, they charge tourists more because tourists are there. So we can now sort of work this one out. Right, let's go and get a map. I want to have some fun. Guys, how'd you get a pickaxe to how'd you get... This is mending. How'd you get mending to repair itself? Perhaps we'll switch to the other pickaxe for now then. Yeah, Zulu. Great film, Zulu. Zulu is a great film. It's an incredible true story. I don't think it's rude to say that. Like other people, I don't think it's rude to say that. People find other things rude. Everyone finds what you find rude, other people don't. What someone else finds rude, you probably don't. Zulu is a language. It's also a people. Zulu is a language, I know, but it's also a film. Zulu is not a language. It was a people. It was a language, yes, but Zulu was a people. Zulu is a language, yes, but it was also a people. The Zulus were more genuinely a people. They were... Zulu's a film. Zulu's a great film. So in 1879, 100 British soldiers at Rorke's Drift successfully survived an attack by 4,000 Zulus. Amazing story of just how they survived. All the white people there originate from there, and some from Britain as well. Yeah, the Boers. I'm right to the British settlers. Yeah. Well, the Battle of Rorke's Drift, which is the film Zulu is on, it's an incredible story of how they survived. Because, you know, 100 versus 4,000 is unbelievable odds. Yeah. People blame people now for people being settlers, but if you were in their position and you were offered the chance to go to a new land where, you know, there would be great opportunities, does that make you British or South Africa though? A bit of both. It depends though. It depends. Your grandfather would have been British. If you were born in South Africa, you would be South African. It's basically like that would make you South African. That would make you South African because your ancestor was British, but you would have been there that long. They would have been there that long that your family would have called themselves South Africans rather than British people. Yeah, so basically, it depends where you were born. What nationality you are, what you are, depends on where you were born. So all your family could have been from another country, but if you were born in, say, one country, you would be whatever that is. So if you were born in South Africa, that would make you South African. But because you've lived in Britain for so long and have British parents, you would be a dual national. You would be, would it be South African British or British South African? I think it's British South African. You would be classed as British South African. So, for example, I have both paps. Yes, you're a dual national. Yeah, because your parents are. If your parents are British, if your parents were British. If your parents were British, you would be a British national as well. But I can't speak the South African languages. Not everyone can. Not everyone can though. Like not everyone can speak every sort of language because there's a lot of languages. There's thousands of languages. It would be cool to learn them all, but I think it also would be impossible. I come here for this, didn't I? Yeah, I wanted one map. I wanted a map because I've got this bizarre idea. That I'm going to go to this train line. The main ones are Zulu, Xhosa, and Afrikaans. Yeah. Yeah, because Zulus are autonomous parts of I asked my mum about the British part because the Scottish thing. Yeah, but if you've lived in the UK for that long, you'd be a dual national, yeah. No, I don't know about the British passports because. Yeah, because 300 years ago is the cut-off. Basically, 300 years ago, you've got to have to be a dual national Swiss. You've got to have a British parent. To be a dual national, you've got to have a British parent. You can't go 300 years down the line because probably 1 billion people could turn around and do that. I know more Spanish than French. I'm the opposite. I know more French than I know more French than Spanish, but that's because my dad is half British, half South African. Yes, that's why. That's why. That's probably why you'd have a British passport then as well. Right, so I'm going to make a little room here. There will be a little room. A dual national, yeah. Yes, so if you're a dual national, yes. Dual nationality, and also if you're a dual national, it means that basically if you do a crime, they can get rid of your nationality. So they can basically relieve you of your passport. So Britain did it with a lady a few years ago. That that went to Islamic State and became like a terrorist wife because she had because this lady had a passport, because her mum was Bangladeshi and so this girl was British Bangladesh. It meant that the British government could turn around and the British government have found a way to turn around and basically deny her access back to the UK. It's a really I wouldn't say that Swiss. I wouldn't say coloured. Coloured's actually quite offensive. That's why you say black person. Coloured is quite an offensive older take to do it. Right. Yeah. Whoops. So, I'm going to create a tunnel this way. One of my friends is Asian, British and African. Yeah. A 3 nations... I don't know. I don't think so. Is that his ethnicity or... Is that his ethnicity or where he was born? I don't think that exists. I think that's just basically his ethnicity. It's basically if it's where you were born. It's where you were born. So I think it's where you're born. It's where you're born and if your parents were born in another country. So for example, I'm not a dual national. I'm exactly. It could be then, but I'm not sure if you can have a triple nationality. I'm not sure, but it'd be interesting to find out. I'm really confused now. I need to see where this is going to go. So I want to see at the moment if we can turn around. Well, not unlimited. You've got to have your parents have to be from that a nationality. Well, your nationality is where you're from, so it's got to be where you're from. So it is limited because you can't just turn around and say I identify with this country now. Okay, I know where we are. Okay. hey, we can do this. I know exactly where we are. So we can have it here, that this is right, we can have it right here, that this is exactly where this will lead from. So this will go straight to the town. It doesn't go that far though. Packets or cubes. It's not about packets. I just have a big bag of sugar. I just have a. It's not about packets. I just have a box of sugar. I pour a bag of sugar in a glass jar and put a cup in. But I don't have sugar in tea. I don't have sugar in tea. Am I from Manchester? No, I'm not from Manchester. I'm hundreds of miles south of Manchester. Hundreds of miles. Yeah, Manchester's a completely different accent. Manchester is northwest, I'm southwest, guys. I'm not Scottish. I'm very much far away from Scotland. So that train tunnel looks perfect, guys. We fixed that. That took us about an hour and 20 minutes. No, that's no, York is closer to York is the other side. York is northeast. I'm not York. York is in northeast England. York is even further away. Ooh. Thank you to the people who subscribed. Also, everybody, thank you for the birthday comments yesterday. That was really kind. Kind of, but not Winchester. And that's as far as I'll go, guys. But, yeah. But yeah, what was I going to say, guys? Anyway, guys, thank you for the. To be honest, I was just naming random towns. Obviously, I have heard of Winchester. It's where the old monarchy was from. It's where the British monarchy hailed from. Winchester. Winchester was the capital of Wessex. So a lot of the first British monarchs were from Winchester. La 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 la. Guys, if you can donate money to Joe so you can get a better camera. Fled the war in Sudan. Well, the war in Sudan I think started after I was born. I'm Swiss. The Sudan Civil War has only been on for the last 2 years. The Sudan War has only been on for 2 years. The Sudan War has only been on for like the last 2 years. Well, they've had wars beforehand, like the 2015 coup and things like that, 2019 coup and the 2021 coup. But yeah, a better camera. I don't have a camera. I have an Elgato. Am I from Lancashire? Lancaster? No, because Lancaster is also is right next to Manchester. Which is why they call it Lancashire. which is why you have the Lancashire Derby. Blackpool and Preston, Blackburn and Burnley. I think I keep thinking you're in... Yeah, what was I going to say, guys? Yeah, what was I going to say, guys? Like, get a better camera. I'm using an Elgato. I'm using an Elgato HD60 capture card, which I've had since I was like 15. I'm not from Plymouth, but that's as far as I'll... That's as far as I'll go, guys. Yeah, what was I gonna do? Yeah, what was I gonna do, guys? Yeah, yeah, today is my second day of being 23, guys. Thank you for the birthday messages yesterday in the comments. Yesterday, guys, that was greatly appreciated. You guys didn't have to do that, so thank you. Jesus, this donkey's got 3 kids. Joe's American? Yeah, Joe's not American. But yeah, I'd like to thank all of you guys for that. That was very nice of you. Happy late birthday. Thank you, it's Vamps. Thank you, guys. I was 23 yesterday. I celebrated my 23rd birthday yesterday. It feels a bit weird. You're the same age as my brother. Am I? Blimey. Yeah, I turned 23 yesterday. Feels weird. But he's a year above you, probably. Really? Oh, you're talking about school years. Were you talking about school years? I wouldn't remember school years, I gotta be honest. Yeah, school years in the UK. School years in the UK, basically, yeah. If you were born between September, if you were born between August 2001. Yeah, if you were born between August 2001 and September, if you were born between September 2001 and August 2002, you were in one school year. If you were born between September 2002 and August 2003, you're in one school year. Yeah. Yeah, it's because if you're in spring, you're a year ahead. It's a bit weird. It should be if you're born between January 1st. If you're born between... It should really be if you're born between January 1st. It should really be if you're born between January 1st. Well, it's not. It's not weird. It's not weird in the UK. So yeah, school years start in September. So anybody that's 4... School year starts... Jan to December, yeah. People born, yeah, in the UK, if you're born between, if you're 4 between by September, you start school. If you're not 4 by September, you start school the following year. So there's people. So for example, there was a kid in my school year. He should have been in the year below technically. There was a guy in my school year, he was born August 31st, so if he had been 1 year old, if he had been 1 day younger, he would have been in the school year behind. Belgian is a nationality. Yeah, Belgian is. No, Belgian's a nationality. Ethnicity is Asian, European. Ethnicity is like white, black, Asian. Belgian is a nationality. Welcome, Cloney. How old am I? I am... Hello, Swamp Nook and Tyler. I'm 23. I was 23 yesterday. Yeah, that's it. That's ethnicity. Your nationality, so where you're from, is... So, the country you're from is your nationality. He's 10 years older than me. I'm 10 years older than you. Bloody hell. So you just said your brother's the same age as me. Jesus, that's quite an age gap. Is he the oldest and you're the youngest or something? That's a really big age gap. Yeah. I have seen that before though. I have seen that. There was a girl in my school year. Basically, there was a girl in my school year. I was a mistake. What do you mean you was a mistake? But normally it's Vamps. It's the oldest one that was the mistake. But no one's a mistake. No one is a mistake. I wasn't planning, that's why it's... Well, my dad was the same thing, guys. My dad was the same thing. No, they planned him after their marriage. Oh, yeah. But that's a good thing, it's Vamps. That's a good thing. So you saw what they got in trouble for and then opted to not do it. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. What you can get away with is probably completely different to what they could get away with. What you can get away with is probably much different from what they could get away with. Because the youngest always gets away with it. And I say that from experience. What I would get away with, what I wouldn't get away with, my sister would get away with. But honestly, the youngest sibling always gets away with it. Like when I was younger, my sister could have got away with murder. You get away with if you've done something wrong. If you've done something wrong, like you can get away with. No. But I said it tends to be if you're a child, if you have where is your old world? This is my old world. I've always played this world. It just happens to be where. You have a discipline belt. That is slightly questionable, because that's not. I don't think that's allowed in the UK. I don't think belting a child is genuinely legal anymore. And I know it's not discipline. Yeah, that's. Yeah. But in the UK though, because it's Vamps is living in the UK, yeah, a discipline belt in the UK, I do not believe is actually. My brother and sister would be like, no, she deserves it. What about? Ooh. Yeah, a discipline belt is not. Yeah, discipline belt is that's not legal in the UK. They would hit their child with a belt. Yeah, that's not legal in the UK. 100%, that's not legal in the UK anymore. Like if that went to social services would get involved. that is generally not that's generally not legal. Like, if that got involved, social services would get involved, and there would be an investigation into parental negligence, due to the fact that, yeah, that isn't legal. It's not legal in the UK anymore. It's seen as an outdated practice. Whereas it might be legal in some places. In the UK, a hand is normal. A hand's, yeah. But I wouldn't hit them. Yeah. I just hand them again. I'd be like, well, no, gentle parenting. Gentle parenting does work, but only when there's consequences. Gentle parenting does work. But hitting someone with a belt, like, anger only fuels anger. If you hit someone with a belt, what does that teach? What does that teach children? This is the saying in the UK now: hitting someone with a belt because they've done something wrong. What does that teach children? Oh, it's when you're an adult, it's okay to hit other people if they've broken the law. It teaches them to be scared of the parent and listen, but you shouldn't be scared of your parent. You know, you're meant to love your child. Why would you want them to be scared of you? That's the very question. It teaches them to be scared, but you're the one that teaches your kid right from wrong. But hitting them with a belt with a belt, that doesn't teach. Making someone scared of you, you want them to listen to you, not be scared of you. Which in some countries, yeah, in some countries it kind of works. But it's an outdated practice. I wouldn't hit my kid or force them to have spicy tobacco. Yeah. Or eat blue cheese. Well, eating blue cheese is a thing, but yeah, hitting a kid with a belt, that's an outdated practice. While it worked 80, 90 years ago, children now, if you hit them with a belt, what does that teach children? So when you're old, when you can legally hit people with belts. It's, yeah. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. That's like that's nowhere different. That's exactly the same as, you know, if you swear, grab a bar of soap and shove it in their mouth. You shouldn't shove a bar of soap in someone's mouth. The naughty step works. You know, you sit on the naughty step for like half hour, or you have your phone or your Xbox, whatever, taken. You have your electronics taken, and you have your TV remote taken. Yeah, having your equipment taken and all that kind of works. Having your stuff that you would use taken from you, that's punishment. Not being able to use your phone. Not being able to use your phone and things like that. I'm too young to have a kid. Well, people have had kids when they're like 14, 15. There was a guy in my school year, his mum had his brother when she was 14. Well, yeah, but they're going to ban vapes anyway. Like, smoking, children born after 2009 will never be able to smoke, because the smoking ban, children born after 2009 will never be able to smoke, because basically the age of smoking is going to go up and up and up, so they can never get them. Which is a good idea. Like, smoking, while a habit that some people do, it is an unhealthy one. Six years vape in school, but that's the school's fault. That's the school's fault. Why are they selling them to children? They've got vaping. Schools have vaping problems. You shouldn't buy vapes. Literally say 16 on the can. You've got to buy a vape. It says 16 on it. Why aren't they? My ex vaped. He's 2012. So he's he's 13. No, he can't. He shouldn't be able to buy a vape. They don't sell it. They steal it from their parents. No, they don't. Because vaping is a new thing. Vaping's only been a new thing over the last 10 years. Vaping's only been a new thing over the last couple of years. They are, yeah. New vaping's only a new thing. 20 years ago, people smoked. They didn't vape. Vaping is a new thing. Kids are soft, but adapting the bad stuff of adults. Yeah. But vaping, though, Swiss, is 16, so it means people are getting them across the. It means people are buying them illegally, and it means people in the shops are selling them to people that they shouldn't. Learned flames, or did drugs? Well, yeah, you shouldn't be able to get them at 13. So obviously the shops are doing it wrong then. I don't know. Yeah, but what was mentioned about hitting someone with a belt, like that, that's draconian in the UK. That social services would get involved. In the UK, social services would get involved and look into would commit an investigation, because that's against. I think smacking a child now in the UK is for punishment is illegal in the UK now. It's illegal in Scotland, and I think it's now illegal in England to hit a child for punishment. Yeah, well, I've seen them do it. Yeah. I've got a really sore neck, guys. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for today, guys, but might as well stream for a bit. Oh, I want to thank you guys. We were aiming to see if we can hit. We were aiming to see if we could hit 400,000 views by the end of the year. As it stands at the moment, we are 2,000. We are literally 2,000, just under 2,000 away from hitting 400,000. Can we do it, guys? In the last 4 days of the year, can we do it? Only get with actual nice people. Yeah, I mean, there's. You know how how girls nowadays say they like a bad boy and things like this. I read a case recently about this young girl. She's roughly like 20, 22. She woke up on her birthday. She woke up the day after her birthday, or on her birthday or something like that, and she found her mum on the floor, and with what she believed was tomato sauce on her face. And most men treat women like shit. No, they don't. Most men do not treat women like shit. It's a minority that treat women like shit, and it's because It's because of this bald-headed twat that basically thinks he's a champion. It's because of this bald-headed twat who lives in Romania that thinks that wants to be king of the world. Motorbike guys, but that's technically racism. It's vamps. Not motorbike guys. Not all motorbike guys are like that. You know, some people that are on motorbikes tend to be really nice people, but it's a minority that outdoes it for the majority. So yeah, do you guys get what I mean? There's this guy that would upload videos, and his videos were watched by millions and millions of people. Yeah, but it's not just motorbike guys. It's not most men. It just happens to be that there's a minority, and some of them are egged on because they're scared, and then they see people that they idolize on TV and things like that. So, for example, some of them are insecure and they're not willing to admit they're insecure, so they take their insecurities out on other people. How old am I? I'm 23. I was 23 yesterday. Well, yeah, they have the bad guy vibe. Like, everyone has like, most people have the bad guy. You're only gonna find 25 years old motorbike guys. No, you're not. You're gonna find them at any age. You're gonna find them at any age. Like, the thing is though, people like Andrew Tate were the problem. The problem with Andrew Tate is he weaponized people's insecurities. Which is why his videos were targeted at young teenagers who don't really know who they are yet. Any age. Well, people on motorbikes, you don't have to be 25. You don't have to be people on motorbikes, they don't have to be 25. You can start riding a motorbike when you're like 16. But if you're a girl, you're always going to have that. You're always going to have that if you're a girl. Which obviously, there's nothing bad in that, someone smiling at you, because obviously they don't know if you're with someone or you're without someone. It's only creepy if it's people like 30 years older when you're a child. That's when it's wrong. But another person smiling at you, someone smiling at you isn't wrong. Yeah, so it depends what they were smiling at. You know, smiling at someone and saying good morning to them in the middle of the morning is not wrong. Some people are just having a happy day and want to share it. Like, not some, but some people, there are some people that generally are wrong. Yeah, that's where you should call the police, because that's where you should call the police. That is something very creepy. That's where you call the police, because that is very, very creepy. Swiss, I think you know what they mean by bell. Well, I know what they mean by bell. And that's disgusting. Yeah, that's really creepy. Next time, if you ever see anything like that again, here's some advice: write the number plate down. They were on a bike. Yeah, write the number plate down. You overreacting? That's not overreacting. That's if someone on a bike is staring at you in middle age and says like that, that's paedophilia. That's Swiss. Why didn't I change that? Why didn't you not search that up, and why didn't I just say Bell's another word for dick. Do you like my bell? If you say to someone, do you like my bell, it can also be, do you like my, you know, men's parts. Yeah, so that's basically borderline paedophilia. Oh, unless it could have been his bike bell then. It could have been like his bike. Could have been like his bike bell, but without the bike bit. Yeah, when you said just the bell part, that sounded like paedophilia. Yeah, he probably meant bike bell, but that's still a bit creepy. Oh, unless it flagged it up. Unless it didn't flag up. Yeah, you gotta be careful though. Yeah, I'm just gonna put my Joy-Con down because I've got an itchy nose. Thank you, everybody. We're aiming to hit 8K by next year. I don't even know who the man was, but yeah, it will be worth being careful though. Yeah, well, that's one thing though. That's one thing you're never ever gonna stop. Every place in the world, every place in the UK, and every place in the world has its bad spots. Every place in the world has its good spot and its bad spot. Every place in the world has its good spot and its bad spot. That's the one thing. That's the one absolute in this world. Every place has its good place and its bad places. You know, I'll work for the police and go off task just to arrest them. Yeah. Do you know what the problem is? Do you guys want to know my opinion on drugs? Legalize them. Legalize drugs and make safe, accessible ways for you to go and get them. And then you won't have people selling dodgy shit on street corners because they will become obsolete by natural, safe ways to get it. Legalize drugs and make safe, legal ways to get it. Then all the ones selling dodgy shit on street corners will be obsolete, because who would want this untested shit over safe shit? Like Donald Trump a few weeks ago. I don't like the current US president America's got at the moment, but I like what he did. Some of the toughest drugs in America, he labelled them weapons of mass destruction. I mean, which is quite a clever idea. Right. The new train station is absolutely perfect, guys. It's absolutely perfect. The new train station is absolutely amazing. Hello, my puppy is smarter than you. Hello, dog just ate all my snacks. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, guys, I burped then. Right. Right, we're gonna go this way. Work for the police. Yeah, but they're not working for the police right now. Do you know what? That's something that I'd never want to do. Work for the police. That's something that I never want to do. I don't think I'd make a good officer. I don't think I'd make a good. I don't think I'd make a good officer. A, because I wouldn't be able to chase down the criminals. I wouldn't be able to chase down the criminals. Like, they'd have a 30 mile. I'd never be a police officer, guys. I'd be a terrible police officer. I'd never be there on time. You know, if I was chasing after a criminal, hello cutest baby brother ever, welcome to the stream. I would be a terrible police officer. You need a job? Cool, so do I. Well, no, the tickets are useful. Well, because we're doing. I'd be a terrible police officer. Yeah. Hi, I secretly watch your streams. Well, you haven't secretly watched them, have you? Because you've commented, so you haven't been that secret. I think he's not. I think he's just. He's from another country, so I don't think he 100% understands what you're talking about. It's Vamps. Right, so. Yeah, nothing that was said there, though, was brain rotted. Nothing that was said there was brain rotted. So, we have actually, for the first time ever, we've actually improved the train station. I like it, guys, because it actually... We could actually have some little... We could have actually some little rooms here. Yeah, if I was a police officer, guys, I would spend... I'm quite short, guys, and I'm quite overweight, so I would be... If I was attacked as a police officer, I would be knocked out in one punch. And if I had to chase down a criminal because I'm overweight, it would be... I would be very... The US has oversized food. Well, the US don't have oversized food. It has oversized people. The problem with America is America has... What's the difference between the UK and the US? No, the UK... The difference between the UK and the US is the UK... I don't know, about 10 seconds? About 10 seconds? No, about 20 seconds. I don't know, 10 to 20 seconds probably. What was I going to say? The difference between the UK and the US is the UK tends to be more... Yeah, I could probably run for 20 seconds without being out of breath. But, well, 10 to 20 probably. So, the difference between the UK and the US... Great Britain, the UK tends to be more of a collective, whereas so the UK, people in the UK... The UK tends to be, you know, never leave a man behind. Everyone's in it together. Whereas the US, most Americans don't really care about the other people down the road. They're just someone else. Whereas the UK, they care about the person down the road. Do I see myself in 5 years working out in a gym? I'm not that overweight. I'm not that overweight. No, I don't see myself going to a gym. Like, I'm only £210, guys. Like, I'm not that. overweight. I just am overweight a bit. 1 meter football, 2 minutes for your life, 3 hours, yeah. I don't see myself working out in a gym. Like, everyone says about working out in the gym, but working out in the gym is not what it's cracked up to be. Working out in the gym is not what it's cracked up to be. You don't know what a pound is and you're from the UK. You don't know what a pound is and you live in the UK. kg's European, pound is British. Basically, £210 is 95 kg. The money, yeah. Yeah, the reason they say pounds is because 1 pound is 1 pound. If you weigh 20 pounds, it would be the equivalent of £20 notes. So, for example, 100 kg is 220 pounds. So one pound is the... What is 1 pound in kg? 1 pound... 1 pound is 0. So no, what's 2 pound then? 2... What the hell? 2.2 pound... 2.2 pound is about... 1 kg is 2.2 pounds. So if I punch someone, it would give me a pound. Yeah, 2.2 pounds is a 2.2 pounds is a kg. Basically, kg is more of a European thing. Pounds and stone are British. That's basically Great Britain is an interesting one. kg is more of a European thing, so we sort of switched to European standards, but now it's sort of gone back to what it used to be. But basically, in the UK, we use pounds, stone, and kg. So 1 stone is 14 pounds. That's how we do it. So yes, guys, I'm 95 kg. Yeah, well, yeah. So yeah, £210 is 95 kg because that's the exact equivalent. So basically, £10 is 5 kg. £10 is 5 kg. So if you're 210, you're 95. If you're 220, you're 100 kg. $100 equals £74. Yes, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about pound and weight, which is a little different. But yeah, it's an odd one. £1 is $1.33. Yeah, it is. Basically, so you'd rather be paid in British pounds than US dollars. Oh God. So yeah, 95 kg, guys. I'm not that overweight. I'm not exactly that overweight, guys. I'm just a little overweight. Well, I would probably, if I was a little bit, bloody hell, Dominic Calvert-Lewin scores in 6th consecutive match. If I was a couple of inches shorter, guys, I wouldn't be overweight. Sorry, if I was a couple of inches taller, I mean. Jesus. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, he's doing so well for Leeds. 8 goals, 15 matches. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has achieved a feat that not even Dominic Calvert-Lewin has achieved a feat that not even Harry Kane did. Dominic Calvert-Lewin's goal against Sunderland was his 6th goal in 6 games. Almost single-handedly putting Leeds on the path to Premier League salvation, but he might have forced himself into Thomas Tuchel's plans for the World Cup. Keep up the goals. Well, I hope so. He should have gone to the World Cup of 2022, but he got injured. Well, no. 6-7 means nothing. 6-6-7 means nothing. The word 6 or 7. Oh, I love that. Oh, I missed that then. I totally missed that, but I loved that with the sun behind that tree. That was a photo. That was a very photogenic opportunity. But I missed it. Yeah, 6-7. What are you doing? I was reading something, Mr. Jen. Hello, Burger. Welcome to the stream. Sorry. Yeah, no. Well, no. 6 or 7 means everything. You could say that was 6 or 7 months ago, but basically now I think Americans misheard that and heard 6-7. But of course, Americans take everything and turn it into something that it's not. That's like America, for example. For us, it's a burger. For them, it's a burger. For us, it's a burger. For them, it's a burger. Do you guys get what I mean? Yeah, in a way, yeah. Oh my god. Sorry guys, I've burped. Hello Burger Potato, welcome to No Mod. Oh, did I get rid of your mod by accident? I can give it you back. I sort of cut down the amount of moderators I had a bit. I sort of cut down the amount of moderators. You can have it back. Must have been the wind. I am the wind. I'm the wind, I'm the dirt, I'm the dust, I'm the sky, I'm the devil in the eye. Whew, that's a great line, guys, and I made that up on the spot. I am the devil. Oh, I was writing a book last night, guys. Hello, the Lego Animator. Welcome to the stream. I was writing a book last night, guys, and I come up with a really, really cool line. How many did you have? And 6-7 pisses me off. Yeah, it pisses me off as well. So people keep taking the piss. People keep moaning because I say the quote 6 or 7 a lot, but the word 6 or 7 is a British saying and it's been around for centuries. So if I don't know the correct number, I'll sometimes say if someone asks me a question, I'll normally say like, I don't know, it could be 6 or 7 opportunities. And people keep saying, you just said 6-7. I'm like, no, I didn't say 6-7, did I? Well, I did then, but Day 3 of asking Joe to please give me mod. I'm not giving any more mods out at the moment because I have cut down the amount of mods because we had about 10 or 11 and we only had about 8 people watching. I really asked it 3 times before. I know, but just because you want mod doesn't mean I can turn. Just because you've asked 3 times doesn't mean that I can turn around and just give you the mod. Like being in a stream doesn't being on my streams a lot doesn't guarantee that I'm just going to give you the mod. 4th century Joe asking to face reveal. I technically have face revealed, Swiss. You just didn't see the short film I did a few years ago. Yeah, I technically have face revealed. I've done videos with my face before. I have seen his face. Yeah, you have seen my face, Burger. But that's because I turned my. That's That's because you joined Decepted's Discord server, and I have my camera on in there, which I'm never going to do that again because Decepted AI'd my face and stuck me with a prostitute. He screenshotted my face. And I'm going to bury this. How old am I? How old am I? I was 23 yesterday. It was my birthday yesterday, so I turned 23, guys, yesterday. Why diss the USA? Why not diss the USA? Never mind part in the USA. It could be called This is the USA. Happy late birthday, Joe. Oh, thank you. It's really kind of you. Yeah, I had a lovely birthday, guys. Oh, guys. How many likes have we got on this stream? How many likes have we got on this stream? Yeah, but it's because America is quite a clowny country. How many likes have we got on this stream? Yes, I was. How many likes have we got on this stream? Did I see what Decepticon... What did he put, Burger? I haven't... I don't know what he's put. Am I brunette? No, I'm blonde. What about Poland, Israel or Ireland? Well, the most claimed country is the United States because people from the United States tend to have a reputation of being quite silly and a bit stupid. But not everyone. I'm not talking about you. I'm not aiming this at you, Swiss. It's general, so it includes you. I'm joking. I'm just talking about America in general. I'm talking about I'm talking about America in general. The American people get a reputation. No, brunette is brown hair. No, I'm blonde, which is why I said no. I think it was your server. It was on Christmas. Oh, the AI photo. No, have you seen the photo we did of the clown suit? I put the clown suit on Halloween and sent him a picture. And I said, look how fat I look in this clown suit. And basically, because of how the clown suit was, he put a dick with it. He put a dick with it, so it looked like I had my cock out, which I didn't. He's edited an image of it. And basically, the image that he's put, the image that he's put on his server, it looks realistic. But where he's put it was around my stomach. Yeah, yes, he's AI'd a video. It was really warm in summer, so all of us had our cameras on and all of us were shirtless. And because my chair broke, I was sat on the floor. So of course I looked down, and because obviously my camera is on, it looks like I'm looking down at something on the floor. It looks like I'm looking down at the floor, and it's, yeah, he basically AI'd a picture of he AI'd my face. Is this guy shirtless? Because it was warm. Why are men always shirtless? Because men are shirtless because if it's warm, clothes keep heat in. Shirts keep heat in. So if it's warm, men take their shirts off. That's just... But 3 or 4 of us just didn't have all of us didn't have a shirt on. I hated the picture Decepted do because my shoulders look huge. My head doesn't. I hated the image Decepted took. Yeah, but there's a reason for that. It's Vamps, but that's because there's a reason for that though. How does that work? Because women have private parts. Because women have private parts there, men don't. But if men took their took their bloody trousers and other parts off, they would be kicked out. Yeah. So the example is men don't have tits. So technically it would be men don't have tits, so that's why it's alright for men. But if men took, went somewhere else and didn't have it on, then they were kicked out. That's why. I know Joe has a crush on my profile picture. I just can't prove it. Yeah, Swiss is a man. Check DMs. Oh, you talking about... Fine, I'll check my DMs. Yeah. Yeah, I did see it. The image of my Yes, be safe this season from Joe. It's rumoured that he's finally left his room. Bro, you can't do him like that, at least on Christmas. Any day, can't let Jimmy away with this. I know. I know, Burger. Hello, random BFDI leather. Welcome to the stream. Didn't you buy my book, Random BFDI Leather? Did you enjoy it? I remember you saying that you bought my science fiction story. Did you enjoy it? I remember you saying on stream that you bought it. Did you enjoy it? You guys want to join VC with me? I can't at the moment. But I could do later. I liked it. Cool. Who was your favourite character, out of curiosity? If you can remember, that is. Oh. Oh, pardon me. My stream is really, really laggy at the moment. I think everyone has long hair, pretty much. I have longish hair, guys. The problem is, guys, I have a beard at the moment that I've not shaved since. It's a blue Yeti. Cool. I'm using a blue snowball. I use a blue snowball. I bought a blue snowball in like 2019. So this snowball I've had this blue snowball now for like 7 years. I need to say 17 then, but it's not 2036. Jesus, in 2036, in 2036, guys, I will be 33. I will be 34. I have short hair. Yeah, I have shortish hair, but I have a beard, guys, that I have not shaved since August. Oh, I hated the guy that watches my streams, Dr. FFFifu. I hated his comment in Decepted server. Decepted put a picture in of my beard. Decepted put a picture in of my beard, and the guy went, "Seriously, man, you should shave that." Fuck you. I wouldn't tell you to stop putting like kiddie responses into my stream when you're like 25. No offense, guys, but that did my head. That comment did my head in. Like, I kind of look like Timothy Chalamet. Timothy Chalamet shares a birthday with me. Well, not shares a birthday. He's older than I am, but yeah, Timothy Chalamet was born the same day I was. Obviously a few years ahead of me. Yeah, so it was Timothy Chalamet. It would have been his birthday yesterday. Because I saw that I have a, he has the same birthday I do. Well, he's alright. I've liked him in some films, but I've liked him in some films, but I think Timothy Chalamet's just everywhere at the moment, and I kind of find it boring that I kind of find it boring that he's in the same film. I found a small piece of metal and a giant piece of sea glass on the beach yesterday. Cool. But yeah, I want to go to the beach. I want to go to the beach sometime in the next couple of days, couple of weeks. Blonde hair is rare. Nah, blonde hair is not rare. It's not really rare. Blonde hair tends to be, you know, people that were born in Northern Europe. Blonde hair is not rare-ish. Like, it depends what type of blonde it is. So my hair was always blonde when I was younger, and my hair has naturally changed to a more blondish brown. My hair has naturally changed to a more blondish brown now, but my hair used to be really blonde. Yeah, but you know, some people's hair can generally change. So my hair changed. My hair dyed itself naturally. My hair changed colour naturally. Yeah, I couldn't believe Deceptive's comment on Christmas Day. In fact, Burger, if you're still in the stream, in fact, Deceptive didn't even message me happy birthday yesterday. Yeah, blonde is better. Yeah, blonde is lighter when you're younger, so my hair naturally sort of changed colour. Yeah, in the sun I'm more blonde. In the dark I'm more brown. It's like my beard, guys. It's like my beard, guys. When it's sunny, my beard's more ginger, and then underneath it's darker. It's weird. He's probably busy with his girlfriend. Yeah, he put something about Denmark the other day, so I was going to say don't take too many drugs, but then I realised it was the Netherlands. Happy birthday for yesterday. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah, Deceptive didn't even message me happy birthday, which I'm a dirty blonde. Yeah, my hair naturally changed colour, guys, from like blonde to more brown, which is weird. Yeah. But that's the weird thing. Nobody in my family was blonde. Well, my dad was blonde. My mum had blonde hair, and then they changed to. Well, no, my mum was never blonde. My dad was blonde. His become like a brownish black. Weird. Yeah. Hair is weird. Oh, pardon me. Deceptive probably was busy with his girlfriend. Actually, on stream once, I texted him get on the stream, and I jokingly said on stream, should I text Deceptive and say put the girlfriend down and come and give me a hand on the stream, which I thought was pretty funny. I don't think he ever found out about what I said on stream. I remember I mentioned it. Oraway, who watches the streams, jokingly typed in my Discord server the other day. He wanted to see Deceptive's Willy, and I responded underneath with you're gonna need a macro lens and a mirror. I'm surprised Deceptive hadn't killed me for that one, saying that we need a lens and make things bigger and a mirror for them to see anything. Right. Me and Decepted have known each other for so long now. Like I can get away with it. In fact, me and Decepted have known each other 12 years. Next year, me and Decepted will have known each other 12 years. I've probably known Decepted longer than some people on the stream's been alive, which is probably a Willy banter. No, that's silly banter. Well, everyone has silly banter. I read that wrong then. I read that's a Willy banter. I'm like, sorry. Actually, I went on a walk in the woods with Decepted once, guys, and he went off for a piss. He went off for a piss behind a tree, and then he come back and slipped on his own piss, and he landed in a heap on a pile of mud, and a pile of horse shit. And yeah, he slipped on his piss. He slipped on his piss, and then I jokingly started singing "Don't Look Back," Oasis, "Don't Look Back in Anger." Slip and slide the eye of your mind. You never know what you're gonna find. A better pace to slip on your piss. That's just weird to a furry couple. Ugh. Do I like furries? No, of course not. But yeah, but I don't really know what they are because that was not really a thing when I was younger. But then, to answer your question, guys, I don't know. I have no idea what half this shit is anymore. I think you've got to realise, guys, that I'm not young. Like, I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm not as young as I used to be, guys. You know, I am now. Well, as of 24 hours ago, I'm 23 years old. I'm 10 years older than most of the people in this stream. Most of the people watching this stream I'm 10 years older than them. Bro says that and he's only 24. I'm not 24, I'm 23. I'm not 24 for another 364 days. I'm not 24 till December of 26. Gee, that's going to be so weird. That's going to be so weird. Next year is going to be so weird because I will be 1 year off midway through my 20s. You're older than South Sudan. Yeah, but South Sudan's only been around for a couple of years, a couple of weeks. If we want to go down that route, I'm older than. If we want to go down that route, I'm older than Czech Republic. If we want to go down that route, I'm older than Yugoslavia. I'm older than Serbia. Because that was Yugoslavia up until a couple of years ago. You're older than your parents. You're older than North Korea. Yeah, you're not older than North Korea. Because North Korea is nearly 80 years old. I'm older than Donald Trump's receding hairline. You mean his already receded hairline? We all know that golden lock is a wig. We all know that those golden locks is a wig. Leave the US alone. Do you know what you reminded me of then, Swish? You reminded me of the Faulty Towers. Don't mention the war. I did, but I got away with it. I didn't start it. He started it. No, I didn't. You invaded Poland. I love that line so much. Don't mention the war. I did, but I got away with it. Right, what do you want? I'll have one Goebbels and one Hermann Göring. I didn't. He started it. I didn't. No, I didn't. You invaded Poland. I love that, Joe. We got some Germans here tonight. Don't mention the war. I did, but I got away with it. He's a clown. Well, so's the British Prime Minister. Like, the British Prime Minister isn't exactly a. Joe's a clever twin. I'm not clever. Guys, there. No offense, guys, but there is no way I'm clever. Like literally, I was always one of the worst people in my class. Yeah, Joe's. No, sorry, Joe's not clever. I know bro's hiding a big secret, but I don't know what. Tell us, Joe, tell us. What? About me not being clever? I have no idea what you're talking about. His wife is me. What? Joe has a secret wife? No, I don't have a wife. Why would I want a wife? Why would I... Joe, are you gay for Swiss? No, because I'm not gay. Sorry, shout. I am not gay, guys. I am 100% straight, guys. 100%. Right. What am we going to do? I want to clear some of my inventory up. Is there any more Is there another Premier League game today? What did you choke on? Air. I've had a rough throat for a couple of days. I've had a rough throat today. I had a really dry throat when I slept last night, and my throat's been hurting all day. Oh. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, just looking at the football results. Yeah. I have got PTSD from the cold. I have got Joe, tell us about your secret. I don't have a secret. I don't have a. I need to go to the toilet, guys. I'll be back in a second. I'm good. Well, I've already read your comment, it's Vamps. Guys, I'm gonna go AFK and eat some dinner. I will be back in 20 minutes. Before I go, that's a really funny comment, Swiss. That's really funny about Gothic architecture and buildings. That's a really funny comment. Oh, I'm back, but my capture card is turned off. There's a button to fix that though. All I've got to click is activate. Activate. I could do that though. That could work. Good. I'm back. Right, I'm back. Howdy guys, I'm back. Ooh. Do 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 do. Ooh, pardon me. Welcome back to the stream, guys. Sorry I had to go AFK for some dinner. Let's get rid of that AFK logo, shall we? Because I'm back. Alright. They mean yeah, in the UK, he's talking about trousers. Swiss is talking about trousers, but he's American. If he said pants, that's underwear. You're playing one-arm robber. Cool. Yeah, but that's the same thing. That's the same thing. Pants is boxers. They're exactly the same thing. You're playing a one-arm robber. How does he rob stuff? What's your name? The one-armed pirate. That's what one of the German leaders called his would-be assassin, the one-armed pirate. Because this guy had one arm, one eye. He's a one-armed robber. He has one arm. He robbed with one arm. He had no eyes. I love the line in Pirate. I love the line in I love the line in Pirates of the Caribbean. Did you know I once sailed with a geezer, lost both his arms, part of his eye. What do you call him? Larry. What do you call him? Larry. That's slightly odd, Swiss. That means everything was free hanging. Ugh. Dude, I'm going to start a Legacy World on my PS Vita Forever World on Jan 1st. Cool. Yeah, my Forever World will be 10 years old next year. 10 years. Survival Legacy, which is the name of the world, guys. It will be 10 years old. 10 years old. My YouTube channel, coincidentally, will be 10 years old. Ten years. Years old. I feel so weird. Hello, Everything Gaming. Of course I remember you. I'm very, very good. I am very, very good at remembering people. I'm very, very good at remembering people. It's not something that I... Yeah, hello Everything Gaming. I do remember you, yeah. I'm very, very good at remembering people. Everything gaming. I'm very, very good at remembering people. I'm very, very good at remembering people. It's very it's very hard for me to not remember someone, which is pretty good. Am I the only one that isn't sus right now? I'm not sus right now. I've literally just come back from eating barbecue ribs. I had 2 left over from my birthday meal yesterday, and I could only finish one of them. I can only finish one of the rib rack. One of the rack of ribs. Joe is the Einstein of the modern era. No, I'm the J.R.R. Tolkien of the modern era. Because I'm a novelist. Because I like writing, because I write books. I'm the Tolkien of the modern era. No, I'm the Shakespeare of the modern era. Perhaps they were just looking for someone to ask for help then, which, you know, that's normal. I think nowadays people think everyone's suspicious, even though they've not actually done anything which is suspicious. If you get what I mean. Ooh. I'm just gonna move my chair a bit forward. Guys, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you guys a question? Did you live stream the start of the world? The start of this world? No, because I didn't live stream then Everything Gaming. This world, when you would have watched the streams a couple of months ago, this is the same world. This world was basically... This world I started filming on in 2017, just in YouTube videos. This is technically a live episode of my survival world. Oh, are you guys okay with me promoting my books on the stream? Like underneath the screen? Because I had someone completely and utterly have a go at me about it the other day. And I didn't know whether everyone else was like that. I didn't know whether everyone else was like that. Yeah. And it's something that has been in my head the last couple of days. It's been in my head the last couple of days. And I'm sat there. They should be at the top of the screen. Yeah, well actually we could do that. I could switch that up. I could do that now actually. I could technically do that now. Actually, saying that would have been a better idea. Anyone else here like that weighs £4? You'd be dead if you weighed £4. You'd be dead if you weighed £4. You would literally be dead. let's just pin that a second. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the right stuff. Actually, what Burger says 100% right. Yeah, I probably should do that, and then we can have the live subcat underneath. That looks way better. Hello, MC Ben Remote. Welcome to the stream. Perfect. Yeah, that looks way better. Thanks, Burger. That's a really good suggestion. I cannot move. I cannot move. Where am I? Oh, I'm under the wood. Yeah, thank you. I just decided to do that. Yeah, I had someone have a go at me about it, but at the end of the day, I'm promoting content. I'm promoting content that I have worked on. I tried to make a book, it would be 1 page. In fact, if I tried to make a book, it would be 1 page. Depends. Yeah, but then what you do is you write. If you're writing a story, everything gaming. If you're writing a story, you write out the idea first, and then you can break down how much you want into the idea. So, would you guys like to see? Would you guys like to see my notes for a book that I'm working on? Would you guys like to see my notes for a book that I'm working on? Right, I'm going to put an image in just for 2 seconds and just explain to you. This is the mind of Clement Joe. This is the mind of Clement Joe. This is how Clement Joe writes a book. This is how Clement Joe writes a book. I break down the chapters and what needs to have happened by the end of the chapter. So, for example, this one I'm working on, it's about a guy that is about a fan. This one I'm working on is a fantasy story about a guy that lands that is on a ship, and he wakes up in a distant land, and he's ended up being he's hunted by a 7-foot elf. He's hunted by a 7-foot elf. There we go. So that's how I break it down. That's how I write a book. How did I make the cover? How did I make the cover? How did I make the cover? I did it in it's about 1.95 meters. It's 1.95 meters. So it's 1.95 meters. So you don't need the zero. You don't need the zero. Yeah, it's vamps. You don't need the zero. 100 centimeters is a meter, so it would be 1.95 meters. 100 centimeters is 1 meter. So, for example, someone that is 6'7", is 201 centimeters. Yeah, 100 centimeters a meter, so it would be 1.95 meters. Yeah, 1.95 meters is very tall. Like, the average human the average humans the average human is 1.7. Yeah, the average the average human is 1.75. 170. Yeah, the average human is 1.7. The average human is 1.7 meters. Well, the average human is 1.7. That's the average male. 8. No, that's 5. That's 5'10". It's like this. 1.7 is 5. 1.7 is 1.7. 1.7 is 5'7". You know, 1.8 is 1.10 is 1.8 is about 5'10". Well, 1.10 is about 5'10". Sorry, 5'11". 6 foot is actually 198. No, it's not. It's 183. 6 foot is 183. 198 is 6'6". It is, no, it's 198. 198. 6 foot is 198. It's not. 6 foot is 6'5" is 190.5. Because you just said 6'5". Oh, sorry, I read it as 6 foot. Yes. No, 6'4" is not 195. That's 190. That's literally 6'4" is 193. It's every 2 centimeters. Every 2 centimeters is an inch. So 6'5" is 195. Here, 1.95 meters in feet. 190 is 6'2.8". 193 is 6'4". It says 6.4, but it's not. That's metric. Here, 195 centimeters in feet. Here. Yeah, it's 6'5". 195 centimeters is 6'5", and then it's every sort of 2.5, 3 centimeters. Yeah, so every. Yeah, so 195 is 198 is 6'6". 195 is 6'5". It's every 2.5, 3 centimeters. 6'5" in meters. Yeah, that's 1.95. But that's just the Europe 6.5. That's because you've put 6.5. The metric number, that's in metric. The number's wrong. The number's wrong. So 5.9 in meters, it would give you 5'11". It would give you 5'11", because they type it. It's typed different. I did in foot. Yeah, but put in the point. So you would have to put. Don't put the point. 6'5". So you've put 6.5, not 6'5". If you get what I mean. So you've got to put the footwork. Yeah, a comma is not how it works. So 6'5" here. 6'5" in centimeters. 195.58. £6'5" here. 6'5" in centimeters is 195.58. So someone who's 170 is 5'10". If you put 0.5, it says something completely different. 6.5, it'll give you a completely different number. It's just bizarre. 6'5" in meters. Yeah, in meters it's going to give you slightly different. Because meters, there's no concept in meters for halves. If you put it in meters, yes, it's going to do that. But it's not. 6.5. If you put 6.5, if you put 1.95 in meters, it will give you that because it doesn't have a thing for the points. Yeah, Google's converting is a little bit out. Google's converting is a little bit out, but if you put 6'5" in centimeters, 1.9 it's 195.58. But the problem is in metric that 0.58 there's nothing to calculate that. Anyone want to schedule me for weight loss? Why would you want to lose weight? And that it depends though. When you're young, you tend to think weight. It's a weird one. You're 49 kg. That's quite low, Swiss. That's quite low. .48's quite low. Yeah, if you're young, you tend to think you're a teen. But 48's quite low even if you're a teen. Yeah, 50 kg. 50 kg isn't exactly that. Isn't it is quite. You're 5'10", so you're taller than me, Swiss. You're taller than me, and I weigh nearly 50 kg more than that. 49 kg is very low if you're 49 kg is very low for 5'10". So what are you, Swiss? Are you like 178 centimeters? Are you like 178 centimeters, Swiss? Or just a bit or over that? That's quite. I swear to God, that's very low. Possibly 178. 178 centimeters is 5'10". So you're if you're 5'10", you're 3 centimeters taller than me. That's very low. How are you doing today, Joe? How did your Christmas go? My Christmas was really good. Thank you for asking me, Aho. That's how was yours, by the way? Welcome to the stream. Yes, Swiss. When you said 49 kg, that's very low. That is. Hello, I like potatoes. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna search that. I think that's very low for that height. Here, Swiss. 5'10" and 49 kg is very, very low, falling significantly below the healthy range. The average weight for someone that's 5'10" would be between 58 to 60 and as high as 78. Yeah, when you said 49 kg then, I thought that's very low. Especially for you being 5'10". Good as it good. Got a Dignity dollar Roblox gift card. Cool. Welcome to the stream. Did advance. And 85 with 85,000 events, which my mum took and is not giving it back to me, saying I won't spend it. I meant to say 50. Cool, cool. Yeah, that's bad though if it's been taken from you. Hello, Pixel King. Set alarm to wake up at 9 AM and they didn't. I actually set them for 9 PM. I really need to go to bed more early. I mean, you're like 13. You're like 13. You probably should go to bed earlier. You probably should go to bed earlier at 13. At 13, you should probably be in bed by like 9 o'clock. At least. My time scales are terrible. Excuse me. It's alright. How was my Christmas? My Christmas was alright. It was my birthday yesterday, so I probably ate too much food. I went on a really massive meal, guys. Oh, guys, how many likes have we got on this stream, by the way? I promise. I said I'd put a photo. I said I'd put a photo of my dinner yesterday if we hit like 30 likes. I can't step past 10. But yeah, you're what, 14, 15, Hill, aren't you? That's not past 10 o'clock going to bed when you're like 14, 15, when you're like 15 is normal. Almost 16. Yeah, staying up to like 10 o'clock, going to bed at like 10 o'clock at night is normal when you're 15. I went to bed at 2 AM, woke up at 9 AM. Let me just look at what the how many likes this stream has got. Oh, it's only got 6. Oh, I'm sorry then. I'm gonna grab my phone in a minute. I'm gonna go do it early. I'm gonna put a photo in, guys, of what my dinner looked like yesterday. And you guys are gonna call me the fattest man ever. I'm gonna send it to Decepted. Why didn't it send? I'm going to send it to Decepted so I can download it on my phone. Hello, Pekka is good at Clash. Welcome back to the stream. I'm going to start locking in from Wednesday and do fish and finish all my missing work. Cool. I didn't sleep until 5 AM today. Bloody hell. I'm going to show you guys what I had for breakfast. I was up to like 1 AM trying to get caught up in schoolwork. At least on homework. At least you were doing that though, Pixel King. At least you at least it was like something generally at least you were doing something generally useful. Oh, Deceptor didn't even message me happy birthday yesterday. He's in Denmark though, apparently. I should call the police on him in Denmark. Guys, I promised, I said earlier on I'd show you guys an image of what I ate yesterday for my birthday meal. Because I went to a restaurant, guys. And I gotta be honest, I didn't finish it. Oh. It's too big. The image is too big. And the wooden chopping board was the size of my laptop. The chopping board was the size... The actual board it was on was the size of my laptop. It's the size of my laptop, and my laptop, literally my laptop's the size of my arm. The plate was the size of my arm. Was literally the size of my entire hand and forearm. It honestly, it was a mixed grill. It was lovely. There was ribs, chicken, pork. It was absolutely lovely. But it's huge, guys. Like, there was 2 eggs, 2 tomatoes, lettuce, peas, pulled pork. It was happy late birthday, I think. Oh, that's really kind of you. Thank you. Honestly, guys, that was the size of my arm. That plate was literally... That plate was as big as my arm. It's huge. Let's just say, guys, I didn't finish it. And I'm probably I will admit, happy belated birthday. Oh, thank you, Pixel King. That's really kind of you. Thank you, A-Hill. That's really kind of you. Yeah, guys, 23 yesterday. I did stream for a little bit, but then I knew I had to go to this meal. Yeah. after eating that and all the other Christmas food, I will be 100 kg by next week. I need to lose weight. I'm joking, guys. I'm on a seafood diet. I see food and I eat it. It's not. I enjoy it. But streaming for hours is one thing, because I love doing it. I absolutely love doing these streams, I will admit. But I had noticed this year how much weight I gained. I had noticed that obviously I had gained a lot of weight this year, but it's probably because I wasn't as active as much. It was probably because I was streaming a lot more. I wasn't shooting as many videos this year. He's a cute overweight baby. I'm not a baby, guys. I'm 23. Because I was streaming more, I realised that I had gained quite a bit of weight. I did lose a stone this year, but I've probably put it back on. I did lose 14 pounds this year, and I've probably put it back on. But you know, it's one of those. But they say look after your health and look after your body, which good idea. We'll be in the stream at AFK. That's all right. I got tall, but then I gained 15 pounds. I don't think that's normal. I think it would have been better if I gained 5. No, but you do. The thing is, though, Pixel King, when you as you get older, you do gain weight, but also you gain muscle as well, because that's how it works. Like when you're getting muscle weighs more than fat, so obviously as you grow, you know, your bones grow. I mean, when I was 13, 14, from when I was 13 to 14, I think I grew. When I was 13 to 14, I think I grew. Well, you don't know though, because it's completely different. As you grow, you think, but then eventually it levels out. Your weight doesn't automatically go up. Your weight doesn't as you grow taller. Yeah, you do gain weight, but you do lose weight as well. You do lose weight as well in that process. So there was a kid in my school year. He was really fat. There was a kid in my school year. He was really fat in our first years of secondary school. But then obviously he hit puberty, started to grow, and then eventually a lot of that fat was just baby fat, and then obviously it disappeared after he hit puberty, and that's what happens. I don't think you'll be 250 pounds, because if you were 250 pounds, that would be obviously it would be a large number, but that's not how it works. That's sort of not how it works. So even though as you get taller, you do gain weight, so you weigh more than you did when you were younger, but that doesn't mean that you gain ridiculous amounts of weights every time you grow. But your body has to gain weight to support your growth. It's like gravity. It's like gravity. If you go onto a different planet, if you go onto Mars, you weigh less, because your weight only things, but your weight is isolated to what planet you're on because of gravity. So I'm 210 pounds, guys. I'm 210, 215 pounds on this planet, on Earth, but then you go somewhere else, and you would be completely different. That's something that I only know that, guys, because I was researching that for a book. I only know that because I was researching that for a book. I was writing a book earlier on this year. I was writing Dawn of Planets 1's War. I was writing the book Dawn of Planets 1's War, which will come out next year. And I wrote a new planet. I created a planet called Vexica. Yeah, weight, mass, gravity. So I wrote a book called Dawn of Planets 1, which comes out next year. Basically, there's a place they have to go to another... Somewhere in the story, they have to go to another planet. So I didn't just want to say they go to this planet. I wanted to explain how, like, they're on a different planet. So I put research in... Yeah. I put research into the gravity side of it. So this planet was 2 times smaller than Earth. This planet was a little bit smaller, so obviously the gravity was more. So the gravity's less on a smaller planet. So for example, this character who's really important in the later chapters, I wrote it in that he's about 6 foot, 227 pounds or something like that. But he feels like 50 on a different planet. But so he feels lighter, he feels faster because on another planet. So I looked at I did research into the gravity mass stuff because I wanted to create something. I wanted to create something that feels real and it feels real. So on a different planet. On a different planet, yeah, your gravity and mass means completely different. It's why if you're on a what do you call it? It's why if you're on the moon, it's why if you're on the moon, for example, guys, so it's why in space you have weightlessness because there's no gravity. It's a really... I find the stuff interesting, especially when I'm writing a book on a different planet. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like 89 on Mercury. 89 what? Pounds? Yeah, pounds or kg. Yeah, like, yeah, Swiss. When you said 49 kg, that's very, very low. That's like for 5'10". That's like 108 pounds. That's really low. When you said that. 89 years old. Because years are 6 months. That is true. But yeah, that's because it's so close. That's because it's so close to Venus. Because it's so close to the sun, it goes around, yeah. I would be... Imagine being only 4'7" and 270. That would destroy you. That would destroy you. In fact, have you guys ever watched the film Super Size Me? It's a documentary from roughly 20 years ago. People were suing... Thank you, random BFD. I love that's really kind of you. You should be stronger. Yes, you should be stronger. Technically, there's a... Yeah, there was a... So there were... Happy late birthday. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Egg. That's really kind of you. Yeah, there was a documentary called... Yeah, there's a guy called John Minnock Boa. I can't... Minnock Boa. 1,400 pounds. He was what he was 1,400 pounds. He was 100 stone. He's one of 2 people to have survived being 1,000 pounds. Crazy. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, based on what Pixel King said, there was a documentary done about 20 years ago where people sued McDonald's because they thought McDonald's made them fat. So there was a girl, she was about 5'6" and 270 pounds, so she sued McDonald's. And Morgan Spurlock, who was a documentary filmmaker, he shot a documentary where he went to McDonald's every day where he went to McDonald's absolutely every day, and ate all this food. He ate all this food from McDonald's, and he gained like 40. He gained a lot of weight. Like, oh shit. Give me a sec, guys. My TV that I'm using as a monitor's gone off. But don't worry, it's just turned back on instantly. We haven't had that issue where the remote wouldn't work. I was about to search up Morgan Spurlock because he's dead now. He died last year. Morgan Spurlock. Did he die last year or the year before? Yeah, he died in May 2024. Morgan Spurlock. How much... I'll be back in a second. So, after Super Size Me, because he was eating all this McDonald's stuff, he accumulated mood swings, he had sexual dysfunction and health risks. He gained a 13% increase in his body mass. He gained 25 pounds from eating McDonald's. But yeah, this documentary is unbelievable. But yeah, he gained so much weight just by going to McDonald's for a month for this test, and he actually proved about what's 9 plus 10? 21. I'm gonna be honest. That 21 was 6'7" before 6'7", but the only difference was 21 was actually funny because 21 was a kid. 21 was a kid that just generally was clueless. Does Kindle cost money for the book? Because I saw a link for Kindle. Well, you don't have to have a Kindle to buy it. It's just ebook. It says Kindle, but you can buy it as an ebook. It's just an electronic book. So it's not just for Kindle. It says Kindle. You don't need a Kindle to read it though. If you buy it on your laptop or your phone, it will just automatically open up a reader called Kindle Reader, and you can read it on your phone or your laptop or whatever. You don't have to have a Kindle to buy it. To read it, you don't have to have a Kindle. So basically what it would do, let's go. That's going to be one of my major things of next year, guys. One of my major things of next year is going to be promoting my books, because I need to try and work out a way of promoting it properly. So, for example, if I go to let's go to bookshelf. I'm well aware you guys can't see the tab that I'm looking at. I could actually show you guys my tab, but there's no point. If I go to right, Kindle ebook. Let's go to the UK site. If I was to go and click buy now, it would automatically download the book onto my laptop. That's how it works. So it doesn't cost money. Basically, the book costs money. The Kindle bit doesn't cost money, but the book costs money, because it's not like a thing. Oh, a YouTube streamer has. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get my Joy-Cons off. This is the Switch 2, by the way, guys. This is the Switch 2. If you port Legacy Console Edition, ports onto Legacy Console Edition ports onto the Switch 2, and it plays it a little better. So basically, this is now running. This is technically this is running super smoothly. The Switch 2 runs really nicely on Minecraft, so it doesn't lag. It's really nice. Oh, pardon me. Yes, so Minecraft works. Minecraft Switch 2 works on here. Also, it automatically ports your worlds over for you. So Survivor Legacy has been ported to Switch 2. I am keeping my original Switch though. Wait, are you on Switch? Yeah, this is Nintendo Switch. This is old Minecraft. Yeah. This is old Minecraft. I've got Minecraft here. It happens to be I've played Minecraft would this Minecraft version would normally be next to this one, but I've played some other games since. Are you playing the Switch 2 right now? Yeah, this is the Switch 2. Switch 2 looks slightly different. Switch 2 looks slightly different. Yeah, this is the Switch 2. How do you live stream on the Switch? I'll get a HD capture card, so it's a HDMI wire. So my HDMI wire from the Switch 2 goes into my capture card. Another HDMI wire goes from the capture card to the TV, and the USB wire goes to my laptop. But yeah, I've always streamed. I started initially I streamed on the Wii U. I can do this through the Wii U. The capture card works on all platforms, guys. So if you're filming Minecraft or YouTube content, video games, it's worth getting a capture card because they're compatible with every video game console. They're compatible with every video game console. Well, the Switch, to do the Switch, you need to have it in the dock. That's the only thing. You can't stream for the Switch when it's wireless. But yeah, this is generally the Switch 2. It's running slightly smoother, and the resolution looks a little bit more. The Switch 2 is okay to buy for one thing, but the games cost a quarter of your brain, 2, 3 in your tongue, both your eyes. Yeah, but it's it depends though, Pixel King. It depends if you're it depends if you're rebuying the games. So for example, all I've done is buy the Switch. All I've done, guys, is buy the Switch because every single game I've got is compatible. So my Minecraft, both Minecrafts, YouTube, FIFA 23, 22, 24, 25, 26, Nintendo Switch Sports, Civilization, Lego Marvel's 2, Lego DC, Villains, Lego Star Wars, Lego Harry Potter, all the Lego games that I've got, all the Batman games, everything's compatible. Every Switch game, so you can buy a Nintendo Switch and not pay a penny for a game. You can buy a Nintendo Switch and not. It's ever I get a job. Yeah. Otherwise, what other money? Yeah, what I did, guys, is that in the UK, if you progress, I will admit, in the UK, if you progress on to the next year of your uni course, your university gives you money as a thank you, as in congratulations. So I sort of used mine to buy the Switch 2. I sort of used mine to get the Switch 2 because I never spent any of it last year. Even though I finished my uni course. I never spent any of it, so I used it to buy the Switch 2. But that's the thing. Also, some of you guys buying my books and buying channel memberships also paid for it, so thank you. Yeah. But to be honest, yeah, Swiss. You are aware that you know, other country, you know, you're aware that, you know, places like Hungary, Romania, and all those countries do have high populations. Europe, even though Europe looks small on the map, it's not actually small. It's like I really love what you said, Pixel King, about is it scary being next to Russia? I'm like, but Russia's 2,000 miles away. I'm like, Russia's nearly 2,500 miles east from here. I'm like, you're probably that's probably the distance. That's probably the distance from Iceland to the United States. There's a similar distance between Iceland to the United States. Well, it's unlikely, yeah, but you never know. The only thing is, though, guys, I keep forgetting with this Switch 2, there's a button on the back to release the magnetic Joy-Cons. And I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting it's there. Yeah, my aim next year is to my aim next year is to hit 8K subscribers, 10K subscribers, because my YouTube channel is 10 years old. So if any of you guys are watching my YouTube channel next year, which I assume most of you will be, my YouTube channel will be 10 years old, and so will this Minecraft world. So I've set up a plan that I would like to build as much as possible on this world next year. I practically want to do like a 10-year celebration where basically I build as much as possible. I hope I will. It's alright. I'm aiming to build as much as possible. Which would be an incredibly nice thing to do. Oh my god, I've hurt my arm. Actually, saying sweetie doesn't guarantee you're gay. Sweetie is actually sweet. You can say that to people. Like even a non-gay person would say that to someone. Wait, like next year, like 2026? Yeah, 2026. My Minecraft world, this Minecraft world here will be 10 years old in 2026. My YouTube channel was created in December 2016, so my YouTube channel will be 10 years old next year. So I've had this channel now longer than I've had this channel now since some of you were probably like 5 or 6 years old. So if any of you were born in like 2011, 2002, so if any of you were born in, it's like 4 days. Yeah, 4 days. Yeah, 4 days, because the 27th is 5 days. So I was born 5 days before the end of the year. Well, I should have been born like 12 days before the end of the year, because I should have been born on the 20th, guys. But I wasn't. I had to stick on. I had to stay in there. I'm still in the Evan year. It'll be my 2nd year in Africa. Cool. Oh my god. Oh. New Year's 2020. In fact, guys, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna on December 31st, so obviously 3 days time. Joe still hides a secret. I haven't got a secret. Even well, I don't have a secret. My cat is just laying on her cat bed right now by my door, and as soon as I wake up, she trails, and I have to give her a good morning pet. My aunt's cat does that. My aunt's cat does that. My aunt's cat sort of knows when it's. My aunt's cat sort of knows when it's when it's night time, when it's time for bed. So she rounds up my aunt and uncle and basically takes them, forces them into the bedroom. Animals, Bengers. Animals. Guys, what's everyone's favourite animal? What's everybody's favourite animal? Yeah, I do not have a pet, guys, but that's one thing I'd hate. I'd hate to be woken up in the middle of the night by an animal. Although I love animals. What's everyone's favourite animals? A wolf? I like bears. Mine's an elephant, guys. I love elephants. I have always loved elephants. I've got a teddy elephant somewhere. I've had him for 22 years. Only in the morning. That's horrible if you have been woken up. My Are you kidding? Have you seen my profile picture? I have seen your profile picture. It's a tiger. Elephant's one of my faves. Yeah, I've got a teddy elephant. I've had it for 20 years. Over 20 years. So it's older than you guys. Yes, the teddy elephant I have, guys. And I still have it. I've had it for over... I've had him for over 20 years. In fact, my whole idea in my films... You should keep it longer. Of course I'm keeping him. Of course I'm keeping him as part of my life. I've got an idea. Part of my filmmaking thing is I always want to have him in... I want to have him in the background of my short films. I want to have him in my background in my short films, so he's like an Easter egg for you guys to find. So he already appears. He already appears. You guys have got to find him. You guys have got to find him in there's already a short film on this channel. And you guys have got to try and find him. He just... Well, I used 2 elephants and I used 3 elephants in that film, but the one hiding in the one scene is an Easter egg for you guys to find. And that's the whole point. So this teddy elephant that I've had for 20 years, he's going to appear in every short films. He's going to appear in every short film I do. Because I like that. I got the idea. Well, I got the idea from Raka Raka. They used to do it with one of their old teddies, and I really like that idea. Joe, do you like bears? I do. I do like bears. I mean, I just love animals, though. I love animals. So I really love watching like the David Attenborough documentaries. You know, when he's just going around looking at animals. David Attenborough, what a man! 99 years old. He's 100 in May, and he's still shooting. He's still doing TV series. Oh, do you mean platypus? David Attenborough. 99 years old. Yeah, David Attenborough is 99 years old. And he's still working on TV series and things like this. What was I going to say? I want to look at his I want to have a look at his filmography in a minute. David Attenborough, his first documentary he did was in 1952. So that's 63 years ago. No, 73 years ago. I read it wrong then, guys. I do apologise. So in 2020, in the 2020s, he's already done 2. And I imagine he's probably got something else in the works as well. He does a lot. He's done a lot. Just unbelievable person. The oldest tortoise is 194. Yeah, there's a shark. There's a shark somewhere. They believe he's 500 years old. As a shark, they believe he's about 530. So, they have worked out that he was alive when Henry VIII was an infant. Henry VIII was King of England from 1509 till 1547. So, this shark, they reckon, has been alive while the Holy Roman Empire collapsed, World War One, World War Two, what's the other one? He saw the 7 Years' War. He saw the 7 Years' War between Britain and France. He saw, the rise of the He saw the rise of the British Empire, the collapse of the British Empire. The rise of the French Empire, the collapse of the French Empire, the rise of the Soviet Union, the collapse of the Soviet Union. He saw the rise of Germany, the fall of Germany. He saw the rise of America, and America reach its peak and then start to decay. I do know. I have heard of Perry the Platypus. I have heard of him. But yeah, the shark, in just unbelievable. You can say about this shark, man's seen some stuff. Man has been around so long, man has been around so long, he's probably seen 100 billion, he's probably seen over 5 billion people born and die. I was reading an article the other day. They reckon since the humans appeared, since humans first appeared 300,000 years ago, since humans first appeared 300,000 years ago, they believe that there have been 117 billion humans, because obviously, people live, people die. There's 7 to 8 billion people alive now, but there's been billions of other people alive during their lifetimes. Hello, Finq. Welcome to the stream. Happy late birthday. Welcome back to the stream. So the history is unbelievable. Have you guys ever watched this video? I can put the link in if you haven't. Thank you for the birthday message. That's really kind of you. It's a saying now Romans don't even exist anymore. Well, the Roman people, they evolved into Italians. But the thing is, though, Rome was huge back in the day. Rome. One of my local areas was a Roman. One of my local areas was Rome. There was a lot of Roman stuff. One of my parts where I'm from the part where I'm from in the UK was deeply Roman. So yeah. In fact, Rome, you had the Second Roman Empire in Byzantium, but Russia has always called themselves the Third Rome. Russia has always seen itself as the Third Roman Empire. It's really interesting. Russia has always called itself the Third Rome. Well, yeah, everyone's different from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, Everyone's different from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, Great Britain was Anglo-Saxon. You know, we don't actually know much. We don't actually know much about the kings from 1,000 years ago. Here, 1020, 1025. 1025. Here we go. I'm going to have to zoom it in. Shall we see what happened in the year 1000? January. Shifuru, the daughter of powerful Japanese court official Fujiwara no Sansuke, has her Mogi ceremonies. She wants to make his daughter an imperial consort, which causes the dislike of Empress Ishii, the daughter of Mishinaga, eventually Kampu regent. So this guy prevents it. February 25th, the Fatimid Caliphate, Badr al-Dawla Nafada, leads a group of Egyptian soldiers and white slave soldiers from Cairo to end the black slave rebellion in the famine-stricken Egyptian capital Fustat. In February 1025, in what was the kingdom of Israel, Faith al-Qawar, the Fatimid governor of Jerusalem, and the governor and another guy, the governor of Palestine, make a successful assault on Ramla against Hassan ibn Mufara al-Jarrah, the leader of the Jarids of Syria. March 6th, the Duchy of Aquitaine in France, the Aquitanian barons, prelates meets to discuss William the Fat, the son of the Duke of Aquitaine. Discuss the claims by William the Fourth, the Fat, yeah. Son of the Duke. Why do they call him the Fat? That's a horrible name for a king. Oh, have you ever heard of King Charles the Fat? So, Herbert, the Count of Maine, is imprisoned at Saints after being lured by the Count of Anjou. But Boleslaw the Brave is crowned as the first king of Poland. Oh, April 18th, Boleslaw becomes the first king of Poland. June 17th, Mieszko Lambert, the second Lambert, becomes the second king of Poland after the sudden death of his father, King Boleslaw the Brave. Byzantine Emperor Basil II, Bulgar dies in Constantinople after a 50-year reign. Never married, he is succeeded by his brother and co-emperor Constantine VIII, who becomes the sole ruler of the Byzantine Empire. Constantine calls the Sicilian invasion off. Incredible history. Yeah, there was a king in France in 885. He was called Charles the Fat. How did the Anglo-Saxons look? The Anglo-Saxons looked like they were a thing. Thingamajiggy bob. The Anglo-Saxons looks like me and you. The Anglo-Saxons were white because they were from Germany. The Anglo-Saxons were white. They were from Germany, and because they were from northern Germany. They were initially from northern Germany. So the Anglo-Saxons were white because they were from northern Germany. That's why. So they didn't actually look any different to modern British people. Anglo-Saxons were from modern Europe. Are they the OG Brits? No, the Welsh. The Welsh are the OG Brits. The OG Brits are the Welsh and the Scottish. The Welsh and the Scottish are the OG Brits. Basically, Celtic British people. Most English people descend from the Romans. Most English people descend from the Romans and the Anglo-Saxons. So basically, the OG Brits, but they were called Britons back then. They were called like the Britons, and that was the whole thing of what King Arthur was meant to be. King Arthur was King Arthur was the once and future king. In a time of great peril, he would return to lead the Britons. Scotland was never colonised. Well, no, the Romans tried to invade Scotland, but Scotland was called Pict at the time. It was called Picts, and they could never get the Picts. So instead, they built a wall called Hadrian's Wall, and it was designed to keep them safe from the Scots. So Hadrian's Wall still exists. Well, technically, yeah. Technically, in a way, Rome. Most British people descend from the Romans. Most English people descend from the Romans and the Anglo-Saxons. Scott said, "Aura, yeah, that's where ginger people come from. That's where, if you're ginger, that's where ginger people come from." He is safe, unfortunately for him, because I don't know what it is. There isn't. That is a really odd thing to say. It's the same as they say about colonisation, but every country was colonised. Like Great Britain was colonised by the Romans and the Anglo-Saxons. England was colonised by the Romans and the Anglo-Saxons. And then the Normans. Then the Normans obviously invaded them. I don't have a dark secret. Yeah, I've got a good secret, guys. I once farted. There you go. That's my secret. Yeah, I don't have a secret because... Ooh. But yeah, like, if we're talking on a regard about like Rome, like the Anglo-Saxons looked basically like British people. Because they were from Northern Europe. Did you finish the trees? Yes. Well, treeslets, not tree slats. Treeslets. It's spelled like this, not tree slats. I have tea or cocoa? Tea. I love tea, guys. I very much love a cup of tea. I really love a cup of tea. Like I got a mug for Christmas. I got a Christmas tree mug for Christmas. Went to have a tea in it, and then I found out there was a crap milk tea or green. Milk tea. Anyone that says green tea or rich tea or yellow tea, I'm like, just fucking tea. Yeah, tea's more of a British thing. Ironically, tea comes from the Americas. The tea came from the Americas. Tea was found in the Americas. I really dislike tea. I love it. I love a cup of tea. A couple of biscuits is where it's at. Milk tea. Honestly, whenever I hear people say green tea, like you don't see green tea and things like that in the UK. You don't see it much. Literally, if you ask for a cup of tea in a shop, they give you milk tea, and that's it. Tea tastes like grass. It tastes like grass. I don't know what tea you've been drinking. Biscuit with tea goes crazy. It does. Chocolate biscuit. Chocolate digestive biscuit. Actually, saying that ROA, it's actually been proven by scientists in the UK that dipping a biscuit in tea makes the tea taste better. That's America's more of a coffee nation, but I think coffee keeps you awake. Coffee keeps you awake, but it makes you hard to remember shit. Well, personally, I just think it's milk tea. Everyone's like green tea. I'm like, I just want a cup of tea. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what herbal remedies it's in. I just want a tea. Somebody asked me that. What I had a cup of I had a cup of tea. I think it's just because of where it's from. So, you know, Great Britain, we have we have many different types of tea, but they're all the same. All of our teas are the same, but they're all from different companies that make different things. So, for example, you have like Yorkshire tea, PG Tips. PG Tips is nice. I drink tea because of the taste. Yeah, I've stopped drinking. Honestly, like the caffeine and shit. If you drink decaffeinated tea, it tastes exactly the same. It's really weird. Like I stopped drinking caffeinated tea, and I stopped drinking caffeinated tea, and I've been drinking decaf tea. Tastes exactly the same. And it tastes exactly the same. The only difference is if you have too many teas, it makes you piss more. If you drink other cups of tea, it makes you... I only like tea when it's really cold outside. Red Bull coffee. For me, honestly, it's tea water. It's tea water, that's it. For me, it's tea water, that's it. I don't drink anything. Literally, for example, because I don't drink fizzy drinks, I found out, I was told many years ago by the dentist, I had the straightest teeth he'd ever seen. Because my teeth were the straightest he'd ever seen. Because I didn't drink fizzy drinks, my teeth were the best that he'd ever seen. I had the straightest teeth he'd ever seen. Which I thought was amazing. So yeah, I've never had to have a fill-in. I've never had to have a tooth out. Never had to have a fill-in. Dentist was gaslighting. But it is true. I've never had to have a fill-in in my life. I will definitely be honest. Like, I've never had to have a filling in my life. Even though I eat ridiculous amounts of chocolate. Do you know what? I've got some chocolate in it. I might eat some chocolate now. I've got some chocolate somewhere in a box, in a bag from Christmas. Where is it? I want some chocolate now. I wish my arm was longer. I can't reach the bag. My fingers got to it, but I can't lift it up. I honestly wish my arm was about 3 inches longer. Oh, the Never-Ending Story. I've never watched that. I've never watched that properly. The Never-Ending Story. Is it good? I've never watched the Never-Ending Story. I've watched I watched bits. I think I've seen the end though. I've seen the end, but I've just never watched it properly. Yeah, I never watched. The second one absolutely sucks, but that's normal though. Sometimes they cash it out. A good film trilogy. I will be honest, guys. A good film trilogy. Send us the teeth picture. You guys don't want. No, you don't. You guys don't want to see a picture of my teeth. Honestly, they're crooked now because of the wisdom teeth, but they used to be not crooked. I got a Hollow Santa for Christmas, chocolate Hollow Santa, and he's tiny. He fits in my hand. Well, he's losing his head now anyway. Oh. I didn't expect him to snap that hard. The thing is with films, sometimes the second one's either better than the first one or shit. In films, the second one either bombs or is better than the first one. So, as an example, Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back is better than Star Wars A New Hope. Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers is better than the Fellowship of the Ring from Lord of the Rings. In a film context, the second one, out of a film tree, the second one is always the best one. Or it bombs. So, for example, I really like... Diary of a Wimpy Kid, I think the second one's better. And then the problem with films now is with films now, they try and cram it out to get more and more out. With films now, they try and get as much money as possible, and sometimes it tanks. So I think the next Minecraft movie they're going to do is going to tank. I didn't think the first film was very good, so I don't think the first film was very good. You want me to read it out loud? I haven't watched the first... Well, as a filmmaker that has a Bachelor of Science in Film, I went into the Minecraft movie and watched it, and I hated it because I went in as a filmmaker. And I was so unimpressed. But it's all right as a Minecraft fan. As a Minecraft fan, it's all right. But as a filmmaker, I think it's terrible. What do you guys think? If any of you have watched the Minecraft movie, what did you guys think? As a Minecraft fan, I like some bits, but the Minecraft movie. I love films, guys, but as a filmmaker, I was so unimpressed by the Minecraft movie. I thought the storyline. I seen the new Avatar. Oh, really? What did you think? I really enjoyed the new one. I think it was the best. I think it was the best storyline out of all three. It's good but repetitive. Well, they took what was good out about... They took what everyone loved and then basically included it. Emotionally, it was the best storyline. It was the best one. It's not online. It's not online, Swish. You've actually got to go into the cinema to see it. It's not going to be online for months. It's not online, Swish. You actually got to go to a cinema and watch it. Three times doing the same thing as this thing. But no, it's not 3 times though. It's one story. The whole film is one story. I don't have movie theater money. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not three. It's not. They're not doing three things though. I mean, in Avatar 3. Yeah, they're not do. It's not. They're not doing the same thing three times. The whole point of that film is Avatar. What the first Avatar is chapter 1. This is chapter 2. This is chapter 3. It's one. It's like Star Wars. It's one continuous storyline. Every time I see a PC advertisement, I think it's because they when they're doing an advert for computers, Pixel King, they're not aiming video gamers at mind. Is it mean or mean? It's the latter spelling. It's MEAN. It's because Pixel King, when they're promoting computers, they're not doing it with gamers in mind. They're doing it about laptops because most people want laptops. Well, the US is fucked up, but the problem is America put a businessman in charge. The American economy will be fixed. The American economy will be fixed, but Trump's a businessman. Trump is a businessman. If they had a position called Minister of the Economy, he would be a brilliant position. That would be a brilliant position for him. But the only thing America's big problem is that they've put a businessman in charge. So he runs America like a business. So economically, they're going to be great. But running a country is more than just making your economy look good. Running a country actually has other things like, fixing it for other people, making sure people can pay their bills, making sure people can pay their medical bills, making sure making sure like the police have funding. It's not just about the economy. Goodbye, Bengals. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day and good night. So talking about like what Swiss said about America. So I don't like the current US president as a British person. He's great for America. He's great for America, but on the world stage, I think he's like a school bully on the world stage. He treats other world leaders like they're beneath him, which that's what I don't like. I think if I was the British Prime Minister and he was calling me weak, I'd turn around and I would turn around and I would probably If I was the British Prime Minister and I had a US President turn around and call me weak, I'd be sat there like, well, rather than tell me how to fix my country, why don't you go and fix yours? Like, I hated when Joe Biden did that. I'm here to make sure the British don't muck it up. I'm like, how fucking dare you? Like, honestly, I was sat there like, how fucking dare you? Like, do you know what? If I was British Prime Minister, I wouldn't go to the White House and go, I'm here to make sure the US President actually does his job. No, I wouldn't turn around and start criticising everything Joe Biden did. But it's the same with Trump. I mean, Trump's done exactly the same thing Biden did. Biden was a bit same. He was a bit bullyish on the world stage. What was it the other year? Biden said something about America would no longer be the world's policeman, and then Trump's just gone in to try and end all wars possible. Trump's basically taken America and making him. I wouldn't say he was boring. He was just a politician. The thing with the difference was Biden was just a politician. Biden was more gentlemanly, if you get what I mean. Biden was more gentlemanly, whereas Trump's a bit more bullyish with the way he runs the United States. So he basically he says it how it is. He says it how it is, but then he doesn't mince his words. So sometimes I don't think he really thinks about what he's saying. But what would you want? Do you want an exciting? Do you want a world leader that's boring but gets the job done? Or someone is very loud, very energetic, but is shit, like Boris Johnson was. You know, Boris Johnson was the loudest voice. He was absolutely brain dead bonkers. You know, Boris was absolutely bonkers, but then as it come down to it, he was not very good as Prime Minister. But he ain't ruling. But he was ruling. Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister of the UK for 3 years. He was the loudest voice. He was the loudest voice when he got elected. And then he spent the next 3 years absolutely doing nothing. Although I did agree with my country. No, but I'm saying about who do you want? Someone boring or someone who gets a job done? No, but I was saying on the world stage, ROA. I was saying on the world stage, like what he said to Zelensky. I was saying about on the world stage, he's quite bullish. Some of the things he said to other country leaders of other countries was ridiculous. What Trump said to some of the other Zelensky, like, you know, he kept on calling the Italian Prime Minister pretty. Which she didn't seem to mind, but everyone else in the room was looking around going, he said this 4 or 5 times now. But it's a bit strange. It was a bit strange, like, randomly in the middle of a speech saying that and then saying it 4 or 5 times. I'm like... But yeah, that's a bad example. That's an interesting example. But what he said to Zelensky was absolutely ridiculous. Zelensky was sat there answering asking the questions, and Trump just sat there and did not listen to a word he said. Well, that is true. He probably is on the files. Oh, I cracked up the other night with that. With the files. Oh, it was all bad Democrat. But the Epstein files. It's shocking. It's all Democrats. The Democrats again. Bad Democrats. And the journalist was sat there, but aren't you on the list? Or haven't you been reported to be on the list on his plane? And let's just say, that question was dodged, but I'm like, I found that hilarious. I'm like, oh, you know, have you ever seen someone's face go, there was a British serial killer? Haven't you seen the photos yet? I haven't seen any of his photos. I saw the Clinton ones. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. So I will be honest, I cracked up when he commented about it's all bad Democrats, and then while simultaneously they're investigating whether he had they know he was friends with him. But I did find that quite funny. But it's like there was a British serial killer in the 1970s, 80s. When they arrested him in the 90s, he claimed that he didn't do something. He claimed he didn't do something and then accidentally revealed he did. So this British serial killer, they thought he killed 2 people, and then he was explaining how he killed the victim, and he said something about, I was sat there thinking, oh, that's 3 now, sorry, 2 now, and then they suddenly was like, he just said 3 and then changed it to 2, and then they went and looked in the guy's backyard and found a 3rd one. So this guy inadvertently revealed that he killed a 3rd one. Hello, Dylan Harrison. Welcome to the stream. You got cookies, cool. I've just had some Christmas chocolate that I had left that I hadn't ate. Welcome to the stream. Right. But yeah, there's some bizarre stuff. There's some bizarre stuff in this world, but I find it funny when people say things and then suddenly that it will backtrack on them later. Like that, what Trump said about the Epstein files. And then there's he's got a literal photo with the guy. That just that cracked me up our way about what you said about Trump and the image. claimed he never knew him, and then basically an image of him, of the 2 of them together. Which some of that stuff when someone says they never knew them. Some of that stuff when they say they never knew them and then an image pops up of them together. I love that stuff when it happens. I'm like, it's so funny. That happened in a TV show. They're hunting these guys down that killed somebody. And then one of them says, when they interview one of them, do you know who this guy is? We're looking for this guy. And he goes, I don't know who he is. He goes, never heard of him. Don't know who he is. Then suddenly they show him the picture and they go, oh, this is you with him yesterday. And they suddenly, you see the guy get up and sprint out the door. The police officer's chasing him. But I love when I'm seeing that when people go and admit, oh, don't know him. And then they're showing a picture of them together. I like watching a crime show called 24 Hours in Police Custody. And there was a real dark one the other day, but it was about a guy that murdered his daughter's ex. And basically it was a court case. It was over a court case. Basically the daughter wanted to move to America and she lost the court case, so her son had to stay with the ex. So the dad said he'd take matters in. The dad said of the daughter said he'd take matters into his own hands. Whatever the outcome, and basically, so literally 2 days after the outcome, he turned up. He went to the house. He went to the house and shot the ex-boyfriend. Drove 6 more miles and shot the ex-boyfriend's dad. They thought they had nothing. So they arrested the dad, the daughter, and the daughter's new husband. They ruled that the daughter and the husband had absolutely nothing to do with it, so they released them. Six literally months later. But that's the thing, though. In the UK, it wouldn't happen. Americans don't really pay attention to what their politicians are saying, and think they're more joking, whereas the UK pays more attention to what they're saying. So, like, one thing that destroyed Gordon Brown's campaigning to stay. The British people tend to listen to what the politicians say more. So, for example, in 2010, it was the UK general election of 2010. Gordon Brown was running to stay as was running in the election to stay as Prime Minister of the UK. He was hoping to beat the Conservatives and stay as Prime Minister. Gordon Brown was was asked a question by this lady, and she gave him some harsh questions. He tried to answer them. As he left and got in the car, they had forgot to unplug his mic, and he said to his advisor, "Why was that stupid woman put there? Why did I have to answer that stupid woman's case? That stupid old crone or something like that." It tarnished his election, but because British people actually listened to what he said. Gordon Brown got caught on camera moaning about a constituent. So that caused that pretty much nearly tarnished his election chances. That almost destroyed his election chances. But if that had been America, Gordon Brown probably still would have won the. If that had been America, Gordon Brown probably would have got away with it. The thing is, though, Oraway, I can answer your question about America, and why they choose someone like him. America tend to vote for the person with the loudest voice, not really the one that's speaking sense. You know, the politician could be speaking sense. The politician could be speaking sense, but they go for the one with the loudest voice. It's the same as like what the Germans did. The same with what the Germans did. The Germans voted the guy with the loudest voice in 1933. The Germans elected the guy with the loudest voice. So, that's what the Germans did in 1933 when Hitler took over. You know, they went for the guy with the loudest voice. We're talking about him. But I just used it as an example of a similarity. A similarity there is that's what Germany did. They went for the person with the loudest voice. Do you get what I mean? It's two polar opposites, of course. One's just an idiot, and the other one was downright dangerous. But it's the same thing, you know. Not really the people that are speaking sense, but really just the ones with the loudest voice. According to my phone, I've only done 12 steps. I've done more than that. Oh my god! But yeah, like if we're talking about on that regard, guys, like that is generally a thing, though. That is generally a thing. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think any world leader should have access to a nuclear bomb on their desk. The red nuclear button on their desk. Just because you don't know what's going to happen. I don't like that. I personally don't like that. that, you know, you can kill 1 million people, you could kill, you know, 10 million people. Like, if a nuclear bomb was to hit, yeah, I don't like that. Have you guys? Have you ever watched the film Threads? The film Threads is a film about a nuclear war. The film Threads is about a nuclear war between the United States and Russia, but they hit Great Britain with nuclear bombs, and it says 8 megatons fell on the UK, and 8 megatons was enough to kill 40 million people. It decimated 80% of the UK population, because it's not just the bomb. The bomb only killed about 100 people, but all the radiation and the shit afterwards, it caused birth defects. It caused birth defects and things like that. It's evil. At the end, only he knew what was going through his mind. That is true. That is true. But I will not be the next. No one will be. I don't think anyone would be like that. Well, it won't be uninhabitable. It won't be uninhabitable. Some life will survive. Life will survive. It will just be absolutely unavoidable. Actually, well, most of them do understand that, but they care about their people, not just humanity in general. But you can even say the current US president's a bit like that. People of other countries doesn't really go into his line of thinking. 8 billion people live on this planet. Yeah. I'm going to use Doctor Who as an example here. Doctor Who, in the Doctor Who series, in the Doctor Who episode, the Daleks from 1966, the Daleks used to once look like humans. They were human scientists called the Khalids. There was a nuclear war, and the Khalids survived only because they went into metal suits that could survive the radiation. So they survived a nuclear war. And that's what we'd do. We'd become like the Daleks in Doctor Who. We'd have to wear metal suits to survive. It'd be a bit like Fallout. That's what the Daleks are in Doctor Who. So the Daleks looks human. The Daleks initially were humanoids, like how we look, but they were forced into those metal suits because of it would be so depressing. It would be, but I don't think there will be one. I don't think no normal person's gonna use a nuclear weapon. And if anyone is stupid enough to do it, if anyone was, I don't think anyone would do it, because only stupid people would do it. You'd have to be mentally stupid to do that, but you wouldn't elect someone with mental issues to the office of Prime Minister, presidents, and things like that. Would you? But it is only a threat pixel, okay? It is only a threat pixel. Whereas it would only be worse if Donald Trump was to turn around and threaten him back. When Russia threatened with nuclear weapons, you've just got to think it that's, you know, it's a threat. It's a threat. But there's nothing's ever come from it. Like, for example, the UK once threatened war with Argentina if they ever tried to take the Falklands Islands again. Well, Yeah, well, Russia and America are Russia and America are very strong, but you never know what's going to happen. You know, Great Britain was once, 100 years ago, Great Britain was the most powerful nation on the earth. The problem is with Great Britain is America is World War II. Great Britain would still be the most powerful country in the world if it hadn't have got bankrupted by World War II trying to liberate Europe from the Nazis. You know, Great Britain for 6 years threw all of its economy into fighting the Germans and stopping the Germans from invading the world. Because it wouldn't... I really love what Winston Churchill said in 1940. If we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age. Which is one of my favourite quotes of all time, but it is true. America wasn't strong enough then. America wasn't strong enough then to survive the full might of Germany. So Winston Churchill basically vowed to fight on until the Great British Kingdom, until the Great British Kingdom collapsed. Winston Churchill said that Great Britain would fight on if necessary for years alone. They basically said that they would never surrender. World War II could have lasted. If World War II would have lasted decades, Great Britain would have fought it for decades. You know, people in Great Britain went to work under the threat of being hit with bombs in the night. But they absolutely knew that if they surrendered, it's just an amazing bit of history. Yeah, Great Britain tried to stop Great Britain tried to stop the transatlantic slave trade by blockading the Atlantic Ocean. And Great Britain tried to stop the American slave trade. You know how Lincoln banned slavery in 1865? You know how Lincoln banned slavery in 1865? Great Britain tried to blockade the Atlantic Channel for decades to stop America getting slaves into the United States. So the American slave trade was already hammered by the fact that Great Britain was trying to stop every slave ship leaving Africa. It's an incredible bit of history. But then you've got to think, though, ROA, Great Britain can do it as well. Great Britain have invented something recently. Great Britain have invented a laser that can basically shoot drones out of the sky. Great Britain invented a laser that it cost £10. It cost £10 a laser, but it was shooting. It blasts drones straight out the sky. What? Yeah, when America says they stopped slavery, it was only the United States, because Britain and the British mainland had banned slavery in 1772. Slavery across the whole British Empire was banned between 1807 and 1833 everywhere, nearly. Portugal was in 1761. Yeah, most likely. I don't think Russia will cause it. If Russia cannot afford to use a nuclear bomb. Russia cannot afford to use a nuclear bomb, because if Russia were to use a nuclear bomb, China would cut all ties with them. China would cut diplomatic and economic ties with Russia. They cannot afford to do it. Yeah, no one knows, and that's the truth though. Like, I'm convinced about that. They were talking about that comet, the 31 Atlas. I'm convinced there was something about that they weren't telling us, because all the space agencies were looking at it. So I'm convinced there was something there. Well, no, it's not. China is Russia's biggest ally in economically and diplomatically. But China have a policy that means that they don't agree with nuclear weapons being used as a form of attack. They believe that nuclear weapons should only be used as a sign of defense. So China will only use a nuclear weapon on you, on us, on you, if you put one on them. So basically, China will never use a nuclear weapon as an offensive. They will only use it as a defensive. So if like Russia was to use it as a defensive, as an offensive, it would mean that China would cut ties with them over it, because China have stated for many, many years that they do not believe that nuclear weapons should be used to start a war. They should only be used defensively. No first use policy. For example, countries pledging no use. China and India have a no first use nuclear bomb. Great Britain and United States do not. So basically, a nuclear no first use policy. Israel has never confirmed or denied it. Israel has never confirmed nor denied that they have nuclear weapons. North Korea has no first use policy. Neither does Pakistan, the United States, United Kingdom, or Russia. But the Soviet Union did for a long time have the same thing. When Orway just said about Kim Jong-un, though, Kim Jong-un's a really interesting world leader. Most of the people in North Korea when they're celebrating, they have to be there. Yeah, so China and India will only use nuclear weapons if you put one on them. The United Kingdom should have it, which I think the United Kingdom would never willing, but the United Kingdom has it. But I'm trying to think of an answer for that. I've got an answer for that, actually. It's because it doesn't matter if they have no policy for it. Kim Jong-un hasn't launched a nuke. Kim Jong-un hasn't launched a nuke on another country. So that policy, China's policy on nuclear weapon, on no first use, only means if you've actually launched one. It means if you've launched one. You know, North Korea haven't launched one. Neither has Russia, the United Kingdom. If he was to be assassinated. But that wouldn't happen, though, because you'd have to prove his assassination was caused by people. For example, when Ronald Reagan when Ronald Reagan had an assassination attempt in 1981, they tried to investigate whether the Soviet Union was behind it. And obviously it was proven that it wasn't, but there was a belief that could have gone to war then. But the UK made it so small that even one nuclear... No, it won't. One nuclear bomb would not destroy the UK. Well, no, the United Kingdom has nuclear bombs everywhere. We have them under the oceans. If a nuclear bomb hit the UK, it wouldn't destroy us. The UK is big enough, and the UK would actually survive. The Earth is a big place. The UK would survive a nuclear blast, though, our way, because the UK is really mountainous. The UK is a really, really mountainous country. So, you know, we've got mountains everywhere. Because the UK's got mountains, the blast would be reduced. A nuclear blast in the UK would be reduced by the fact the UK is very mountainous. Do you know what? I had a dream a couple of weeks ago, actually. I was watching a volcano erupt, and suddenly I saw it explode in this great big plume of light, and the light was coming towards me. And I was probably like 40, 50 miles away from it, across the, further down the coast. And I saw, poof, and it come towards me. Do you know, it scared the shit out of me. I actually woke up. I actually have dreamed about a nuclear bomb, though. I dreamed that a nuclear bomb hit, I dreamed that a nuclear bomb landed like 20 miles away, and you can just see this great big plume of smoke coming towards you. Yeah, but a lot of countries now want nuclear bombs to be banned. A lot of countries want nuclear bombs to be banned, which I think they will be eventually. No, Keir Starmer, I really didn't agree with what Keir Starmer said in his election notes. He would be, as Prime Minister, he would be prepared to protect the UK with nuclear weapons. When I heard him say that, I thought, fucking hell. Yeah, well, the ones that they detonated in Hiroshima were nothing. Literally, were nothing. Well, they were something, but they were nothing compared to what we have nowadays. Like, as Robert Oppenheimer said back in the day. And not weapons, yeah. Literally, 80 years ago, if you wanted to bomb a city, you needed to drop 100,000 bombs. Now you can destroy a city with one, which that scares the shit out of me. You know, Great Britain had 500,000 tons of bombs dropped on it during the Second World War. Imagine if the Germans have had one nuclear bomb. London would have been absolutely blown to shit. London would have been blown to shit. But it's a scary topic. It's a scary topic, so I don't agree with nuclear weapons. Which is why when I've been writing my books, I've never mentioned nuclear bombs. In fact, in my Dawn of Planets science fiction stories, the only nuclear bomb ever shot was the Americans during the only nuclear bomb ever used in my Dawn of Planets stories was the Americans during the first chapters of the attack from space. The Americans after the assassination of President Jerry Peacock. I'm going to write that name in the chat for you guys because it's a bizarre name. President Jerry Peacock. It's basically mentioned that. I'll watch Oppenheimer today. Great film, Christopher Nolan. I watched that in cinema. I watched that in cinema when it came out. President Jerry Peacock. After the death of President Jerry Peacock in the Dawn of Planets, the attack from space, the new president, Jeffrey Gordon, launches a nuclear bomb, and it doesn't work. It doesn't even scratch this alien ship, and let's just say in retaliation, the White House gets absolutely blown to bits. The White House, so he becomes the president without a White House. We're not speaking Russian right now. Well, you wouldn't be speaking Russian anyway, because America was very far from Russia. America was very, very far from Russia. Well, if you're from Alaska, you could have been speaking Russia. Alaska was owned by Russia. Alaska was owned by Russia, and the only reason America has it is because they didn't want to sell it to what is now Canada, because Canada Canada was known as British North America at the time. Sorry, I'm just looking at what the God bless you guy has just said. Intercepted server. The neighbours are making noise at night. They record it, call someone, say that I am making noise at night. That makes literally no sense at all. I'm confused. He's commented, please help. How do I help him? He's in Armenia. I'm in the UK. I could help him and say take some sleeping pills. You'll fall straight asleep. But how do I help him? Oh my god, guys, my nose is itchy. But yeah, the world is weird, guys. The world's weird. The world has always been weird. The world has always been weird. Weird shit has happened. You know, what's the song? We didn't start the fire. We didn't start the fire. It's always been turning since the world's been burning. We didn't start the fire. That's what that whole song's about. Is how crazy the world is. The song "We Didn't Start the Fire." The whole point of that song is about how the world has always been crazy. 331 of you have watched this stream today. Guys, we are under 2,000 views away from hitting 400,000 lifetime views for this year, which is just an absolutely unbelievable milestone. I'm joking. What I just put in Discord is a joke. To the first image where it looks like he's kissing him. Guys, thank you for watching the stream so far today. He kisses a lot, you know. Wow. Interesting. You want a kiss from Bellingham? Interesting. Do you know what? I gotta be honest. I never liked Bellingham when he was at Dortmund. I just didn't think he was that good. Obviously, he's been amazing since he's gone to Real Madrid. I didn't think Jude Bellingham was that good, though. I will admit. I will be totally honest with you guys. I didn't think Bellingham was that good at Dortmund. I don't want to. I didn't think Bellingham was that good at Dortmund. When he burst onto the scene playing for England in 2021... When he first played for England in 2020 at the Euro 2020, I was sat there like, hold on, this guy's 6 months younger than me. When Jude Bellingham burst onto the scene, I was sat there. I was sat there at the time going, this guy's 6 months younger than me. But I didn't think with him. I didn't think 12 goals from. I didn't think 12 goals from 92 games was a very good return for it's more attacking midfielder. But I will admit, he has impressed me since he's gone to Real Madrid. 73 games, 32 goals. And he was pretty good at the year. He was pretty good at the Euros. Yeah, he took you to the Euros final. Yeah. If it hadn't been for him, you would have lost to Slovakia. Yeah, but I said at that was that Euros. That was the last year's Euros. But Euro 2021, he played his first game for England in like Euro 2021, and I didn't think he was that good at the time. It's only since he's gone to Real Madrid where I've justified him being in the World Cup squad, in the squad. I didn't think Jude Bellingham should have been in the World Cup of 22. I just didn't think he was that good. And then, honestly, I said that to my lecturer, and then basically he scored in that match while we were in the classroom. While we were in the classroom, they scored. It's like I said about that, what's his name? Plays for England. Morgan Rogers plays for Villa. Yeah, Carlo also used him as a CDM. Well, yeah, but he's got the height for it as well. As a CDM, you know, he's got the height for it, and he's got the ability for it. You know, he's not Bellingham's what, 6'2", 6'1", and he's not exactly lean. He's not exactly lean. He is quite a massive player. He's not exactly skinny. He's quite heavy in that regard. So I can see him as a defensive midfielder because he's not exactly, he's tall, but he's not exactly skinny. So him playing in that midfield role where you're in defensive midfield role when you're a bit more attacking, it's pretty good. Hello Sergio, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Him playing in that role where you're more attacking, where more defensive, I can see. Guess what I got? What you get? Here you go. Here's a good one. Have you ever heard of Duncan's? I got 2 games. Cool. Have you ever heard of Duncan Ferguson, ROA? Have you ever heard of Duncan Ferguson? Raymond on the Switch 2. I just got a Switch 2. I bought one for Christmas. Yeah, have you ever heard of Duncan Ferguson, ROA? Played for Everton. Obviously, Carlo Ancelotti offered him the assistant manager's role at Real Madrid. He turned it down. He's the type of striker that every team wants, and that's what Bellingham sort of reminds me of now. You know, running in the box, shoving people out the way, using your strength in the side. Yeah, that's what Bellingham reminds me of at the moment. You know, using your strength and size to, you know, wrestle people out the way and try and get in the box. But that's what Duncan Ferguson used to do. Duncan Ferguson used to absolutely smash people out the way. Duncan Ferguson used to absolutely smash people out of the way. That's who Bellingham sort of reminds me of when he's playing for England sometimes, and he actually is wrestling with players like Duncan Ferguson. People used to wrestle with people. I love what Roy Keane once said about him, about Gary Neville had to defend against him. Gary Neville had to defend against him. And he said, "Why didn't Roy Keane defend me?" He said Roy Keane didn't fancy it, and so they were joking. You've got to be a scary player They were joking. You've got to be a scary player for someone like Roy Keane to decide that he doesn't want to mark you. Cool. Did you hear Doomsday on the Tony Hawk poster? I haven't, because I've never played any of those games. But yeah, Duncan Ferguson. Watch some of his videos. They call him the Premier League's biggest hard man. He was Duncan Ferguson was the Premier League's biggest hard man. They called him. You know, he had it. What a player! You know, he could score from outside the box. He could score with either foot, score with his head. But most goals in the Premier League for Everton, 72. Honestly, there's even a case of he got robbed. Someone broke into his house in the middle of the night, and he beat the criminal up. He beat the criminal up to the point that he gave him chest compressions because he thought he killed him. Just imagine it. Just imagine it, though. He caught a guy that broke into his house. He caught a house intruder. So he caught a house intruder and beat the shit out of him. Endrick looks like a good player. I just think he's a bit young. I think he's a bit young. Yeah, Duncan Ferguson. An intruder broke into his house and he beat the shit out of him to the point to the point his wife come down the stairs and said, "Duncan, you're gonna kill him." Yeah. He thought he killed him, and he was on the top of him, giving him chest compressions, trying to save him. Obviously, he wasn't dead, but I love when Duncan Ferguson spoke about it in an interview a few years ago. He goes, "That's when I got angry and I unloaded on the fella to the point I thought I killed him, and I was on the top of him, giving him chest compressions." I'm like, but ironically, he had two intruders. A couple of years later, another intruder got into his home, and he chased the guy a mile down the road and dragged him back to his house and held on to him until the police came. Imagine being that criminal. Imagine being you. They would not have known They must not have known it was his house. Because imagine it. Imagine breaking in there. Imagine being a criminal. You think you've hit the honeycomb. You're getting in there, and then you see this 200-pound, 6'4" Scottishman chasing after you. You see this, I don't know, 180 and 190, 200-pound, 6'4" Scottishman chasing after you. Absolutely beating the shit out of you. If that were me, I'd be out of there. I'd be out there. You're probably sitting, what the fuck have we done? You've probably woken up the next day in hospital and been like, "I think we poked the wrong animal there, sir." We poked the wrong animal there, mate. Bloody hell. But, do you know what? I had the most peculiar dream. I thought we broke into Duncan Ferguson's house. Duff. Mate, that wasn't a dream. That was real. That happened. And we're both in hospital. Yeah, but it wouldn't be embarrassing, but you know, he was just an unbelievable player. Hello, Bite Rush. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Bite Rush? Did you have a good Christmas? Well, I really like Tarkowski. Because he's down to earth. I like Tarkowski because he's down to earth, but you know, he's always willing to give a bit extra. So he's always close to getting a red, but never gets a red. I'm doing good. My Christmas was good. How about yours? Thank you for asking that. My Christmas was really good. I probably ate too much food, but that's just a normal thing, I think. Yeah, Tarkowski is a great defender. He's only played twice for England. In 2018, just before 2018. Tarkowski's never played for England since He's so physical, but not physical where he's committing fouls. Well, he commits fouls, so obviously in the Merseyside derby he should have been sent off. But I think the what's his name made a meal out of it. I was glad that he. Yeah, I don't think he probably should have been sent off in the Merseyside derby at Anfield last season. I personally didn't want to see him sent off for that because he got the ball first, and then he got the ball first. I wouldn't have wanted him to get sent off in the Merseyside derby at Anfield because he got to the ball first and he caught McAllister afterwards because McAllister ran into him. And he did catch McAllister. He caught McAllister and he apologised afterwards. I didn't want to see him sent off for that though. I thought it was a harsh yellow. Because he wasn't meaning to boot McAllister. He got the ball, and then because McAllister was running in, he caught him afterwards. But Tarkowski, I love him as a defender. In fact, this is how good Tarkowski is. Up until the Man City game, he played 112. Up until the Man City game, he played almost 100 games for Everton in a row. He'd never missed a game. PL, hold on a minute. Let's have a look a second. James Tarkowski, obviously amazing player. 18 starts this season, no goals. He scored an unbelievable goal a few weeks ago and it got ruled out. He scored a volley and it got ruled out. Great player though. 5 for Oldham, 4 for Brentford, 7 for Burnley, 3 for Everton. 125 games for Everton. He played 38. That's what's 38 plus 38, guys? 38 times 2. 76. He played 109 Premier League games in a row. Make an Everton logo in Minecraft. That would be nice. That would be a nice idea. Yeah, he made Tarkowski was amazing player. 76, yeah, and then he played another 33 last season. He played 109 Premier League games in a row, and then he got injured in a. Yeah, I totally forgot. I'm not very good at maths. Tarkowski played 109 games for Everton in a row, Premier League games consecutively, and then he got injured in the Merseyside. He got injured against Man City. Everton lost to Man City 2-0, and both Man City's goals was on the 80th minute. Tarkowski got injured, and then defensively they turned to shit because they lost him. He overstretched getting the ball and obviously did his hamstring, and then he missed the last 5 games of the season. If he had got those games, he would have broke the record for the most Premier League games most Premier League consecutive games for an outfielder. The most Premier League games for an outfielder was Frank Lampard, 112. Tarkowski was only a couple behind. Hello, Firebee. Welcome to the stream. Which is a shame, really. He was only a couple. He was only a couple behind Frank Lampard, the most Premier League games consecutively. He would have broke the record, and then he got injured in the 50th minute of a match. He'd never been injured for Everton. He practically played. He's only been injured once for Everton in his whole time. Great player. Although he uses his size well. In fact, he booted someone in a match. I love him because in his first game for Everton, do you guys know of Nicolas Pepe? I just got back. Cool, welcome back. Do you guys know of Nicolas Pepe? He used to play for Arsenal. Not sure where he's playing now. Nicolas Pepe. I think you guys probably have heard of him. Nicolas Pepe. French football player. Yeah, Nicolas Pepe was playing for Arsenal, and he was about this was 2022, so he was about 27. He was about 28, 27. He started on a 16-year-old Everton player. He started with a 16-year-old Everton player, and Tarkowski. It was Tarkowski's first match, and the first match, his first game for Everton. It was a friendly, and he walked over to Nicolas Pepe and shoved him to the floor. Yeah. I think he might be. He walked over. See me, bro. I do see you. No, Nicolas Pepe. Yeah, he shoved over. Tarkowski walked over, shoved Nicolas Pepe over, got into his face and said, "You're starting with a kid, mate. If you want to start with me." And then, so he was 5 minutes into his first match for Everton. He was already defending a 16-year-old teammate. And then a really, really funny part happened with he walked over. As soon as play resumed, he walked over and lumped the shit out of him and left him on the floor. I'm like, I was sat there like, I love it. I loved that. I love what he did to Pepe. Pepe started on a 16-year-old, so he went over and lumped him. So Tarkowski went over and lumped him, because Tarkowski was like 30 at the time, and he said, "If you want to start with me." And then as soon as play resumed, he booted the shit out of him and just left him on the floor. No free kick, no what? It was just get up. It was like, get up, go on. Yeah, he just lumped the shit. He lumped the shit out of him, which I was like, fair play. Oh yeah. That was the best Liverpool hate watch. I loved that because we should have had a goal a few minutes earlier. I loved that because we had a goal ruled out that shouldn't have been ruled out. Jared Branthwaite, who scored earlier on, the other centre-back. Jared Branthwaite, the other centre-back, scored a goal and it was ruled out. But Jared Branthwaite wasn't offside, so I'm really happy that Everton got that equaliser, because I to this day I think that Everton should have won that 3-2. Everton should have won that game 3-2 because Jared Branthwaite's goal should have stood. Mo Salah in that match, I hated the goal he scored. I hated the goal Mo Salah scored because Jared Branthwaite cleared it. It hit Luis Diaz's shot, hit Jared Branthwaite, and all Mo Salah had to do was basically just get it on target. I hated that match because it was so spawny. Everton were leading. Everton were playing really, really well. In fact, Everton played that match really, really well, despite the fact they lost Ndiaye. Because that match, Ndiaye got shoved over and then booted the floor. But I still think that should have been a yellow card, because he only kicked the floor because someone, barged him in the back. Actually, guys, talking of which, who watched that Liverpool game yesterday? Who watched that Liverpool game yesterday? Liverpool Wolves. Did any of you watch Liverpool Wolves? Federico Chiesa should have a 3-match ban. In that game, why VAR hasn't? Federico Chiesa should have a 3-match ban. How do people survive there? Probably sweat to death. Well, people do live there, of course, but most of the main cities though, Picture King, are around the sides when it's cooler. But people do live there. It depends what the temperature is. The temperature in the United States is probably similar. Let's have a look. It's currently winter there, summer there right now. Australia temperature. Here we go. It's currently 17 degrees. Oh. Australia. Sunday. Let's go Sydney, because Sydney's the big city. Even though Canberra is it's only 17 degrees in Sydney. Most inward Australian city. Canberra. Canberra is 200 miles off the coast of Canberra. Canberra temperature. It's night time in Australia, but 30 degrees. It's normally about 30 degrees, 30 to 35. How old are you? I'm 23. Yeah, it's not that hot. Australia's not as hot. In the summer, it could be like between 35 to 40 degrees, which is basically the temperature in the UK. That's basically what the UK temperature technically is. Maybe a bit more. It's just because Australia looks hot. Australia looks hot, but I guarantee US. I'm not 31. I'm 23. I'm not 31. I was generally 23 yesterday, Hat Boy. I'm 23. Oh, anyway. Yeah, the temperature isn't that hot in Australia. Well, it is hot, but I guarantee that where you're from in the US would probably be as hot as that in the summers. It just looks hot because they've got a lot of animals in Australia. Gonna play FIFA tomorrow? I might stream FIFA tomorrow. I was gonna do it today, but I opted to stream Minecraft. I put a poll up and people voted Minecraft. Well, one person voted on the poll and voted Minecraft. I might stream FIFA tomorrow. I played FIFA last night, ironically. I played FIFA last night. It runs so cool. Actually, I put it on my downstairs TV last night. I put it on the downstairs TV last night. The downstairs TV's HDR. My TV's not HDR. Nintendo Switch on HDR. Nintendo Switch on HDR is... Switch 2 on HDR is so good. Yeah, Australia is... I've got family in Australia, and basically... I got family that live in Australia. And the UK in summer times is just as warm. It's just a different part of the world. It's just... it's like it doesn't snow. It doesn't snow in some parts just because of how warm it is. Did you progress without us? No, I played a different save. I played a different save. I played one match on the save that I've been doing on streams. I played one match just to see how the game holds up without lag. I played a different save. I played my other save that I have, where I just did it for fun, you know. I played one game on that save off camera just to see how the lag works. Oh my god. But yeah, you're eating paninis with extra lettuce. Cool. I have not eaten anything. I had my leftover barbecue ribs from my birthday meal yesterday. This restaurant gives you a tin box, and you can take what's left over home with you to eat as a leftover. So I ate the barbecue ribs. I had the rack. I couldn't finish the rack though. I couldn't finish the other part of the ribs because I just couldn't finish it. It came with pulled pork as well, but the pulled pork... No, the barbecue sauce on the pulled pork was horrid. I love barbecue sauce, but whatever barbecue sauce they were using was rank. It was honestly, it was dark. It was dark and dim, whatever it was. Oh my god. Well, yeah, it happens in the UK. It happens everywhere in the UK. Give you boxes to go. Some don't though. But they asked if I wanted to look at the pudding menu, but I had a birthday cake at home. The birthday cake was all right. It was just a normal. It was one of those make your own cakes, but with Minecraft images put on it. I had some Minecraft stuff given to me as a birthday present. I got a huge mug. I got a huge Steve head mug, and I got a Minecraft mug where it's basically a creeper mug, but when it heats up, but when you've got hot stuff in it, the background changes. No pictures. Oh yeah, I did get a picture actually. I got a picture here. I can't show you guys it, but I got a huge picture here. It's massive. I don't know where I'm going to put it. I haven't got any wall space to put another picture up. But I got, basically it's 23 pictures. It's 23 pictures for 23 years. So we've got a picture of me. We've got a picture of me when I started primary school. Sorry, we got a photo of me when I... No pictures of the mugs first. No. I've got this massive picture frame that was given to me. It's 23 pictures of me over 23 years. So we've got one when I was a baby. We've got one when I was about 7. We've got a photo of me taking a photo. We've got a photo of me at Goodison Park, Everton's former stadium. There's a photo of me from Christmas 2000 a few years ago in a Christmas hat. There's a photo of me at my uni graduation. There's a photo of me from... There's a photo of me from when I was shooting my uni documentary in 2023. There's a photo of me shooting my uni documentary in 2023. So I'm there with a camera and a tripod and I'm framing my shot. There's a photo of me in an Everton shirt. There's a photo of a 8 or 9 year old me having an ice cream. There's a photo of me from when I was like 2 or 3 years old. There's a photo of me from when I graduated. Well, there's 4 images of when I graduated uni. Desktop computers towels. I've never heard that one before. That's a really interesting take. In fact, this image is coming out a bit. But yeah, there's many photos of me. There's a photo of me here in this picture, guys, where I've got a hat that says smile on it and then it's got fake lips. Yeah, I know what a towel is. I do know what a towel is. I'm not silly. I was given a little red book, guys, as well. He grew up in the 90s, so I'm not surprised. Well, that's true. So, do you know what makes me feel weird, though, guys? Do you know what makes me feel weird? Someone that was born in the last people born in the 1990s are only 3 years older than me. Makes me feel weird. Yeah, where am I looking? What am I looking for? I was given a little book for my birthday, guys, and it's basically I am looking for something a second, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Something fell off my shelf and I'm just trying to find it. Ah, here we go. I was given this for my birthday, guys. I was given a box of tickets, and it's basically... My parents have decided to give me a ticket thing. Seems a lot. What year were you born, ROA? I think you said 2008. It'd be 9. It would be 9, yeah. Yeah, you're 6 years younger than me, so yeah. Yeah, people that were born in 1999 are only 3 years older than me. I'll be back in a second, guys. Yeah, so like, Skate Punk was in the Skate Punk who watches the streams, was in the stream a couple of days ago, and he was talking about box TVs. obviously, not a lot of other people in the stream were like 13, 14, 15. Whereas he was old enough to remember when TVs used to be huge boxes. I love my new Deli Optiplex. Yeah, I saw your shorts a few days ago. The one which you were trying it out. I did see that. I don't know why they call it Plex though, because Plex is a bit of Plex is see-through plastic. I know what Plex. I've got a piece of Plex somewhere. Plex is like see-through plastic. Because I've got a piece of Plex somewhere. I don't know where I got it from, but I got a bit of see-through Plex somewhere. I've seen a box here. My gramps still have it in the storeroom, whatever they call it in English. Is that like a spec? It's like, I don't know what we would call a storeroom. Hello, 48 star flag. Multiplex, yeah. Multiplex. Oh, multiplex, like computers, yeah. Yeah, in the UK we just call it Plex is a different word for us. So we would call it multi-operational or something like that. But I just check up my phone. Check on. Okay, that's just a very odd comment to type. Good evening. Yes, good evening. It's evening for me. It's 8:16, guys. Oh god, my neck. Ow. I just turned my head to look at my clock, and my neck. I couldn't turn my neck enough. It's a room where all random stuff is. Basements. Yeah, in the UK we do call it a garage as well, but Americans will say garage. America will say garage. We say garage because we pronounce it differently. Yeah, garage. Yeah, we call it the same thing America calls it. We call it the same thing America calls it, but we call it, instead of calling it a garage, we call it a garage. We also have basements though. The UK we call it basements. If you a basement is if you've got a base like a underground room, I don't have a basement, guys. I'm afraid I don't have a basement. But yeah, we call it a garage. So America call it a garage. But I can tell you the difference between a shed and a garage. A garage is basically a shed that's made out of stone. So if your garage is made out of wood, it's a shed. If your garage is made out of wood, it's a shed. If it's made out of stone, it's a garage. Because a garage is more... Well, it's more safer. It's more safer because it's built out of brick. I did once have a shed, but then there was no... We got rid of it because there was nothing in it. Do you remember me? Everyone remembers you. I do remember you, yeah. Want to hear a story? Of course we want to hear a story. Everyone wants to hear a story. I'm going to fart. Sorry, guys. I hope that didn't come through the mic. Everybody wants to rule the world. Oh, that's a bit smelly. So about I can't even read what that says at the moment. There we go. So about 2 years ago, my grandfather diagnosed with cancer, and the doctor gave him 6 months. But every night I prayed, and the Lord gave him 13 months. We did hear it. So, oh, sorry. That's incredible. But they don't know. But that is a thing, though. 48 star flag. That when they say you've got 6 months to live, they don't exactly know. When they say you've got 6 months to live, they don't exactly know. That's an estimate. So, for example, I think your love gave him 30 months. Yeah, you do, when they say 6 months, they don't know. He had terminal cancer. Yeah, but what I meant is when they say 6 months, that's normally an estimate. They don't know. As an example, Stephen Hawkins was given 2 years to live. And he lived for another 50. But yeah, that's incredible. That's, you know, surviving 13 from an initial estimate of 6. That's really good. No, it didn't smell like the shit barbecue. It smelled like eggs. I'm joking. Or am I joking? But yeah, it's when they say that, they don't actually know. So I read a case a few years ago. I read a case a couple of days ago about a person, an old lady. She was given, I think, a few weeks to live, and she's still alive, which is just unbelievable. Which is unbelievable. And this family that was interviewed, they said, we've already said our goodbyes, but we think she'll bounce back. She said, well, we've said goodbye 5 times, thinking that she'll go. And they said that they've said goodbye to her 5 times. Which is incredible, that they said their final goodbyes 5 times. Which that's an incredible... That's an incredible sort of... Drink water, Joe. You've not drunk enough water. I have. I've drunk loads. You don't know how... No one knows how... No one knows when it's going to be your final moment. Which... That's the beauty of the world, though. No one knows. The way the it's the way the world works as well. You don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not religious, guys, so I don't believe in a Lord. I believe that I personally believe that you know, the world is how you make it. That's just my opinion, though. I'm not religious, so my opinion is that the only luck you have in this world is the luck that you make yourself. But that's just my belief. My personal belief is that the luck we have in this world is the luck that we create, which is just a point of view. Which is just my personal point of view. But yeah, I want to make that. I do want to make the Everton badge, but Everton crest. Why is it changed? Why is it put Weatherton crest? I put Everton, not Weatherton. My whole family almost got killed by potatoes. And you guess what famine? Yeah, the Irish potato famine. That is interesting, because I know you're American from the 48 Star Flags. That is a thing, though. Most Americans do hail from the Irish. Well, they hail from the Irish, the English, and the Scottish, and a few Spanish, and a few Spanish, obviously a few Spanish areas, and a little bit of Dutch, but mainly English, Scottish, and Irish. I mean, the potato famine. It was the potato famine. The Great Famine. It started with Ireland. In the UK, they call it the Great Hunger, the famine. They call it the Great Famine or the Great Hunger, whereas Ireland is more known as the. But it had a major history. They said it had a permanent change. It had a permanent change on Ireland. Food exports out was 2000. Food imports in were lower. And obviously, as it started to get worse, they started to export less and import more. which was I said it was just it was all egged on by a policy failure, and obviously the relationships between England and Ireland absolutely tanked at the time. But basically Ireland was British at the time, and they got it wrong. That's true. You never know, Oraway, from what I've just read. What you put, you absolutely never know. Have you guys ever seen the joke in what was it Family Guy, about the Irish were once the most civilized nation on the planet, and then someone invented alcohol, and then it turned into hell. Somebody invented Guinness. The Irish were the greatest inventors in the world, and then they invented Guinness. I do love that joke. I did find that quite funny. I've seen that one, yeah. There is a saying about that, though. There was a saying about that back roughly 1,000 years ago. There was a person that there was a group somewhere in an ancient city in Europe. They tried to build a huge building to get up and see God, but the building collapsed. But obviously they claimed that God had obviously knocked the building down for being too high. But obviously, modern evidence modern evidence of the site has proved that it was unstable. But history is such an interesting thing. But that was their idea. It was to build up a building that would see, because they thought if they built up high enough, they'd see God. What was I going to say a minute, guys? I was going to say something then. I wanted to build the Everton crest in Minecraft, which was a brilliant idea. But I found a video of someone building it, but I might actually have to listen to it, guys. I might actually have to copy it, so I don't think I'm going to be able to look at the live chat for a minute. Actually, no. Hold on. I can take the tab away, can't I? I can take this, because I'm expanding my screen, I can take the tab away and I can look at the live chat at the same time. We're going to need a 16 by 16 block space, so we are going to need a 16 by 16 block space. So hold on a minute. I've got a brilliant idea. We got any cobblestone around us? We got any cobblestone around us? We do. We got any, I don't know, stone bricks around us? Got some. Good. Let's go and build an Everton crest. Where are we building it? It's night time, so we might as well just quickly go to sleep. We're going to need a 16 by 16 block area, so we're going to have to build it somewhere. I'm only coming up this hill because there's a bed on the top. We are 1% smarter than chimpanzees, and if a smart chimpanzee is the equivalent of a human toad, imagine what 5% smart alien would be like. They realised that chimpanzees could technically, we're distantly related to chimps. Chimpanzees we're distantly related to, like modern humans separated from chimps. So we know we could build it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need 16. Not enough space. we got a sweet 16 by 16, so we need a space which is large enough for a chunk. Yeah. One. Sorry, right. I'm going to start here, eh? But we can't start here. Yeah, we got blue concrete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we do not have the space here. We need a area which is 16 blocks wide. What about down here? Oh, that's not big enough. Obviously, this is generally, guys, as I will be honest here, this is generally part of my problem nowadays, building on my world. When I want to build in the main area here, this is part of the issue of why I'm struggling to play. Because at the moment I'm struggling to find build areas big enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Struggling from success. In a way, yeah. But I would love to have this. I would love to have this as somewhere near where we can see it. But as I was saying though, I am starting to struggle for my own success by the fact that I've been so prolific on building stuff. I'm now running out of now. Will I have enough now because of doing that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I can hear my 70 FPS. Why would you need Minecraft at 70 FPS? That's quite a specific number. 60 FPS should be fine for Minecraft. Hold on, 1. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Literally, we're 2 blocks out. We're 2 blocks out. McKinney number, that's good. Yeah, 60 FPS should be fine. 120 FPS in Minecraft is overkill. Anything over 60 in Minecraft is overkill. Because Minecraft is a game that doesn't need too much. Minecraft is a game that doesn't need anything more than 60. It's only games where you have so much moving. It's only games that have so much moving parts. Like with Minecraft, you don't nothing really moves. If you get what I mean. When you're playing Minecraft, you haven't got like you haven't got water that's making like actually flowing. You haven't got water that's actually flowing and like trees that are actually swinging. Whereas in other games you have that because they're more which look good on high FPSs. Yeah, 60 FPS though. I think Minecraft is what you need. I don't think you need anything else than that. Because 60 is meant to be 60. Obviously, back in the day was the ultra smooth. I do know that. Only if you have that though. Only if you have that. Like 120 FPS in a game is overkill. Like I think this is. I'm filming this at 60. I'm filming this. This is exactly 60. I just wish I had a space that I can use to make this crest. Unless I find out that this is absolutely 100% big enough. That would be nice if it was. Sorry. Right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Here we go. So, hold on. I've just found out, guys, that this build doesn't need to be 16. It's only because the guys made a flower garden around it. It's only because the guys made a flower garden around it. But this is the best build suggestion ever. It's a good build suggestion, so we could build that anywhere. We didn't need a 16. We didn't need a 16 gigabytes. Sorry, 16 gigabyte. We didn't need a 16 block area. We could have built that anywhere. So now, let's go find an area where it's going to be good, not out of the way, and not too far. Because this I think I think you've gone mad. Yeah, I'm just trying to find a spot. I'm trying to find a spot where it's going to look good. It's not just about, with Minecraft though, it's not just about how it looks. It's about, will it look good in the area that it is, that we're building it. Here will be alright. Right. So I think you've gone mad. By the way, Joe, I'm 106 now. Soon in those 2 digits. This one meal is a thing. One meal I think is mad. That's really good. That is let's just see this number a second. So 2, Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to do 8 now. So 2. Oh, I need to do 2. 2. Actually, I think we might have to do this with. I think we're gonna have to go back. And do this here. That's really good. How much have you lost in kg then? No, so... Right, so... 4, 3, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 3, 2, that's 3. So hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 almost. So you're roughly 106, 116 then, 115, 116. That's fair play. That's very good. That is a lot of weight to lose very quickly. That's a lot of weight though. That's like what? That's like 20 pounds? I don't even know what that is. That's like, oh no, well, 1 kg is 2.2 pounds. So that's like 22, that's 22 pounds. That is fair play. Fair play. But losing that in that time period is really good. Yeah, yeah, what I meant by that is, yeah, a lot of it is water weight. Because, so you would have been quite, yeah, so, for example, as an example, you would have been quite wide, you would have had quite a wide waist, if I'm right. If I'm sort of right in that guide, you would have had quite a wide waist because of that. Because of obviously how much you had weighed, you would have had quite a wide waist. Even at what it would have wouldn't have been that, but 40, yeah. It wouldn't have been that bad in a context because, as you said, you're really, really tall. But like 40 inches, so that's the same what my waist is, for example. But obviously I weigh less than that because I'm not as tall as you are. But yeah, if you're very heavy, for example, at the start, yeah, some of it is just water weight. Yeah, you're way lighter. Yeah. So at the start of it, it's just water weights, and then eventually it will get harder because you've lost some of that water weight, and then that's when it's the pure sort of fat, if you get what I mean. That's when it gets harder, and that's where people have loose skin. That's why people have loose skin. I got to think about how this should look now. Right, that should be 4. Fine. I need to get back up here. Now this should be 5. This should be 4. Then blue here. Then 2 here like this. Two blue outright like this. Yes, so for example, my waist is roughly 40, but I'm only 95 kg. But as I said, like I'm much shorter. But I'm much shorter. So obviously, as they say, like less weight looks more. Less weight looks more if you're shorter. So there's a guy, me and a friend of mine. So me and Decepted, we know a guy that's a little shorter than us, but much heavier. So even though he's shorter than us, so he looks a lot massiver. 85. I wouldn't even know. I've never bench pressed or deadlifted. What is deadlift? Is deadlift when you just pick it up? So that's 2, 1. Now I go up 2 then. Bollocks. Now we go by 2. Hold on. I think I've gone wrong somewhere here. We shouldn't have one there, so... Oh, no, I haven't gone wrong. Yes, so... I've never done any of those, but I have picked another person. I've never done any of those, but I have picked up another person just like crouched down and I've never bench pressed anything, but I have picked up another person and just off the ground and done something like that. Right. What the hell have I done there then? Okay, perfect. That's what it should look like. I have picked up another person and done something like that. And they were like 80 kg. But I wouldn't know, guys. Right, now everything here should be but yeah. That should be 3 and that should be 3 at the other side, shouldn't it? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep. A normal can pick you up like 1.5 and you can probably deadlift 120 or something if you start gym at any time. Yeah. That is true. I have never had any intention though, everybody, of going to the gym. It's just not something that appeals to me. It's not something that... I don't think you need the gym 1.5 of their body weight. What is 1.5 of my body weight? I have no idea what 1.5 of my body weight is. 1, 2, 3. I actually do want to know though, what is 1.5 of my body weight? What is 1.5 of... What is 1.5 of 95 kg then? I don't know. 1.95 is 142.25 kg. Interesting. So that's 4. This is where we have 2. I understand. That's where I think it's more. That's sort of where I think it's more. That should be 2, shouldn't it? No. If I gone 1, 2, I think I've gone 1, 2 thing. Oh, I bollocks. I've gone 1 too high. It is fine though. We can just correct it. I have gone 1 too high. Basically, that needs to be 1, and we need to have 1 here. We need to have 2 here, because this needs to go up. No, it doesn't. That's a 3. That should be there. That should be. And then we should have 3 here like this. This is the Everton crest. This is what it's meant to look like. So I'm looking at. I'm not watching a video. I'm looking at it. It's a like block image of it. So 3, 2. We've had these two go. We've had these two bits go up. So that needs to go there. Now we need to put 1 here. So now this ends here. We have these 2 go up here. Now, what do we do on this side? How did I do it? How did I do that just over there? Like I've stumped myself. So hold on. There we go. Blue here, white here, blue there, white there, blue there, blue, 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 blue. Now this is like a whisker here, it goes up here. Then we go across to here, and then we do a whisker sort of thingamajiggy there. Then we go up to here to the middle and do that. Okay. Hopefully this looks somewhere near. You're not going to get it. I don't think you're going to get it 100%. I don't know. This is the image that this is the image that I've looked at. And what do you think? Yeah. As it stands, I don't know. I suppose we could put some glowstone around it to lighten it up, but I don't know whether it looks like it, but that's good, isn't it? We got down to just 19 bits of quartz left. It does, but it looks too bulky. That's the design, though. I got it off this video, and this is what it says it looks like. What it's meant to look like. I'll put it in my Discord server of what it's meant to look like. This is what it's reportedly meant to. This is what it's meant to look like. Well, I'm happy enough. I'm happy enough with it. I think it looks alright. Tell you what, we'll have a good place to see it from. Yeah, the tower is called St. Rupert's Tower. It was never on the badge. It was never on the badge for many, many years. It was never on the badge. But Everton offered to repair it. So Everton offered to repair it for £5,000. So they put it on the badge. Are you playing Xbox 360? No, I'm playing Nintendo Switch. I don't know. It both looks like it and doesn't look like it, which is alright. I like it though. I like it. I didn't know Nintendo Switch had Legacy. It did. Nintendo Switch had Legacy for a year before it was discontinued. Basically, if you had to have Legacy Switch before a certain time period. You had to have it before. There's blue concrete here. We had to have it. You had to have it before it was discontinued in 2018. But yeah, it's not available now. Legacy is not available now, but it was out. It was one of the first games that came out for the Nintendo Switch. Oh, I can see out the window. Yeah. I go out my front door and I see my team's badge. I love it. I love it, guys. The only thing that's necessary now is that I've built Everton's badge in. I built Everton's badge in a. Now go and make a Liverpool bird. Oh god, it's hideous. Did I? I didn't. I don't recall saying it 4 times. Sorry, I was just reading something. It's because sometimes I forget what I'm saying. I will admit, it's because sometimes I forget what I'm saying. Sometimes I forget what I'm doing. If I'm streaming and I read a comment, I sometimes then forget what I'm doing. But I love it. I love the build. We are almost at 7,750 subscribers. What's my opinion on femboys? I've got to be honest, I don't really know what they are. I have to be honest. Welcome, Bacon Lord Official, to the stream. I don't really know what they are. I will be honest. How many people have watched this stream today? Because we've been streaming a long time. We've been streaming for 7 hours. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 40 minutes, I think. I think that's what it says. Six hours and 40 minutes. I've given you guys that. I don't have an opinion. Like, as long as you could, I don't care what people do. As long as it's not bothering me, I don't give a shit. Today should have been a FIFA stream. Yeah, as long as it's not bothering me, I don't give a shit. That's my opinion, guys. I don't care about people who are gay. I don't care about people who are gay. You know, lesbian, straight, whatever. I don't care what they're doing. As long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care. But why should you care anyway? Like, you know, I'm me, you're you. Why should I care? Stream FIFA when you plan to long stream. 6 hours is diabolical. Well, I've done an 11-hour stream before on Minecraft. We worked on a train line. We worked on a roller coaster. Hello, it's me. I say candy in my war van. Cool. Yeah, I love the FIFA stream. I do love the FIFA streams. Maybe we'll do one tomorrow. For 11 hours. Well, yeah, sometimes if I'm focusing on something, like, if I really want to build something for you guys on stream, like a cool build idea, and it's going to take a long time, I do them on streams rather than film it. Because means it could all be in one place rather than me, you know, have to shoot for 11 hours and then cut it down into about 15 or 16 videos. Doing it all as one in one live stream is just a good idea. Ooh, pardon me. Ain't a stream about the British burps. Well, it's not the burps. It's just that happens to be that I've eaten a lot of food today, and plus I ate a lot. And plus it was my birthday yesterday, so I ate a lot of food. Nearly 400 of you have watched this stream, guys, which is just incredible. So I would like to thank you for this, for you guys watching this stream. But yeah, almost 7 hours on stream. Well, we've been working, so obviously we made the beauty of the Everton crest. The beauty of the Everton crest is that whatever way you look at it, the beauty of this Everton crest is whatever way you look at it, it is You're welcome, Britishman. Thank you. That crest looks beautiful from afar. It does look beautiful. It does cut out the house, though. It does cut out the house, but I like it. And it makes it also shows that I love it. It also shows my love for my football team. Perhaps I should call this the I don't know, the Seamus Coleman pond or something. Perhaps I should build a pond behind it and call it the Coleman Pond. Ain't Everton the real house? That maybe. Oh, perhaps I should build a little park behind it and call it good. Give me some credit. Yeah, thank you for the idea. Why would I'm a bit confused why that would be. I don't get where the relevance is. I have no idea what that means, so I'm not going to say that. Yeah, thank you, ROA, for the design. For the idea. I like it. Especially when it's like this and you've got the beams coming for it. Perhaps we should change those to blue. What version is this? This is Nintendo Switch Legacy Console Edition. No, I think it's on something similar, but I don't know what it is. I don't necessarily know. Guys, I'd like to thank you guys for 2023. What is your... I want to do a little montage. I want to do a little montage of 2022. So out of curiosity, what is your favourite bits you guys have seen from me in 2022 to 2025, I mean? Why did I say 22? Keep to what? Yeah. We could do that. Yeah, what everybody else? What is your favourite clips parts of this channel from 2025? I want to make a little montage, maybe a bit of a montage video. Some of the FIFA clips will be amazing. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that in. I'm not gonna put that in with my dad walking in and then calling me a dickhead. I'm not gonna put that in. That I can't even remember what stream that was. Maybe I'll put in the one which the controller come down on my knee. Maybe I'll put the one in where basically I got up to find my notepad and the controller happened to... I caught the controller. He called you a knob. Yeah, he called me a knob. That's alright, because I muted the camera and then called him a cunt. I'm joking. Yeah. Yeah. My dad doesn't understand streaming, guys, so he doesn't understand that I'm live, so basically... Trent's assist against Liverpool. Oh, the £90 million joke. I'm prepared to make a £90 million joke. Oh, I got the... Maybe we should have the Dwight McNeil one. Hello, 4K Gaming 2.0. Welcome to the stream. Maybe we should have the... Can I build an upside down T? We've already got... I know what you want me to build. We've already built one. My friend built one at a crafting table somewhere else in the world. Hello, 4K Gaming 2.0. Welcome to the stream. How are you, 4K Gaming? How was your Christmas? Oh, pardon me, guys. Maybe I should put in this montage video I want to do. Perhaps I should do the one with Dwight McNeil where he scores and then he runs into this woman's tits in the crowd. Maybe I should do the clip. I know he's pointing at me. He knows I scored, or he's looking at her tits. I might use that clip. I might use that short. Welcome to Clamp Joe Rewind. I did Clamp Joe Rewind 2019. Clamp Joe Rewind 2025. Buff. Maybe I should do that next year. Maybe if every time there's like a funny moment, perhaps I should. Perhaps we should clip it. Clips have made Clamp Joe famous. Midweek fixtures. Yeah, that's a piss take. That's a piss take. Man United got a day. Man United played on Boxing Day. Everyone else, Man United and Newcastle played Boxing Day. Everyone else played the day later. So why didn't they have 4 or 5 games Boxing Day and a couple the next day? It meant that they should have done every game on Boxing Day instead of doing every game, most of the games on obviously my birthday, because everyone plays now. Everyone played Saturday, now they play Tuesday, whereas Man United played Friday. I think that's a lot of games. Like, I think Everton have got 4 games in 10 days. Boxing Day is full of sport. I personally think that there should be one. A few years ago, we had a game on Boxing Day at 12 o'clock. We had a game on Boxing Day at 12 o'clock. We had a game. Then there was a game at 4 o'clock. There was a game at 6 o'clock, and then they managed to get a game on at 7:30. They had like 4 games on telly. They should play as much games as possible on Boxing Day and But a few years ago, Everton played 2 Premier League games in 24 hours, in 48 hours. A few years ago, Everton played on the 27th and the 29th. In fact, here's a crazy statistic for you. Everton haven't won a game on my birthday since 1958. Everton have hardly played on the 27th of December, normally the 26th or the 28th. But on my birthday, Everton have not won since 1958. I do remember them playing on December 28th, 2018, where they went to Burnley and they absolutely smashed them. They absolutely hammered them. They were 3-0 up in 20 minutes. One of my favourite games of all time. It wasn't even on telly. It was just popping up on TV going, Everton scored in 25 seconds. Everton scored in like a minute. Yerry Mina scored in a minute. I think they had a corner within a minute. And then they scored. Yerry Mina scored his first goal. I can't remember much about that game, but I just remember it being that. I don't even know where I am now. I can't remember much about that game. I just remember the score being incredibly... I just remember the score being absolutely... Right, I know where we are. I know where this house is. I know of this house. This house is This house is very, very old. But yeah, I remember Everton going to Burnley in 2018. Everton versus Burnley. 5-1. Who scored? Everton end winless run with rout over Burnley. Yeah, the 4 days before they lost. That was the it was the 26th. It was the 26th of December 2018. Rejectable. Who was playing for Burnley at the time? The Burnley players at the time: Joe Hart, Ben Mee, Ben Gibson. James Tarkowski was playing for Burnley. Charlie Taylor, Matthew Lawton, Jack Cork, Chris Wood. Who was on the bench? Not many. They only had, bloody hell, they only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They only had 5 players on the bench. Who was Everton? Well, what was Everton's lineup then? Everton was playing 3-4-1 at the time. Yeah, Everton only had 4 players on the bench at the time. Who played at the time? Pickford, Keane. So Pickford and Michael Keane are still there. Seamus Coleman is still there. Idrissa Gueye is still there. Richarlison left. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has left now. Bernard left. Tom Davis left. Theo Walcott left. Kurt Zouma was on loan that season, and Andre Gomes left. I remember this game. Yerry Mina scored. Gylfi Sigurdsson scored. Richarlison scored, and then Luca Digne scored twice. That was a hell of a game. Here it is. Everton scored on the 2nd, 13th and 22nd minute. They were 3-0 up. It went to 3-1 on the 36th minute. And then Luca Digne scored again on the 71st, and Richarlison come off the bench and scored on the 93rd. Because I remember him being booked. You said 3-4-1. Yeah, 3-4-2-1 I meant. 3-4. It was a 3-4-2-1. No, it was a 3-4-2-1 or a 4-3-2-1. Yeah, I must have misread. I misread it. But now I know where we are. I exactly know where we are now because of that house. So I need to head over this hill. I need to head over this hill right here. And we will be right where I need us to be. Are you counting the goalkeeper? 4 7 plus no. 3 plus 4 is 7. That's not. I'm not counting the goalkeeper. I didn't count the goalkeeper because 3 plus 4 is 7. Then there's 3. Yeah, I didn't count the goalkeeper because the goalkeeper's never on the bench. Sorry, the goalkeeper's never in the formation because there's no formation for a goalkeeper, is there? There's no formation sort of for the goalkeeper because the goalkeeper's always between the sticks. It's alright? Yeah, the goalkeeper's always between the sticks, so you never count the goalkeeper. If you count the goalkeeper, it would be a 3-4. It would be a 3-4-2-1. It would be a 1-3-4-2-1. Or as the Chelsea owners thought, the Chelsea owners thought that they could create a 4-4-3. And they had to be told by their manager at the time, we can only play 11 players, so we can't play a 4-4-3. We can play a 4-4-3-3, but not a 4-4-3. Unless they didn't want to play a goalkeeper, which I would recommend playing a goalkeeper though. Have you guys ever seen what they used to do with Phil Jagielka at Sheffield United? Phil Jagielka could play a goalkeeper. So if they ever lost a goalkeeper, Phil Jagielka used to play defence, used to go in goal. Clamative, you remember me? I think I do. Have you changed your name? I've just lost my streams. I've just lost my screen, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I've just lost my screen. I believe I do remember you, yes. Just give me a second, everybody. My screen has mucked up. I cannot read the live chat. He don't remember me. How will he remember you? I do remember you, ROA. You've literally been in the stream for the last 4 hours. Possibly more. Not name. I won't appreciate you for stream quality. Thank you. It's really kind of you. Yeah, I do. So I do remember you. I do remember you. I'm really good at remembering people. I only don't remember people if they've changed their stream names. Stay for days. Ah, thank you. Thank you for that. It's really kind of you. Thank you for helping grow my channel to what it has become today by watching my streams. That's really kind of you. Yeah, I tend to not remember people's names. I tend to remember people's names. Everyone who watches the stream's names. Who are you again, Joe? Yeah, who am I? Who am I? That is the question. Oh, you're monetized. Yeah, we hit monetization in June. It had taken us 9. It's taken us 9 years, but we have hit it. It's been a crazy. This year's been crazy. This year's been slightly bizarre. I don't know if I remember you now. Yeah, I don't know if I remember you too, ROA. But yeah, I am really good at remembering people's YouTube names. It's only if they've changed their YouTube name and then said, "Do you remember me?" That's only when I forget them, because I knew what their old name was, but I'm not going to know the new name because they've changed it. Thanks for the glory of the potatoes. Yeah, thank you, Yogshad. Yeah, I hit it in June time. This year's just the last 12 months has just been crazy. I uploaded a video roughly last December time, which sort of blew up. It didn't blow up like ridiculously. It only got 1,000 views, but it brought a whole new era. It brought in a whole new era of people that found my channel, and it's and I'm just running with it now. The whole aim of what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to stick to the content that I'm making now. Christmas is gone. Yeah. Christmas is gone. My birthday was gone now. My birthday was yesterday. And that feels so weird. That does feel so weird. That's, it feels so weird that I've had my birthday and... Well, obviously, I don't feel... It feels so weird because obviously, you wait a year for your birth. Your birth... Every year, obviously, you're a year older and things like that. But... When you talk about that, it does feel weird. It does feel weird that, obviously, for the whole of 2025, I've been like, bloody hell, I'm 23 in next December. And now I'm like... Oh, so my money vanished and Super Chat vanished too. I am so sorry if that happened. Unless it's not flagged it up. It hasn't appeared. If it hasn't appeared, I don't think it's gone through. If it hasn't appeared, it hasn't gone through, I think. I don't know. I've never seen that happen before. If it has, I do get paid and money deducted. I have no idea. That's never happened before. I think you can probably think that with YouTube. I've never seen that before. That's so bizarre. I've never seen that. We've had a lot of people donate and I've never seen that happen. I feel so bad. I've never seen any of that happen before. Money refunded. Oh, I think it must have been a glitch then. It must have been a glitch. It must have been a glitch in YouTube's system. Yeah, I've never seen that happen. At least you got the money back though. It must have been a glitch through YouTube, because if it hadn't have worked, if it had worked, it would have popped up in a big blue she. Did I say she? Did I say she? Oh, I've never heard of that. If I said she, I do apologize. I don't recall saying it though. My brain... I must have done that on autopilot. I must be on autopilot. Oh my god, my back. Thank you to the people who've watched the stream so far. 402 of you have watched this stream today. That's incredible. As I said in numerous streams, we're aiming to hit 8K. We're aiming to hit 400,000 views on this year. As it stands, we are closing down on almost we're closing down on almost 400,000. We're just under 2,000 views away from hitting that goal, which is absolutely amazing that we're so close to hitting it. At the start of this year, I did not think that we would. I did not think that at the start of this year that we would turn around and get 400,000 views this year, almost, and that nearly 3,000 people would subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is just crazy. So I would like to thank everybody for that. We are going to stream over the next couple of days. So I will stream every day until New Year's, and I will stream on New Year's Eve. As I promised on New Year's Eve. I promised on New Year's Eve 2024 that I would subscribe. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Right. I'm going to go and find my community post a second, guys. I did a community post a year ago, which we're going to read out on... I've got a community post that I did on December 31st of last year, which I am going to read out. I haven't used the community post tabs as much as I would not, as much as I probably should. As we move on to 2024, that's my 2024 stuff. Where is my one then that I did? That's it. That's the one I want, isn't it? Oh, it was January 1st. I did it on January 1st, guys. What are your New Year's resolutions? I don't do New Year's resolutions. I do New Year's goals. We will look back on December 31st, 2025 at these to see what has happened. New Year's goals, hit 6,000 subscribers by the end of the year. We did it in June. Hit 1 million lifetime views. We did it in June. Hits my first 1,000 sales on my novel, Dawn of Plants: The Gathering Storm. We didn't do that. That's the only one we didn't do. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't hit the book one. We didn't hit the book one, but that's absolutely fine. Of the 3 goals we set, we talking about banks. No, well, basically what happened is Yogshed went to try and donate to my stream, and it's basically the money got took and then didn't do the donation, and he's just been refunded it. So we were talking about international paying methods. Well, but I wasn't talking about international paying methods myself. What's it, 53? Welcome to the stream. I was talking about my New Year's goals from January 1st, 2025. That I want to talk about on a stream in a couple of days' time, because basically I said we would. On December 31st of last year, I did a stream and I set myself 3 goals for 2025, and I thought we'll talk about them on the stream on December 31st. I mean, not many people would own 1 million unless 1 million's less in some other countries. £1 million to me, £1 million in my country is a lot of money. What's going to come for €10,000? I have no idea what 10,000. €10,000 is a lot. What is €10,000 in British pounds? I have no idea. I don't even know near 10k euros in GBP. That's roughly £8,700. So that's 10,000 euros is £8,700, because British pounds is worth more than is a stronger currency than euros. So yeah, 10,000 euros to me is less money to me. 10,000 euros is less money to me. It's a weaker currency, whereas it's interesting. I find that stuff interesting about the currencies, about how one is weaker than. What about Dubai's? I think Dubai's is weaker than the British pound as well. 1 GBP in Saudi Riyal. 1 British pound is 5 Saudi Riyal. 10 British pound 10 British pounds is 50 Saudi Riyal. £100 British pound is 500 Saudi Riyal. 1,000 British pounds is 5,000 Saudi Riyal. 10,000 is 50,000. So basically, yeah, Saudi Arabia's currency is much weaker than British money. You asked what you do. What about Dubai? Oh shit! I said Saudi Arabia, but they're both same. The United Arab Emirates and UAE, they're basically the same country. Well, they're not, but they're basically similar. They're right next to each other. They might as well be the United Arab Saudi Arabia. Merge them into one. I forget which one's which because they're both got a similar name. Yeah, one right here. One United Arab Emirates dirham is 20 pence. It's 20 British pence. Yeah, £10 to me is 50 there. So what's 100? Yeah, 100 is 500. It's basically the same. The UK is the same. You have accounts for 16 times. My age. Have a guess. Have a guess. Everyone that asks me my age, I make them guess. Have I got Instagram? I do, but I don't post on it, guys. It's all about my. It's all about my my work. It's all about my film work. I don't have it for this YouTube channel, guys. I have it for some other stuff, but it's just different. It's totally different, guys. My age. Have a guess. Everyone that asks me that question, I make them guess. I am above 18. I am above 18. I've been above 18 for a few years. Nice guess though, because some people think I'm 15. Some people think I'm 15, 16. Which I'm not. I don't know why though. Why do some of you guys think I sound 15, 16? I think every country uses cards. Cards is technically safer. Cards is safer than cash, but you don't know. When you're looking at someone with a card reader, you don't know how much money they've put on the card. You don't know how much they've set the money to take on the card. Cards under 500k. Bloody hell. In the UK, in the UK a car is only between like 5 and 20. Yeah, to answer your question, Yogshed, I'm 23. I'm 23. I am above 18. I'm 5 years. I've been 18 for over 5. I've been over 18 for 5 years. It probably would be ROA because, the Indian currency is probably a lot. Indian currency is probably a lot less. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, guys, why do some of you guys think I'm 15? Why do some of you guys think I'm like 15, 16? I find it interesting. Why do you guys think I'm so young? Is it because of my voice? Is it because of... What? I do put a voice on, don't I? You sound too jolly sometimes talking. I mean, you can be jolly and be over the age of 18. But I do put on a bit of a voice. I mean, this is actually my voice, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre. I will admit my voice is actually more like this, but I sound depressed. I sound depressed, so I put on a bit more of a happy voice. I put on a bit more of a happy voice while I'm streaming because I think people enjoy it. 3 a.m. But yeah. Yes, it's almost 10 a.m. It's almost 10 p.m. for me. When you speak normal, you sound like a 25-year-old. Yeah, which I'm not 25, but yeah. I think it's because, as well, like, if I actually talk like this, I sound deeper, don't I? If I actually talk the way I should, well, I would normally talk, I do sound a lot... I sound deeper, I sound older. But if I actually talk like this, I sound much better. I sound much better on stream. 10:40. Yeah, it's 9:40 for me. Well, 9:41. Joe's accent is so good. Thank you. I put on a bit of a louder voice when I'm streaming though. I actually more or less talk a bit more like this. But so what do I sound like, guys? If I'm talking to you like normally, do I sound older? Do I sound deeper? Or the same? That is the question. Why is that decepted? Kind of same. Saying that you've just woken up. Yeah, so I do sound I think I sound more deeper. I sound more deeper in reality, but I sound quite deep, don't I, guys? Why are we talking about time? I got... Yog Shed was asking us, because he's watching my stream at 3 a.m. So I said what time it was for me, which was 9:40. But we were also talking about the fact that I sort of amplify my voice on stream and how I don't actually talk like this. I talk like this. I actually talk a bit more like this. But if I stream, I sort of amplify my voice and make me sound happier. Okay, so how about no Yog Shed? Or Yog Shit? Sorry, did I say it wrong? Did I pronounce it wrong? I struggle at pronouncing people's names. In the UK, SHX, X, an X in the middle symbolises like an E sometimes. "4:30 p.m. Blimey. You're 5 hours behind me. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, it's the XD. Yeah, sometimes X can be like an E. So I misread it. I misread it as shed. Because an X can sometimes form like an E shape. No, not sound an E shape. I have a notification in the staff chat. Oh, it's nothing. It's about a video game. It's Deceptive Tournament, a video game. Should I tell Deceptive to join the stream? My friend is mad at me just because I slapped his little brother. Why did you slap his little brother, though? Is there any context to why you slapped his brother? Yeah. So let me get this through. Joe plays, Joe writes, Joe does work. Yeah. So tell you what I do. This is what I do. Yogs. I write books, which I do. I write books. I write films. I stream Minecraft. I stream FIFA. So that's what I do. Basically, I love anything creative. I love anything creative. So when I'm writing a book, I'm not just creating a book, guys. I'm creating a world. So when some people just create a story, I hate just creating a story. I love to give every bit a little bit of aspects. Oh, thank you. The lighthouse is new. I built it in 2024. Yeah, the ships are new. I built the end ship last year or the year before. I don't know. I can't remember. This is fake as well. This desert temple's fake. Which is why there's a slight explosion. There was a slight explosion in it from a creeper, and I need to patch up the hole, but I don't have the sandstone. Never showed me though. I'm convinced I might not have built it then. There's some stuff on here I haven't built. I've built a lot of new stuff recently. I've built a lot of new stuff, and there's so much on this world now. If I ever do a world tour, I forget stuff. Oh, plus his little brother punched me in the leg. It depends though, or is that? It depends though. It depends though, Dylan. Are they much younger than you? So this is the pirate ship. We can't get in it from this side, so I need to go under it and go to this side. I swear we have a ladder on this side. He's 11, and how old are you? "17. That's still quite a thing. There's going to be a hell of a size difference there. That's still quite harsh. There's a massive size difference there. Well, you know, but you're quite taller away, so you know he can be completely different. But there would be a massive size difference there. But there would be what I mean, Yogs, is there would be a huge size difference. There would be a huge size difference. You know, someone that's... Oh, hello, Swiss. I didn't even know you were still in the stream after you said goodnight. No, but I said that will still be a huge size difference. You know, a 17-year-old will always be much bigger than an 11-year-old. They tried to hit me somewhere else. Yeah. But, you know, slapping them back is the wrong thing to do. They always say the thing of be the bigger person. They always say the thing about be the bigger person. They always say about be the bigger person, Dylan. Yeah, but slapping an 11-year-old when you're 17 is quite thing. So that is quite harsh. What if he's short in height? Can you so? I'm not sure. Yokes. I was just messing. Sorry, but yeah. But a 17-year-old compared to an 11-year-old, it's yeah, a slap. I shouldn't have slapped him. But what I'm saying is that no, what I'm saying though is, if you're in, 11-year-olds, even though he was, even if he's tried to hit you there, you can't justify turning around and slapping someone that's vastly younger and vastly shorter. It's like you're almost an adult, they're almost a kid. If you'd been a year older, it would have been criminal assault. If you get what I mean. Thank you for the donation, Galuxi. That was really kind of you. Thank you for the donation. But yeah, that's quite a harsh thing to do. Like if you had been a year older, it would have that would be criminal. If you get what I mean. If you had been a year older, you could technically get arrested for assault. If you actually no, you're over the age of 16. So technically, you could be arrested for assault. I don't know though. But if you're 17 and hitting an 11-year-old, that's quite. No, but if someone comments something like that, we're going to discuss it, aren't we? You're going to discuss it. But that is what we're saying, though, is that's quite a thing. So, for example, I had someone in my stream that's like 15. I warned them. But that's still quite a harsh judgment. That's still quite a harsh judgment to do. It's like... child harassment. But that's not harassment. But it started from obviously Dylan saying about his friends mad at him because he slapped his younger brother, and we just asked him how young the brother was, which because he's 17, it's not that's quite a bad thing to do. Slapping isn't harassment. No, it's assault. Yeah, it's not going to be harassment's completely different. Yeah, slapping someone's more of an assault. Harassment is where you stalk someone, or basically you won't stop following somebody. Well, actually no, that is stalking, isn't it? Stalking and following someone the same thing. But that's more like a stalking thing. Harassment. So that's completely different. Slapping is more like assault. But but yeah, Dylan, if you that doesn't look good. Even if like a 11-year-old's annoying you, because you're vastly old, because you're 17, that is not a thing that you can turn around and do. As some advice, that's not something you can turn around and do. Happy belated birthday, and how have you been? Thank you, Scape, that's really kind of you. Thank you for your comment. It was a really nice comment. Thank you for your comment yesterday. That was a really nice comment. I nearly cried reading that comment. That was really kind. How do I get mods? Just be consistent on the streams. Just be consistent on the streams. I have been really good. Thank you, Scape. That's really kind of you. And thank you for the happy birthday message in the Discord server. That was really kind. I didn't stream that. I didn't stream for long because my family had booked me a birthday meal, which I put an image in the Discord server. I put an image in the stream earlier on, guys. I'll put the image back in of my birthday meal, guys. It cost me 30 quid. Well, it didn't cost me 30 quid. I knew I wasn't paying for it, so I had a nice meal. By Joe Biden. Yeah, I'm not Joe Biden. I know where I am. Actually, because Joe had some American barbecue ribs. No, I had barbecue ribs. I didn't actually finish those. I think I've got rid of it, guys. Oh yeah, no, I have. So I ate this, guys. I ate this. It cost me 30 quid. This cost me 30 quid, but trust me, it looks like nothing on the street. It looks like nothing on the screen, guys. This food was the size of my laptop. This plate was the size of my laptop screen. It was huge. Hit me in a spot that hurts. Yeah, self-defense. I understand it's self-defense. I understand it's self-defense, but you're 17, he was 11. You could be 6'3", 6'4", 6'2", whatever. You're going to be vastly heavier. Self-defense or not, you legally can't hit someone who's... I'm 6'5". You're 6'5". We saw chapter 1, chapter 2. Yes, sorry, I was explaining how I write my books earlier on. So, this is how I write my books, guys. This is how I plan out these is how I plan out chapters. If you're like 6'5" and 17, an 11-year-old on average is like 4'7". You know, that's a huge difference. That's a huge height difference. But it still works. That's not self-defense. If you have to pull the self-defense card because you know you've been hit by an 11-year-old, and then there's something wrong. Yeah, there's no way you can call it self-defense, because when you're like younger, for example, let's just get rid of that book note. That's how I write my books, by the way. When you're younger, for example, no offense, I'm 5'9". I wouldn't want to take a punch from someone that's... I wouldn't want to take a slap from someone that's, you know, 6'5". But I want your book. They are currently available on Amazon globally. They're currently available on Amazon, so you can on Amazon globally. So you can get them on Amazon India. You can get them on Amazon India. If you put the name of the book in, you can find them on Amazon India. But yeah, that's not the best thing to do. Like, even though it's wrong what the 11-year-old did, you've got to show a bit more restraint. But yeah, my books are available globally, so you can find them on Amazon India, you can find them on Amazon everywhere. I made it global. Basically, I was only going to publish them in English-speaking places, but then I suddenly realised that, you know, English-speaking people, there's English-speaking people everywhere, so I instead changed my mind and published it last minute. Damn, bro, I'm 5'10" at 15. That's still tall at 15, though. That's still tall at 5'10", still tall at 15. That's still... Yokes, you're taller than I am, and I'm 8 years older than you are. I'm only 5'9". Yeah, 5'10" at 15 is really tall. it's not ridiculously tall, but it is tall. I mean, I'm 23. I'm 5'9", which I stopped growing for a long time. I was 6'15". Now I'm 6'5". Yeah. I was 5'7" at 15. I was 5'7" at 15. I didn't grow for 2 years. I was 5'7" when I was 15, and I stopped growing for 2 years, and then I didn't grow again. I grew for 2 years. I didn't grow for 2 years, so I grew from 5'7" to 5'9" when I was like 17 and a half. 17. Oh my god, I've really hurt my shoulder. Don't know why. Oh. I'm having Discord notifications. Food, where is food? Oh, I didn't post it in Discord. I put it in the stream. I went to make a mistake. We both warned him. But it's still wrong. It's still wrong. Just because someone's done something wrong, it doesn't mean you can turn around and slap someone. While it seems like justifiable because you warn them, slapping someone that's much younger is still quite harsh. It's still quite a harsh thing to do. Like, in the eyes of the law, what he did is irrespective. In the eyes of the law, though, in the eyes of the law, what he did is irrespective, because in the eyes of the law, it would be looked at as God. You would literally be looked at in the eyes of the law, going, he's 11, you're 17. At 17, you should hold more restraint if you've been like punched by someone that's 11. But due to the fact, someone that's 17 is much heavier, much taller. As you said, you're 6'5". You know, you could be 250 pounds. An 11-year-old could be, 4'7", 80. And that's almost that's almost 170, 180 pound difference there. It's a grey area where, yes, you want self-defense, but is it self-defense if you've been punched by a kid that's much younger than you, and you've turned around and slapped them back? Joe, if a kid is poking you and you wouldn't annoy him back trying to play with them or slap them? Yeah, that sounds more like anger management. No, I understand you didn't straight up punch him, but that's not good, having a natural instinct to slap. That isn't a natural thing to do, especially when they're much younger. It's like, especially when they're much younger. I'd understand it if they were like, 15, 16, because 15 to 16-year-olds are... I got ignored. No, I read your comment. I'd read your comment. Plus, his younger brother knows I have anger issues. I'm going to sleep. Have a good rest of your night, Yogs. Have a good rest of your night. I did read it. I just didn't read it out loud. Plus, his younger brother knows I have anger issues. Yeah. But that's the thing though. Even if you have anger issues, like if you're taking it out on someone, you can't take it out on someone that's much younger. It's the same as like young children don't tend to realise. I did apologise to him. That's a good thing though. That is a good thing. But yeah, when you said that about, you know, slapping him, like, as an example, you know, as you said, you're 6'5", which is very tall. You know, you're what, 5'7" is the average height of a human the average height of a human adult is 5'7" globally, and you're 9 inches taller than that. Sorry, 10 inches. You're 10 inches taller than that. You're 10 inches taller than the average human adult. That is true. Like, that is true, Arway. Plus, even if you slapped the average adults, Joe doesn't understand it. These are topics we ignore to talk about. But they're not topics we ignore to talk about though. If you don't talk about it, if you don't talk about them, they keep happening. That actually, what ROA just said though is true. But if you don't talk about them, Yogs, they continue to happen. I mean that. Yeah, but when you were in elementary school though, you would have been much shorter. Yeah. But when you're in elementary school, you would have been much shorter because you would have been much younger. No, never mind. Like child assault. Well, technically it's not child assault because Dylan is 17, but we're just saying how immoral it is. It's not. It technically isn't child assault because he's 11 himself. Sorry, not 11 himself. He's technically younger. Extremely bad. That's understandable. But there is a way of controlling it. One way of controlling it is through art and things like that. One way of controlling it is things through like art and stuff like that. Taking it out and doing something you enjoy it in, like boxing, for example. Like that's what they used to say about people. That's what they used to say about people with anger management, with anger issues. They used to get them to box because they found them like sports that they could take it out of. Like a guy in my school year had a guy in my college class had it. He all his aggression. He used to get into fights on the football pitch all the time. And do you got ebooks? I do. Yeah, I do. I do. Yeah. So basically, if you go to the see that QR code on the stream, Yogs. If you click it, it has a paperback and ebook option. So basically, if you buy it on ebook, it tends to be a bit cheaper, and you don't have to have a Kindle to do it on. If you don't have a Kindle, you don't have to have a Kindle to download an ebook because you can download it straight onto your laptop, your phone, or whatever. But yeah, I do have ebooks. I do have ebook options. Yeah. I have paperback and ebook. I've never done a hardback version because it's more expensive to do hardbacks. But yeah, there's ebooks. Well, actually, it's no. I think that's a bit harsh, ROA. It's not. It's no one's fault that you've got anger management issues, but you've got to find a way to control it, to keep it under wraps. No, well, not keep it under wraps, but to keep it manageable. My screen's about to go off, guys, because I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 12 minutes. 7 hours and 53 minutes. It's just changed. But if you ain't gonna do nothing, then it would be bad on later on. No, I understand that. I understand the point you're making there. Yeah. I understand the point you're making on there. Yeah. Which this remote's getting on my nerves. This remote's getting on my nerves because if I press it, it doesn't do anything. How much did it cost me from writing to publishing? It cost me nothing. It cost me nothing. Amazon do it all for me, so it actually cost me nothing. All it did, the only thing it cost me is time. The only thing that cost me is time. The only thing it costs is time. So, when I wrote my first book, when I wrote my first novel in 2023, I wrote a book called Archipelago. And Archipelago took me 4 months. Archipelago took me 4 months, and it was roughly 30,000 words. Yeah, Archipelago, it doesn't cost me anything because it's called self-publishing. So it doesn't... You got to pay nothing. Yeah. Basically, yeah, so no one... I get angry extremely easy. I understand that. But a way to a suggestion would be to find something to take it out, take the aggression, like sports or something like that. Because when you said about slapping an 11-year-old, like that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good on on legal and ethical boundaries. For example, Dylan, and I mean this really kindly. If you were to get arrested, the fact that you have anger management issues would not save you. If you did get arrested for, say, hitting somebody in public, it wouldn't. I do have peaceful mode on because I've been building some builds today. I've been building some builds on stream today, so that's why I've sort of done it. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that point. If you were arrested, for example, for like assault, for slapping someone or whatever, the fact that you've got anger management issues or whatever wouldn't save you. It would just be like a prison sentence. Good night, Yogs. Have a good rest of your day, and we will see you in the next stream. Have a good rest of your day, nights. Thank you for watching, and as I said, have a good rest of your night. But yeah, it wouldn't look good. It's like there was a guy a few years ago. There was a guy a few years ago. He was roughly about 17 in the UK. He threw a kid off a building in the UK, and he tried to use the fact that he had autism as a way to try and get around it. And but yeah, if the fact that you've got like anger management issues would not help it. And wait till 4:30 to wake up for school. Oh, of course, yeah. Because you're from India. Because oh, my TV's just gone off. I can't read the. I can't see the I can't see the live chat. But I'm going to answer that question anyway while I'm trying to turn this TV back, my mini monitor back on, because self-defense works, but you can't argue self-defense. You can't argue self-defense when you like hit an 11-year-old, because the 11-year-old poses no physical threat to you. If he had a knife, if he was waving a knife in front of you, yeah, that would work. But in the eyes of the law, you are physically much bitter. You're physically much taller. You probably weigh a lot more. Your slap is more of a threat. It's more of a threat than an 11-year-old punch hitting you. Do you get what I mean? Oh, I can't get this. We're going to be here for ages, guys. I can't get the monitor back on. Do you know what? I might as well just take this HDMI port. Take the HDMI port out the back of my laptop, because this TV's not turning back on now. Just give me a sec. I'm going to take the HDMI port out the back and then the comments. Or I'm just saying, not in general. Well, self-defense only sort of works in boundaries. I've lost my controller. Oh, they're in front of me. But yeah, ROA's right there. If they had been 15, 16, yeah, it would be self-defense. But due to the fact that you're 17 and they were 11, that's not really self-defense. In the middle. Yeah, because you're so tall though, you'd probably be skinny with what I weigh, and I'm quite overweight for my height. But an 11-year-old though, so like it's not, that would not be classed as self-defense due to the fact of the size difference. If the 11-year-old had a knife, then yeah, that would be self-defense. But because self-defense only works when it is self-defense, if you get what I mean. Self-defense only works, there's sort of legalities where self-defense would apply, and it will not apply there due to the fact that you're physically older and much taller, and as I would say, probably much heavier. But as well, if that went to like the police or something, it would be looked at, and it would be looked at in a way that they would probably argue. I think it would be more judged about how you couldn't hold restraint, I think. Yeah, well that makes more sense. That's where it comes across as more accidental. That's where it comes across as accidental, which isn't as bad. But self-defense wouldn't apply to that. Well, it depends though. It depends though in that one, ROA. Liam Neeson, who obviously plays Qui-Gon Jinn, he started out, before he became an actor, he was a teacher, and he got sacked from teaching because he punched a student. He had a 15-year-old 6'2" student pull a knife on him, so he punched him. And he said, Liam Neeson said something about looking back, he probably could have handled it differently, but at the time, seeing a knife being pointed out at him, his first reaction was to punch him. And he said, yeah, when he was a 22-year-old teacher and he punched a 15-year-old student. Yeah, it kind of depends. Kind of depends. It does depend, but you can't justify self-defense on an 11-year-old unless they were armed with a knife intent to cause harm. It's like the kid didn't have a knife. Yeah, but there's ways it can be justified, and there's ways it can't. That's what I was trying to say, Arwe. That's what I was saying. There's ways you can justify self-defense, and there's ways that you can't. I'm probably going to end this stream soon, guys, because I've been streaming for 8 hours. Ooh, pardon me. Sorry, I've just burped. I feel awful. I just burped on stream. Well, I burped loudly. He could have made you trip, but that is trying to find a reason though. But that is trying to find a reason though. But on a legality, there's a lot of things that could happen. There's a lot of things that could happen, yeah. But there's only thing that did happen. In the eyes of the law. That is true. In the eyes of the law, if you turn around and say, after trying to claim self-defense, if you said all the things that could have happened, the courts would probably turn around and say something along the lines of, but that's what could have happened, but that's not what happened. In a way, it is a grey area, but you can't justify it though. For example, I'm 5'9", and you're 6 years younger than me, but you're vastly taller than me. I wouldn't want to take a slap, so why should an 11-year-old take a slap? And someone that's 11 is much younger and much shorter. An 11-year-old is like up to my arm. It's like up to the bottom of my arm. They're like 4'7" or something like that. Like 11-year-old is like up to up to just under my arm. I wouldn't want to take a slap from someone that's 6'5". But yeah, as I always said though, there's no way you can justify it. Even if you're annoyed by someone, you can't turn around and justify it. It's the same as there was a guy in my stream. There was a guy who was watching one of my streams, and he said that he pushed his 6-year-old cousin when he was, I think he was 17. He was generally 17 because he's 19 now. He commented on my stream about he pushed his 17-year-old cousin into a windowsill. His 6-year-old cousin, sorry, into a windowsill because she kicked one of his rare Hot Wheels cars. And I said to the guy on stream, I said, you can't justify that. I said, in the eyes of the courts, what you did was worse. Like a Hot Wheels car is a toy. You know, your cousin's a person, and this person obviously I think he's got autism, so he's quite reactive. He can be overreactive. but in the eyes of the law, a rare Hot Wheels car is irrespective. If that breaks, if that breaks, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, no, but that's the bit that bit that you just said there makes is understandable. But when you said initially about trying to bring self-defense into what you said, it made it sound worse. It made it sound worse. After you said that, you know, that makes it not as bad, because obviously that is unintentional. That was unintentional. Is it? It's so hard to sell a book, to be honest. It is hard to sell a book, but you just got to keep rolling with it. I've sold a couple. I've sold a couple this year. I've sold one in the last month, but yeah, it is hard. It's hard for me because I can't afford the advertisements. I can't afford the advertisements because you got to pay to advertise. If I could do that, I would. Instead of just saying I slapped my friend's little brother. Yeah, you probably should have put more context into it, because the way you put it, and then you said about self-defense, it made it sound like you were trying to justify it. Which is why me and ROA were quite harsh on it, because trying to justify hitting an 11-year-old, without that context, it sounded really bad. Without that context, it sounded really, really bad. But in a way, like, without that context, it sounded very bad. But yeah, self-defense, just to let you know though, self-defense wouldn't cover that. Due to the fact of the size difference. Taller, not older. So the self-defense wouldn't cover that due to the fact that it would be looked at about, because you're older, you should be able to deal with it. You should be able to deal with it. So as an example, when I was younger, when I was at a party and I had all these younger cousins jumping on me. Yeah, no, it's now that you've said that, it's not as because you said that bit, it's not as bad. But the reason we all were harsh on it, is because it did sound bad the way you put it. So, for example, when I was younger, I had all these cousins jumping on me. Even though I wanted to shake them off and like give a couple of them a slap because they were jumping on me, because I was so much older, I couldn't. Well, they were jumping on me and riding me like a horse. So I was at a party when I was younger, and because I was older, I couldn't do that. Because you can't justify self-defense. You can't justify self-defense if it's against someone that's much, much younger. Make it make sense to say. So I'm using it as an example of how you shouldn't do it. So I had younger cousins annoy me when I was younger, but I would never turn around and slap them. Because I was much taller than them. He said the kid knew about his anger issues. No, you said he didn't even realise it was the kid. Yeah, I did just think about that. Unless he referred to that beforehand. Unless he referred to that about the kid knew, but he didn't realise the kid was prodding him. But I suppose if you're that tall, you're not going to see them because they're going to be above you. They're going to be below your eye line. But to be honest, if you're 6'5", I think you're. I think I think I don't think you can even. If you're 6'5", I think I'm invisible. I think I'm invisible. I think. Yeah, if you're 6'5", your eye line's like 5'10". So, but if you're 6'5", your eye line's about 5'10". So basically, yeah, I would be invisible because I'm 5'9", so I would be under your eyes. Hello, Apollo. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I saw you, Apollo. I didn't read it out because I was reading some other comments further up. I do apologize. I do apologize. But yeah, the taller you are, the higher your eye line. How are you? I'm really good. How are you? Haven't seen David in a while. Yeah, David hasn't been on the streams in a couple of days. Probably about, I don't know, a week. A week and a bit. I got into a new movie series. What movie is it? Out of curiosity. That's so weird. Haven't seen Egg. He's probably playing Siege. He was in the stream earlier on. He appeared in the stream. Yeah, when I said about the eye line, though, I was wrong, guys. If you're 6'5", your eye line would be 5'11". If you're 6'5", your eye line would be like 5'11". So, and it's someone that's 6'5" wouldn't see me because I would be under their eye line, so they're not going to see me. So yeah, if someone like 11 is prodding you, you're not going to see them. You're not going to see them. Like some of you guys that are ridiculously tall, like I know you're 6'3" are away. Yeah. Literally, you're the top. Your eyes are over my head. Your eyes would be over my head, because the eye line of someone who's 6'3", 6'4" is 5'10". So imagine an 11-year-old. You're not going to see an 11-year-old. Yeah, yours is 5'10". So from your eyes, you're not going to see me. And that's why I was sat there like, yeah, you wouldn't see someone who's someone that's, 11. You're not going to see them. They're going to be invisible. They're going to be invisible because you're not going to see them because their head's below your eyes. I wonder what the eye line of 5'9" is. A person who's 6'1" is 5'8", has the eye line of 5'8". Six foot 2 is 5'9". I wonder what 5'9" is. I know, quite an interesting thing to find out. The average eye line of a person who's 5'9" is 5'2" to 5'4". Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't see somebody that's under 5'2" then. Well, 5'2" to 5'4". Interesting. I'm 5'12". You're 5'12", Apollo. That doesn't make sense. So you're 6 foot. So you're 5'12". So does that mean you're 6 foot? I've only ever seen one person say 5'12", and that was Landon, who watches my streams. He used to watch my streams. I don't know if he still does. Landon, who watches my streams, he used to say he was 5'12", which he was 6 foot. He was 6 foot, 183, so he would have been 183 centimeters. But he would say 5'3". Hello, Lexa Motivator. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Master Ego. Welcome back. I recognised your profile picture, Master Ego, but everyone's names has changed. Everyone's names have changed to their handles. Yeah, 5'12" is 6 foot in the UK, because there isn't a 5'12". 5 foot goes from 5'1" to 5'11". 5 foot to 5'11", 6 foot to 6'11". I once saw a girl, and there was a girl in my college. She was 6'8", and she probably needs to put a lot of weight on, because she looked anorexic. Basically, she looked about 150 pounds. She looked about 150 pounds. Let's say she was that skinny. She looked like the wind was going to take her. She looked like the wind was going to take her out. Basically, she was tall, but she hardly had any weight on her, so the wind looked like she was going to take her. Good memory, nice. Thank you. I'm really good at remembering people's names. Yeah, so this girl, it looked like if the wind took her, she would blow off. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen ironically, when I was in school, there was only 3 girls in my school year taller than me. Surprisingly. When I was in school, we only had like 3 girls in my school year who was like taller than me. Yeah. It's not really a thing. But it's not really a thing. 5'12" is not a it says here 5'12" is not a real measurement, because 1 foot equals 12 inches, so it's 6 foot. People sometimes say it. It's basically it's a shy way of saying 6 feet. Have you watched the new Chainsaw Man movie? I haven't, because I hardly watch horror films. I don't really like horror films that much, but it's not that I don't like them. I just feel I find most of them like cliche, and you can sort of tell what's going to happen. It's an anime. I don't like anime. That's the thing, though. I don't like anime. That's partially something that I really don't like. So I prefer live action. I prefer like, oh my god, my screen's gone. I prefer more traditional animation. And live action. But yeah, I prefer live action. I prefer live action. Yeah, I don't like anime though, ROA. I hate the style. I personally would rather it not aired in the UK. I would rather anime not be aired in the UK and the UK give chances to up and coming British filmmakers. I don't like the fact I went on British TV recently and there was nothing British. It was all imports from the United States or Japan or countries like that. Yeah, I when you said horror, I was thinking of the chains. I was thinking of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's what I was thinking of. But yeah, I personally prefer live action filmmaking, guys. I prefer live action filmmaking. Am I what? Sorry. Original, it's a live adaptation of Until Dawn. Until Dawn, what's that? Is that what is Until Dawn? What is that? That's the oh, I know this. Was that the web series? Is that Call of Duty? No, Halo, wasn't it? Wasn't it Halo? Yeah, you actually hate me. Yeah. Um, was that the Halo? The Halo thing? Until Dawn, was that the Halo show? Because there is a film, I'm thinking of a Halo thing. There was a Halo TV series they did about 10 years ago and it was called Until Dawn. I'm just thinking of that. Oh, Until Dawn 2025. I've had to Google it. I've never heard of it. I think I have heard of the game. There was a show called Halo Until Dawn though. It was a web series then. I am I really like that from here. Look, it looks so cool. I love the badge from here. It looks amazing. Oh, I'm absolutely shattered, guys. I was going to write some in my book today, but I just can't be bothered. I actually have a 72 demon colouring book. Cool. What's I prefer live action filmmaking, guys, because I think it's I prefer live action filmmaking just because that's what film was made for. That's what film was made for. All the animated cartoon stuff was like a side thing. I really love live action filmmaking because I think you see more emotion that you can't get with cartoons because the faces aren't real. Whereas if you watch a human being acting in a film, I think you see the emotion more. So I just watched a film that I really love called Snowmen. Came out in 2010, starring Ray Liotta. Great film. I've cried every time I've watched it. You have a fat dog in your feet. That's a really odd statement that I've heard. Have I watched Forrest Gump? I have, yeah. Great film. I don't get the hype. It might be because you're not from America, are you? You're not from Master Ego. No, I remember you saying you're from somewhere else. No, I'm not American. It might be because it's a different style of film. Um, Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump is a great film. It's love. It's aimed more at a British and American audience. It's the It's like hello Taka. Hey Kawa. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce that then. I feel so bad. Um, sometimes Master Ego. Some films work better in other language in other countries. For example, here's a good example for this. Christopher Nolan's Dunkirk. Christopher Nolan's Dunkirk. If you watched it, it's a greater film if you're British. It's a greater film if you're British because it's a true British story. Whereas Quentin Tarantino watched it in an American film. Tarantino watched it in an American cinema, and everyone was laughing, going like that really happened. But everyone in everyone in the British cinema that he watched it in was crying because it's a true story. Every country has films that are different. So what a British person and an American person would love in a film, someone in another country won't. It's the same as if you go and watch a Japanese horror film, not an anime, a genuine live action horror film. A Japanese live action horror film will be much darker, will be much creepier than a Hollywood one. Hollywood like to have their films glossy, so a fight scene in a Japanese live action film tends to be more brutal because every culture has more things that are completely different. So a Japanese horror film is much different than an American horror film. Let me think of a film a minute. There's a film that's just come to mind. It was directed by a director I really like, so I can find it. Let Me In. Have you guys ever heard of the film Let Me In? It's a 2010 film. Let Me In is a 2010 film starring Chloe Grace Moretz and Cody Smith-McPhee. Have you guys ever heard of that? It's like a vampire film. It's a vampire film, but it's a remake of a It's a Swedish film. It's a remake of a Swedish film? No, sorry, it might be Danish. It's a remake of a Danish film. The Danish film is much darker because it's a remake of a... So, Let Her In... Sorry, Let Me In. Let Me In is a remake of a Danish film... Sorry, Swedish, called Let the Right One In. And it's much dark... The original Danish version is very, very creepy. And in fact, it was so good that the Danish director was offered the chance to make it for an American audience. He turned it down, and so 2 years later they got a different director in to do it. And it's completely different. The Danish one, the Swedish one. I keep mixing up Sweden and Denmark. The Swedish one is much darker. But it's the same as how cultures do. So every film, every country will nick from each other. So for example, Forrest Gump was remade by Bollywood, and I think it's called Last Train something. Let me just type that in. Forrest Gump. La Singh Chadar. La Singh Chadar. There's a film called La Singh Chadar. It was a Bollywood film. I'm going to type the name in. There's a film called La Singh Chadar, and it's basically Forrest Gump, but it was remade for an Indian audience because the Indian audience would never have heard of Forrest Gump. And it's a really interesting... So, La Singh Chadar is a 2022 Indian Hindi language comedy drama film directed by Advait Chadan, written by Atul Kakani. It is a remake of the 1994 American film Forrest Gump, which is itself an adaptation of this novel by Winston Groom. The film stars Amir Khan as the title character, and yeah, it's the adaptation underwent 2 decades. I think it got hammered though because people sort of realised it's I think it got hammered though because people sort of realised it was a remake. Forrest Gump is better than Last Thing to Die. Yeah, I think it got hammered though because it was am I Christian? I'm not religious. I think it got hammered, but that was partially the reason because they found out it was technically a remake. It was a remake of a film that was based on a book, which I think that is partially wrong. I think that's partially wrong to film that due to the fact that it was based off someone's book. So technically you have ripped off someone's book, which is... Wait, what are we talking about here? Original is original, what can I say? Yeah, original is original. And partially that's... I think in that case it was partially wrong because it was someone's... Forrest Gump started out as someone's novel. So taking a film that's somebody... a novel... He wasn't acting autistic. No, it's because of the accent. His accent's quite thick. He had the Forrest Gump has a really thick accent. The boy that played young Forrest Gump had a really thick accent, and they were trying to teach the young boy how to do Tom Hanks's accent, and Tom Hanks said something along the lines of, "Why don't I just do his accent?" So the kid would, when they would talk to the kid would go, "I make products," because he had a lot of gap. And he said, what are they? "My dad make products. They go into glue." And obviously, the Indian one doesn't hit right. I think it's because they took the core aspect. I think they took the core aspects out and didn't include them right. Like the core aspects of Lord of the Rings is the one ring. You can't do Lord of the Rings without the ring. It's the same as... who was the first comment? I can't recall. I don't recall actually today. Because I've streamed for 8 hours today, so I can't actually recall. But if we're talking about this for if it was me, actually I think it was you today. I think it was you. I couldn't recall though if it was you or if it was someone else because I've had so many people join today. You joined, then Rafa joined. Gotta go now. Bye. Have a good rest of your day, Apollo. Thank you for joining the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, so have you guys ever seen the Chronicles of Narnia? Well, the Chronicles of Narnia is... Are you Christian? Are you guys on Discord or Instagram? We have a Discord server for this YouTube channel. The link is somewhere. Nightbot should be putting it in a second. But yeah, what was I going to say? Have you guys ever seen the film Chronicles of Narnia? They're redoing that, and they're absolutely going to get it wrong. I'm absolutely convinced they're going to get it wrong. The Chronicles of Narnia. Yeah, it's somewhere. It is on there. It is on. If you're on phone, it is in the community tab. So the Chronicles of Narnia. The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe. The film came out 20 years ago, a couple of weeks ago. The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe. It came out 20 years ago. A couple of weeks ago. They're doing Joe, you're still streaming? I've only been streaming for 8 hours. So, for example, The Chronicles of Narnia. They're rebooting the films. Netflix have bought the rights to them and they're rebooting them. The whole point of the Chronicles of Narnia, the Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe book, is that the children are evacuated because of the Second World War. Because of the Second World War and the bombings of London, they're sent to the countryside. Yes, it's nearly 11 o'clock at night for me. The kids are sent in Chronicles of Narnia because of the bombings of London during the Second World War. They're sent to live to the countryside, but they are basing the new film. Christian Bale is a brilliant actor. Christian Bale isn't even American. That's the funny thing. Christian Bale's not even American. He's Welsh. Christian Bale was born in Wales, so technically he's Welsh, but he lived mostly in English and he identifies as English. Christian Bale was born in Wales, but he classes himself as English, so he's English. He's not even American. And that's the funny thing about he does such a good job. He's not even from... He nailed it, yeah. It depends what they want to remake it for. So the Chronicles of Narnia, they want to remake for a new generation. But Greta Gerwig, who's directing it, will get it wrong. Because she's basing The Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe. She's basing The Magician's Nephew in 1955. When The Magician's Nephew is in... The Magician's Nephew is based in 1900 in the book. If you base that in 1955, The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe is based 40 years later. There wasn't a war in 1994. In 1995 there wasn't a war. There wasn't a war in 1995, so they can't turn around and they can't do the Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe. You can't do it without the Second World War. That's the bit I just really don't get. You can't do the Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe without the Second World War. Because the Second World War is a huge part of the second story. The kids are evacuated because of the bombings of the Second World War. And it's a bit I really don't understand. And because the professor, Diggory Kirk, who's the young boy in The Magician's Nephew, is the professor in The Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe. So they can't base The Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe in 1940 and have his story when he's a kid be in 1955. I really find that interesting. I don't know how they're going to do that. Like, I will be honest, guys, I'm absolutely baffled. I'm absolutely baffled on how they can do that. And how they can try and do that. I finally wrote at the beginning. Cool. I'm currently writing a couple of books, but I haven't wrote anything for the last couple of days. I haven't felt motivated. I sat there a couple of nights ago to write, and I couldn't write a word. I just couldn't think. Got any tips on what? Writing a story? Are you talking about writing a book, story, whatever? Yeah. Any tips on writing the story? Well, my first tip would be know your story. Do you know what you're writing? Is everything planned out? Yeah. That would be my only advice. Make sure you know what the story is before you write it, because you don't want to start writing it, and then suddenly realise that you have no But I'm also bad at giving advice. I ruined someone's life a few weeks ago. Oh, I'm writing it to know my story. But that's the thing. Most young people that are starting to try and write a story, start writing, and don't know how the story, and don't have the story planned out. And then it suddenly changes from what was they initially planned, and then they start writing. I ruined someone's life a few weeks ago because they were writing a book, and I asked them. They were telling us about how they were writing a story. I said, "What's it on?" They said, "Oh, it's the 4th book in this book series." I ruined someone's life because they were writing a book, and they were writing a 4th book in a series or something like that, and then I'm writing the 4th book in somebody else's this guy's series, and I said, "Well, is that he said, "I'm gonna." Then they said, "I'm gonna email the guy and get them to publish it," which I said that you can't do that. It's illegal. So basically, this guy was writing a continuation of someone's book series whilst not knowing it was illegal. It was illegal. This person was writing a continuation of this person's book story, this person's book series, and I basically ruined their life because they spent 2 years writing it, and I told them when they said it on stream, I sort of told them that, you know, if you publish that, you're going to prison because you don't own the rights to the materials. But what if I get them to publish it for me? I said, but that's illegal. That's illegal. That's blackmail. Trying to convince a publisher who owns all the rights to your book to publish their story, publish the story that you've wrote, is illegal. And I felt bad because technically I ruined their life. But you never write anything. If you're trying to publish a book, you never publish a book without looking into the legal ramifications of it. Because if it's not your story, and your characters, you can't turn around and publish. You can't publish your own copy. You can't publish your own continuation, your own book 4 or book 3, because it's illegal. You don't own the rights to it. Like for example, I own the rights. So for example, at my novel, I mean, you saved him, right? Well, technically I saved him, but I felt bad. But yeah, technically, my Dawn of Planets book series, so my science fiction fantasy series, I own the rights to that. I own the rights to that story. So I own everything in there. I own all the characters. I own the alien species, the Zarodians. I own the Crossfarxians. I own the Grams. The planet Certain. Zaltron. The Imperial Union. Crindian Bonaparte. Angs of Intiraxis. Alina Ryan. Wegert. Tegat Tegat. Crindian Bonaparte. Davison Cricks. George Redbourne. Balfarian Calibrax. I own all the rights to all those characters. All those characters I own the rights to. So I can't turn around. If someone doesn't it, Jarrett Peacock, Neris Corman, Jeffrey Gordon. I own the rights to all those characters. I cannot, even though I've self-published it, the copyright's still thing, so I own the copyright for those characters. Harry Barnfield. All these characters that appear in my stories, because I'm generally have published, I own the rights to all those characters. Technically, there's a couple of characters there in the story that I don't own the rights to yet because I've not published it, but I own the rights to those characters. Well, it's not that you can't write them, but if you base If you called a character like Crindian Bonaparte, then you would not be able to, because Crindian is a name that I created. There's a couple of names, yeah, you wouldn't be able to use, like, because I invented the name Crindian. I invented the name Baltharian. There's a lot of names in my books that I invented. I invent a lot of names when I'm writing. I invent a lot of names when I'm writing my books. I invent a lot of names for the story, which is just an unbelievable sort of challenge. But yeah, that's what I do. I write a lot of books. But yeah, it's not, if it's like a simple human name, yeah. Well, no, I don't own the rights to that, because you just asked me to create a name and I gave you a name. I don't own the rights to that, because that was something I mentioned. That was something I come up with randomly when you asked me. I don't own the rights to that, because I don't. That's not written down. The Potato Lord, Screaming Lord Potato. But yeah, so in like a context, yeah, if you were to create a character. If you were to call a character something similar, yeah, it wouldn't be like that. But if you were to basically if you were to write a story with a character that basically had the same name and had all the same attributes, then yeah, then it would be copyright. Then it would infringe my rights. But if it's just a similar name, then it's not. Then technically it's not copyright. Oh, good. I'm probably going to end this stream soon. Unfortunately not, ROI. How unique is my magical system? It's not about you. Everything's unique. Everything's unique. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, Calamity Lord Official, because I don't know everything on storytelling. I'm still learning how to storytell. Like with storytelling, it's you never know. You never learn. You never fully learn it. Oh my nose. I will end this stream in a minute, guys, because I'm going to end this stream in a second because I have been streaming. I have been streaming for over 9 hours. I've been streaming for over 9 hours. I will end the stream in a second, so thank you for watching, everybody, and I will see you all. But so based on my word, magic is like an energy source. Some plants have magic organs. Bit like Avatar, then. Bit like Avatar, they can plug into the ground. They can plug into the ground to the trees and access and download data. Like what? But then Parker Salford says to Grace Augustine in Avatar, "What the hell have you been smoking in that lab?" But anyway, guys, I am ending this stream, so thank you for watching, guys, and I will see you all in the next one. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 52 minutes. So thank you, everybody, for watching this stream, and I will see you all in the next one. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye.